Welcome into Steelers Talk Live. I'm your host, Jack Sperry, and tonight is Pat McAfee and Friends' Big Night Aht in Pittsburgh at the PPG Paints Arena. Of course, that is the home of the Pittsburgh Penguins, and tonight it's going to be a bunch of festivities. We're going to be reacting to all of them live on this show. We're going to be answering your questions. We're going to be talking about the latest surrounding TJ Watt, Shedeur Sanders, all the latest Steelers rumors. And then if we're lucky, we might get an announcement from one Aaron Rodgers. Of course, Pat McAfee and his cohorts, is that the right word there? His friends have been saying that he's not coming. He is not on the docket. He continues to say this. And, his latest denial did come today, all right? We will be on Rodgers Watch tonight here throughout this stream tonight, guys. But McAfee did shut down the Rodgers rumors when the Football and Podcast, the latest Big Ben podcast, came out earlier today where McAfee was a guest. And this is what he had to say about Rodgers and the rumors that he's going to be on tonight's big event in Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers is not on the docket, so I would like everyone to know that because I think the show has so many real moments that are going to be coming, and I think there's a chance people afterwards go, freaking didn't see Rodgers out there. What? I have not talked to Aaron Rodgers. So the thing is, guys, I actually do tend to believe Pat McAfee on this, all right? And, before he's been denying this for the last several weeks, but in those denials, he has always had the caveat of if he wants to come on, he can come on the show. And that kind of gave him some deniability where, like, if he showed up, then it would be like, well, I didn't lie to you. He contacted us afterwards, and then it all came together. But, today he goes on the podcast and he says it's not happening, which would essentially make him a liar if Aaron Rodgers does come out and announce he's going to be the next starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers on tonight's event. I don't think it's a 0% chance. It would certainly explain a lot. It would explain why Rodgers waited all this long to make this decision, despite the fact he had a 6-hour visit in Pittsburgh that apparently went very well. He's been working out with Steelers players such as DK Metcalf in the offseason. It certainly seems like the stars are aligned for Aaron Rodgers to be the next Steelers starting quarterback, but yet no decision. So if we don't get one tonight, we're going to have some very difficult conversations as to why Rodgers has not made a decision and how long we will still need to wait before we have a decision from Rodgers. But McAfee has no incentive to shut these rumors down, guys. I mean, plain and simply, he understands that, like, the more people think Rodgers will be on the show, the more eyes that will be on tonight's program. All right, so for him to go out there and just straight up, right out of the gate, say he's not coming on the show tonight, I think that shows that he probably isn't going to be on the show tonight. Now, maybe he's just preserving the secret. Maybe he's just really going all in to make people think he's not going to be on the show to really elevate the surprise factor. But the fact that he has time and time again, as recently as today, shut down these rumors, I think is probably an indication that Rodgers won't make an appearance on the Big Night Aht event in Pittsburgh tonight. And that's what I think. I think that, we won't get one and we won't get a Rodgers announcement on the show this evening. But we are still live on this show. We are on Rodgers Watch. And, if we do get any Aaron Rodgers news throughout the evening, we will, of course, react to that. And if we have a new Steelers starting quarterback by the end of the evening, we're going to be partying it up all night long on this live stream, all right? But the purpose of this live stream tonight, guys, is not necessarily because we're for sure going to get an Aaron Rodgers decision, but we wanted to come on here. We wanted to have a few laughs, have a good time, take some questions. There's a lot of Steelers rumors surrounding the NFL draft around TJ Watt. We got some new stuff on TJ Watt today. We got a lot to discuss on today's show. We're going to talk some ball, and we're going to enjoy our Wednesday evening together as we await a potential Aaron Rodgers decision tonight on Big Night Aht, all right? And if Aaron Wright makes a surprise appearance tonight, great. I mean, we get to, christen a new Steelers starting quarterback for 2025, and the wait is finally over, all right? So if we do get a Rodgers decision tonight, that will be phenomenal. We will have breaking news coverage on this live stream, but our purpose tonight is not necessarily because he's for sure going to make a decision, but we do want to enjoy our Wednesday night Aht here on the show. So before we get into the rest of the content today and we introduce our producer, producer today. Let's have a word from our sponsor here at Game Time, which is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports. Recently, producer Coop and myself went to go see Jacob deGrom pitch for the Rangers at Globe Life Park in Arlington to take down the Boston Red Sox a couple of weekends ago. And thanks to Game Time, we were able to save money on tickets so we could splurge a bit on the game itself. We got to get more food. We got to get some nice merchandise at the game itself, and then we even went to Texas Live for some great festivities after the game as well. So Game Time is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports. It makes getting tickets to any event faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app officially go down the closer you get to the first pitch with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and with their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. And listen, man, PNC Park is absolutely gorgeous. The product on the field with the Pittsburgh Pirates might stink, but man, you got to take in those views from PNC Park every single year, multiple times. I can't wait to go on my annual trip to Pittsburgh for the Steelers training camp, where I always have to make sure I go to at least one Pirates game, no matter how bad they are playing, because it is that great of a ballpark. I think it's the best in the country, and you guys can get some great seats with our friends at Game Time. Super easy to use app. You get the lowest price guarantee on every single ticket in the stadium for every single game, and make sure you get out there and watch Paul Skeens pitch this year, because he's still him, and let's face it, guys, he's probably going to be going somewhere else in the years to come. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. That's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS at CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. All right, now I want to see who my real ones are in the chat. Real one roll call here, guys. We'll give some shout-outs to the people typing R1 in the chat to kick off today's live show. We got Christian Andujar here. We got Sign Rogers. We've got Shannon Cassidy. We got Bob. We got the real Cody Angle. We got Kareem Richardson, Steelers dad. DJ KJ is here. Derek Smith is here. We've got Jose. We've got Jalen. We got Mike G. We've got Michael, Aiden, Mason, Joseph, Spinky. We've got Isaac, Mike, DJ KJ, Crazy Craze, Fernando Martin. We've already got a couple of super chats rolling in here, guys, so make sure you get those super chats and those donations rolling to kick off today's show. And Coop is still away, all right? He is going to New Orleans for a bachelor party this week, so we do have another producer today, and it's a Steelers Talk legend, and it's Captain Cully. Let's go, Cully. Are you ready, baby? We're rocking the McAfee black tees today. All right, you know, we had to. We had to break them out for Big Night Aht here on a Wednesday night. Cully, how you doing? Everybody spam those Cullys to welcome Cully to the show.
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Hopefully, we get a resolution tonight, but hey, we're watching some football. We're watching Pat McAfee, and we're going to be breaking it down, all things Steelers, everything, man. It's been a while since I've been on Steelers Talk, so I'm happy to be back.
You guys remember Captain Cully, man. This guy is an absolute legend around these parts, man, and I can't wait to see him take down a boot at some point. Cully, what's your promotion today? What do you want to do for a boot today?
Promotion for a boot. Okay. All right. Here's what we'll do. We'll get it started. Well, we'll test the waters first.
Okay.
If we get to, say, $100 by the time the Pat McAfee show starts tonight.
Okay. So right now on the YouTube stream here, it says that the event starts at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Yes.
But it sounds like they're going to be going live, or the event's going to officially start at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. So we still got about 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
So if we can get to $100 before the event starts in 35 minutes, all right, Captain Cully's going to take down a boot to kick off today's show. Whoa, okay.
Little beer bong just to get started.
A little bit, okay, so we're going to work our way up.
We're going to
work our way up. All right, so we'll do a beer bong. He'll do a beer bong for us if we can get to $100 in donations before the event kicks off. But let me tell you, man, if you haven't seen Captain Cully take down a boot, oh my goodness, he's breaking records around here at Chat Sports, all right? We got our first super chat of the day, and it's Fernando Martin. Let's go, baby. Says, let's go. It is what it is, Jack. That is right, Fernando Martin, one of our all-time greats here at Steelers Talk. I appreciate you, Fernando. Thanks for joining us this evening. I'm excited for tonight, man. Even though McAfee and everybody has been kind of denying that Rodgers has been in communication with them and all this different stuff, even if we don't get a Rodgers decision tonight, I'm excited to see all the different Pittsburgh figures that they've invited and are going to be special guests tonight. I'm excited for this event, and I'm excited to talk some Steelers football with you guys here throughout the evening. So if you guys got any questions that you want to get on the show today, make sure you guys send in those super chats. We're going to be taking super chat questions all throughout the evening here. If you have a topic that you want me and Cully to discuss today, you guys can go ahead and make sure you put in that super chat donation. And if you want to talk about Shedeur Sanders, if you want to talk about TJ Watt, if you want to talk about anything surrounding the Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to talk about Aaron Rodgers, we'll be happy to talk about whatever Steelers topic you want to talk about tonight. And, Cully, we'll be giving away a Steelers jersey at the end of today's stream. So $20 donations to get in. $20 is the price to get into the Steelers jersey raffle tonight. And you might be asking yourselves, Jack, which Steelers jersey are we giving away tonight? Well, it's going to be dealer's choice, all right? If you win, you get to pick the player that you want for the Steelers jersey tonight, all right? If you want an Aaron Rodgers customized jersey, we can make that happen. If you want a DK Metcalf jersey, we can make that happen. If you want a TJ Watt jersey, we can make that happen. So get those $20 donations in, guys. Get your questions in. Do all that great stuff so that we can have a fun time on tonight's live stream. Really do appreciate all of your guys' support. And, Cully, we will be doubling people's raffle tickets today if they send in a Venmo, if they send in a Cash App, or if they send in a $20 PayPal, all right? And the reason why we're doubling your raffle tickets if you use any of these three right here, guys, is because we get to keep more of the proceeds. YouTube takes a 30% cut of every single super chat that you guys send in. And then also, Apple takes another 10%. That's 40% of your donation dollars not going to Steelers Talk by Chat Sports. But if you send it to Venmo, if you send it to Cash App, if you send it to PayPal, that helps us out more. So we're going to help you out by getting you an additional Steelers jersey raffle ticket if you send in your $20 donations today. Really do appreciate all of your guys' support. And we got two here from my man Chris. Says, Jack, let's see. Is that Cap? Oh, Captain Cully. Oh, okay. Let's see Captain Cully do some Everclear shots. What's Everclear?
You've never had Everclear?
No. Well, I've never had alcohol. Is it alcohol?
Yeah, This is true. It is alcohol. I totally forgot about that. Yeah.
Is it like moonshine?
It is like 100 proof alcohol. It is like some of the strongest alcohol you could have. I don't believe we have any in the studio. I'm down to take some shots though. You know, we'll get things going here. How about every $5 donation? We're down to take some shots.
All right, $5 donations to do some shots here with Captain Cully. I love it. I think we have some lemon juice here, too. I think we just got some lemon juice. I might do some lemon juice shots with you today here, Mr. Cully. But we got our first Cash App coming in, so I'll send this to you. And Cully, at the bottom of the doc, I forgot to tell you, I got a list. So make sure you keep up with that throughout the night. And at the end of the show, we'll give away a Steelers jersey. All right, guys? So we really do appreciate all of your guys' support. First Cash App of the day coming in here that we'll get to in just a second. But we got a couple more super chats coming in as well. Ooh, baby, we just got a PayPal here. So we're getting it going right now. Again, guys, $20 to get in on the jersey raffle tonight. Also, send in your questions, and we'd be happy to talk about any Steelers topic that you want to talk about right now. So the Pat McAfee Show has confirmed that the new start time for the Big Night Aht starts at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, all right? So the original time was 8 p.m. Eastern, so we got an extra 30 minutes to kill here, guys. So get your $20 donations in. Get in on the raffle, Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. It's all an extra raffle ticket for you guys, so we greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. Our first Cash App of the day is coming in from my man C.J. Ross, and he says, let's talk about Walter Nolan or Kenneth Grant at number 21 overall. And this is a really good question here, CJ Ross, because Obviously, defensive tackle is a position that the Steelers are going to be looking at here, Captain Culley, in the NFL draft. You got Cam Hayward at the tail end of his NFL journey. You got Keanu Benton, who's a really solid player, but you need to kind of get his running mate for the next kind of decade here. There's a lot of speculation that the Steelers could go out and get a defensive tackle in round one, whether that's Walter Nolan, whether that's Derek Harmon, whether that's Kenneth Grant. But the question specifically from C.J. Ross here is Walter Nolan or Kenneth Grant? Which one is better for the Pittsburgh Steelers? And, I think that both of them would be fine. I think that they're both really good players, and I'd be happy with either one of them, all right? Like Kenneth Grant, 340-pound beast, great run defender that's got a little bit of wiggle to him as a pass rusher as well. I personally have the higher grade on Walter Nolan. Now, he's got some character concerns. He's got some things that, people are a little bit worried about in terms of leaving practice early, in terms of not being a great teammate, kind of crashing out. All right, we already have enough people that crash out on the Steelers roster, if you ask me. But Walter Nolan's a great player. If he's there at 21, I would definitely consider him. But also Kenneth Grant, is somebody that really brings a great skill set to the table. So what I'd say here, C.J. Ross, is that it kind of depends on what my area scouts would be telling me on Walter Nolan. If everything checks out personality-wise, if we've interviewed him and he's done everything in every step of the way and we like him, I'd personally take him. I think that he's the better player overall. But I like Kenneth Grant enough where if my area scouts are like, man, Walter Nolan, he's not the best teammate, he's got some personality concerns here, I'd be perfectly fine taking Kenneth Grant at number 21. Your thoughts on these two players, Captain Coley?
I think you nailed it. I also like Derek Harmon, kind of in the similar range, maybe not as high as Walter Nolan, but I think there's a lot of good defensive tackle options for the Pittsburgh Steelers if you're looking to draft one there in the 20s. Walter Nolan, you mentioned it. He's got kind of the off-the-field stuff. He's got some character concerns. I'm not really sure, but as a player, he is a absolute force there in the middle. Whereas Kenneth Grant, to me, I think he's going to be a really dependable defensive tackle for the long haul that could see second, possibly even a third contract in the NFL. So it really depends on the value. Obviously, if Walter Nolan were to fall to the Steelers, it'd be really tempting to take him, right? But I think for my money, my bank and the value, Kenneth Grant, to me, it just makes sense, right, for the Steelers. There's just a lot of similarities there. I think he would fit what they're trying to do there in Pittsburgh. Kenneth Grant, to me, just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree. I'd be perfectly fine with Kenneth Grant. And then you also have to, interject Derek Harmon out of Oregon into this conversation as well. I think we all know Mason Graham is probably going to be long gone, so he's not even a part of the conversation. No. I think right now the Steelers would love to get either Walter Nolan, Derek Harmon, or Kenneth Grant at number 21. And I think that Steelers fans would be thrilled with any of those guys, all right? So if any of those guys are available at 21, they stick and pick any of those guys, I think we'd all be happy. By the way, Derek Harmon visited the Pittsburgh Steelers today along with Omarion Hampton and Ollie Gordon II, the running back. So, Derek Harmon certainly on the Steelers' radar. They've been meeting with him every step of the way. Oh, baby! Things are getting going right now here, Captain Culley.
Oh, there we go, baby.
All right, we got two more Venmos to get to.
Yes, so this next one's going to be a PayPal. We don't have a PayPal graphic, unfortunately, so Joseph, we appreciate the donation. Just wanted to throw it on screen real quick.
And Joseph does have a question, so I'll get to that in just one moment.
Yeah, so, appreciate all the donation, guys. Again, we see y'all super chats. We're going to get to those here in a second. We just want to make sure we get everybody also from the Venmo and Cash App side as well. And again, we appreciate all the donations. We'll be getting to you guys soon. So I'm going to get these off screen. Sperry, if you want to read Joseph Grimaldi
here. He sent it. So Joseph sent in a 20 and said, "What about those guns?" Oh my goodness, man! You guys, you're getting a little bit of the gun show today, man. I got, of course, McAfee. His signature black, his black tanks. We had to bring him out for the Big Night Aht tonight, and then we got the gold chain going. We got the gold watch. We got the whole McAfee get up today. So hopefully this brings us some good luck here on Big Night Aht Wednesday. So appreciate you, Joseph, for the 20. You are in on the raffle, my friend. And then we've got a couple more to get to here momentarily. And then we do have a segment that we need to get into. We're going to be talking about T.J. Watt a little bit here in just a couple of minutes, but I want to get to this initial wave of Super Chats, Venmos, and Cash Apps. This one coming in from Steelers Dad, one of our longtime viewers of the channel. Really do appreciate you, Mr. Steelers Dad. He says, "You need a Steelers tattoo. Hoping the AR drama ends tonight. Appreciate your coverage. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Appreciate you, Steelers dad. And yes, I'm hoping that the drama comes to an end tonight too, Cully. Because we've been waiting literally a month at this point, all right? It's a month since the start of free agency, and we still don't have an answer as to whether Rodgers is coming here to the Pittsburgh Steelers, all right? And it's getting super frustrating. It's making me anxious, all right? And, you know, we're 2 weeks away from the NFL draft. All right, and I think that we got to get an answer before then. But honestly, guys, I'm starting to think that if an answer doesn't come tonight, and we'll talk about this later in the show, Cully, but, you know, if it doesn't come tonight, I think that we're looking at probably after the NFL draft before we get an answer from Aaron Rodgers, which is not something that I particularly love. Oh, baby, they're getting it going. This one's rolling in from Christopher Carver. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Christopher Carver with the first bang of the evening. Let's go, baby. He says, $100 for let me get a here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Ooh, let's go, Chris. I appreciate you. The first bang of the day. And this is what I'm going to do, Cully. Every $50 super chat or donation or above, for every 50, I'm going to give away a free raffle entry to somebody in the chat. Okay. All right, so because Christopher Carver gave a bang here, that's 2 free raffle entries. So spam those me's in the chat if you want a free raffle entry for the Steelers jersey we're giving away later today. We've got Freedom Guy, we've got Tortia, we've got Kenneth, we got Gary, DJ KJ, we've got Freedom Guy, Crazy Craze, we got Jachin, we got Jerry, we've got Kenneth, Yinzer, Alex Manerful is here. We got Gannon. We got Fernando. We got Bo. Keep spamming those me's in the chat if you want a free raffle entry. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to give mine to DJ KJ. DJ KJ, you are in. Captain Cully, who is your free raffle entry going to go to?
I got Jason L.
Jason L., you are in on the raffle. By the way, the people that just got those free raffle entries, feel free to keep sending in donations. You can get extra raffle entries tonight. All right, guys? So really do appreciate all of your guys' support. Keep spamming those memes.
Shout out to Christopher for making it rain, man. Come on now.
Christopher, man. I absolutely love it, baby. And then we got $5 super chat here from my man Chris. So that's a shot for you, Mr. Cully.
Yes, it is. And I also owe a beer bong for Christopher.
Yeah, and then Cully owes a beer bong. So I guess after this segment, you're gonna be a busy man here. Captain Cully says, guys, I have wanted the Steelers to trade down, but if trading up could get you running back Ashton Genty, that I would be for. Do you guys agree with me? Absolutely, Chris. Listen, man. Arthur Smith, the Steelers offensive coordinator, really cares about establishing a very potent run game. And the Steelers want their run game to be like the Philadelphia Eagles. They want their run game to be like the Baltimore Ravens. They want their run game to look like the San Francisco 49ers when they're going right. All right, they want to be able to run the football even when the defense has a stacked box and even when they know it's coming. All right, they want to have a run game that the opposing defenses can't even stop. Okay, in order to do that, you need to have a really good offensive line. The Steelers like their offensive line. They got Broderick, they've got Sayamalu, they got Frazier, McCormick, and Fautano. 4 of those guys were picked in the NFL draft in the last 2 years. They've made the investment on the O-line. Now they need to get that star running back to pair with Jaylen Warren to really complete this run game heading into 2025 from their eyes. Aaron Rodgers, for as much as he likes to pass the football, he's not coming in here to save the franchise. He's not good enough anymore to carry an NFL offense. You need to give him a run game. All right, and the best strategy for this Steelers offense to be the best it can possibly be next year is to have a run game that can be as good as it can possibly be. And the way that you can make this run game the best it can possibly be is if you get the best possible running back you can get in this year's draft. Now, I think there's two guys that I would be willing to take in the first round this year. Ashton Jeanty out of Boise State, if he's available, and then Omarion Hampton out of North Carolina. All right, I wouldn't be willing to give up as much for Hampton as I would for Jeanty. I would go up and I would go and get Jeanty if he's available. But Hampton's a player at 21, or if you just trade up a couple spots, you don't give up that much in a trade, I would be willing to go and get Omarion Hampton as well, who's also very explosive, also has great contact balance, really good acceleration and vision. Really love what Hampton brings to the table as a player as well. What do you think about the running backs at the top of the class, Cully, and is Jeanty the only guy you would move up for?
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I think Jeanty's in a class of his own. Clearly at the top of the draft class. I think he's a blue chip prospect where, he's up there with me with Tyler Warren, Armand Mimbu, Will Campbell, like that level of prospect. Like, to me, he's a top 10 player in this class, no doubt about it. Omarion Hampton, worthy first round pick at the running back position. After that, there is kind of a steep fall off. I do like Quinshon Judkins as my RB3. I think he could be somebody really interesting, potentially in round 2. But then after that, those are really the only two. I wouldn't take Judkins in that first round kind of like area, especially, in 21 for the Steelers. So Omarion Hampton kind of fits where the Steelers are picking. But if you're going to move up, it should be, and for a running back, it should be for Ashton Jeanty.
Yeah, I completely agree. Completely agree. We got Tavarius Flowers here, $5. Another shot for you, Cully. Says, get ready to give always some black diamonds next week. Okay. Giving away some black diamonds next week. Tavarius is that's a big promise right there because that's $500 right there, man. Ooh. That's a steep price to be giving away a black diamond. So I guess we'll see what happens there, Tavarius. But $5 gets us started today. Appreciate you, my man. Anthony Fuller, $5. This guy is the first person to put in a $100 super chat on our channel. He is also, I believe, I'm sorry, Anthony, I keep asking this every time you're on. Are you active duty service member or are you a veteran at this point? I know that you've been deployed at certain points during your fandom of this show, but we appreciate all of your support and your service to our country, Anthony. He says, I hope we end this tonight. We got to quit putting a Band-Aid on our quarterback spot. And listen, man, this is what I'll say about the Band-Aids and the kind of the veteran quarterback options that we've seen in Pittsburgh here. Of course, last year you get Russell Wilson, and then you get, at least right now, they're targeting Aaron Rodgers. And both of those guys are shorter-term kind of options. The reason why they're doing that is because they got a short-term timetable. You got 2 years left with Cam Hayward, and they want to do whatever is possible to get them get him, get TJ Watt, get Minkah Fitzpatrick, all the veterans that have been with this team so many years, a championship before Cam retires. And the way that you do that, the thing that gives you the best chance of that is you get veterans, all right? Rookie quarterbacks don't win Super Bowls, all right? Plain and simply. Young quarterbacks don't win Super Bowls. It usually takes even really good star-level quarterbacks 2 or 3 years. You have to get some playoff experience under your belt before you're even ready to make a title push, all right? So that's why the Steelers have been hesitant to just start over with a new quarterback and kind of just rebuild because they see that they have great veteran defensive talent on their roster right now, and they see that there's potential here to build a winner. This team has won 10 games with terrible offensive play the last 2 seasons, guys. Like, they understand that if they get the right veteran quarterback, and they have identified that veteran quarterback as Aaron Rodgers, that this team can potentially push for a Super Bowl championship, all right? So that's what they believe. Well, whether it will happen is a completely different question, but I don't think there's any doubt at this point in time. Rodgers, out of all the quarterback options that are currently available, gives you by far the best chance at making that potential push. So that's why they're once again going after a veteran quarterback. We'll see if they also go out and get a rookie in the NFL draft this year. Josh Dom says, TJ Watt Instagram post with the peace sign. Any thoughts? Retire, trade, not re-signing? I see zero benefits of losing him. So actually, Captain Cully, I would say we have some super chats kind of rolling in here, but we're going to get to everybody's super chat today. So if you guys send in a donation, if you send in a Venmo, Cash App, whatever, I'm getting a bunch of them on my phone right now. We will get to yours eventually on today's show. Don't you worry. But we are going to get into our first segment today. So Josh, Captain Cully, give some shout outs in the chat here. I don't want to be wearing the tank for a video that's going to go on the channel. So I'm going to change into my long sleeve shirt here just a second. Captain Cully's got you guys covered here while I change my shirt.
Yeah, I got you. I can take you off screen too if you want.
Yeah.
Got you. There we go. Aaron Rodgers watch all here. We'll give some shout outs here. Appreciate everybody who's donated. There we go. All right, give some shout outs here, guys. Shout out to Fernando. Yeah, Coop is still a little hungover. That's funny. Coop's at a bachelor party. Appreciate you guys tuning in, though. Shout out to Eric. Shout out to No Name. Isaac. What up, Cassie? Shout out to you. Kevin says I like Will Howard. Shout out to DJ KJ. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Bang, bang. Good evening. What up, Steelers Dad? What up, Yinzer Jake? Shout out to you guys. Putting the guns away, says L. Yeah, Sperry's got to put them away, man.
Yeah, I just put them away for you guys. All right, so I'm sorry for completely ruining your evening here by showing you my lack of guns. Coley's got the guns though, man. He's got the tattoos. He's got the chest hair. He's got all of it, man. It's absolutely great. All right, so to answer Josh Dom's question here, we're going to get into our first segment of the afternoon here, or of the evening. We're going to be talking about what we saw from TJ Watt and a kind of cryptic photo that he put up on his Instagram account earlier today. I'm going to let you guys know what I think about it, what I think it means, and then we'll talk about what kind of the contract situation looks like for TJ Watt at this point in time. If you guys have sent in a donation already, we will get to it after our first segment of the day here. So without further ado, let's get into it here, Mr. Cully. Welcome into Steelers Talk. I'm your host, Jack Sperry, and today we're going to be talking about some concerning TJ Watt rumors here as superstar edge TJ Watt has posted a concerning cryptic photo on his Instagram story today, and today I'm going to let you guys know what I think about it and where I think that the TJ Watt contract extension talks currently stand between the superstar edge rusher and the black and gold. Before we get into the content today, what say you guys? Let me know down there in the comments section, what would TJ Watt be worth in a trade if the Steelers decide to eventually let him go this offseason? Let me know what you guys think down there in the comments section. Are you asking for a first-round pick? Are you asking for multiple first-round picks? Let me know what you guys think down there in the comments section. For me, I just can't let him go for anything less than at least one first-round pick. All right, so let's talk about this photo here, and this is what a lot of Steelers fans are talking about right now. TJ Watt posts a photo on his Instagram story of him kind of looking a little bit, disgruntled, putting up the peace sign, and a lot of people are looking into this right now, and they are panicking, and they're saying, what is going on with TJ Watt? Is he going to retire? Is he going to ask for a trade out of Pittsburgh? Are things not going well with his contract extension talks? And there's really three theories and really three main reactions that we have seen when it comes to this photo from TJ Watt, who rarely posts on his social media, by the way. The first theory is it's nothing. You're overreacting. He's just posting a photo that he likes of himself. The second theory is that he's going to retire. Andrew Filipponi and others went up on their social medias and said, oh no, he's going to retire. And then the third reaction is he's threatening a trade request, and he's saying that I want out of Pittsburgh, and he's going to request a trade. Now, what I will say about this post, guys, is I don't think TJ posted this just to post it. He's not somebody that's always posting on his IG story. He's not somebody that's very active on social media. So the fact that he's posting a photo on his Instagram story, and one where he's kind of upset, like that photo was taken after, I believe, his injury last season versus the Philadelphia Eagles, where he had to walk off the field, and he was kind of disappointed and upset, and he was kind of giving the peace sign to the people as he was walking off into the locker room. And that's not necessarily a photo you post of yourself if you want to make yourself look cool, right? So I do think that this photo posted on TJ Watt's Instagram account means something, but to be absolutely clear, all right, this does not mean that Watt is for sure going to demand a trade out of Pittsburgh. This does not mean that he's definitely going to retire. It does not mean that TJ Watt's future with the Pittsburgh Steelers is necessarily in jeopardy. I think this is just a negotiation tactic because, I don't think that he likes where the negotiations are between his representation and the Pittsburgh Steelers on a new contract extension. And to be quite frank with you guys, players do this all the time, all right? Now, maybe guys like TJ Watt don't do it very often, but players do this kind of stuff where they put out kind of these cryptic messages on social media. They'll delete all the photos of them in team gear, all this different stuff that they do on social media to try and get the attention of these football teams and try to apply some pressure. And I think that's probably what's going on here, guys. My best guess as to why TJ Watt posted this on his Instagram account is that he's not thrilled with where the extension talks are. The Steelers are offering him a number that he thinks is too low. And he wants to apply pressure on the organization by drawing up and stirring up a little bit of a buzz around a potential trade request that could be on the horizon if the Steelers don't meet his demands on a new contract extension. And it's obvious that whatever Pittsburgh is offering, whether that's $34, $35, $36 million per season, it's not high enough for what TJ Watt wants on his next contract, all right? And that's why he's kind of showing a little bit of disgruntledness here on social media and why he's starting to apply a little bit of pressure for the Pittsburgh Steelers to increase their number in order to keep him in the black and gold for the rest of his career. Now, coming up here on Steelers Talk, Dianna Russini actually gave an update on the latest surrounding TJ Watt's contract negotiations with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I'll reveal what Russini had to say about Watt's situation here in just 1 second. But before we dive into that, let's have a word from our sponsor today at Game Time. And recently, producer Coop and myself just went to go see Jacob deGrom pitch for the first time on a very long time at Globe Life Park for the Texas Rangers when they beat the Boston Red Sox in Arlington just a couple of weeks ago. And thanks to Game Time, we were able to save money on the tickets themselves so we could splurge a little bit more at the game itself, getting merchandise, getting food. We went to go see some live music afterwards at kind of one of the venues they have at Globe Life Park here in Arlington. And Game Time is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports and makes getting tickets to every live event that you go to even easier, and it's super fast to use as well. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch, and with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. Guys, the Pittsburgh Pirates, let's just face it, they are an absolute joke. They didn't spend any money this offseason, and they are completely wasting some of the arguably the best pitcher in baseball in Paul Skeens. But there's two still things that are true about the Pittsburgh Pirates. Number one, PNC Park is still the most beautiful ballpark in the United States of America. You cannot convince me otherwise. And then also Paul Skeens is absolutely him. So if you want to go see Skeens pitch this year and you want to get those scenic views of the Allegheny and, of course, PNC Park, it's so beautiful, guys. Make sure you guys take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS. It's at the bottom right of your screen right now for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS at CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. All right, so let's talk about what Dianna Russini had to say about Watt's contract extension talks here. She says he still plays at an elite level, but turns 31 in October and is in the final year of his contract. It feels unlikely he tops Garrett's mark, but talking about $40 million per season there, but expect any extension to beat that signed by Texans' Danielle Hunter at $35.6 million per season. So listen, man, I think that if Watt asks for less than $40 million per season, if it's anywhere in that range of 36 to like 38, $39 million per season, I think the Pittsburgh Steelers should just get it done. I really do, all right? The cap is ballooning and exploding every single season at this point in time, and I understand that, that money seems like a super, super big figure because it is. That is quarterback money at this point, and it's approaching even what Geno Smith, a quarterback, got with the Las Vegas Raiders this year for an edge rusher, all right? Not even a quarterback, an edge rusher, but you take a look at the impact that TJ Watt has on this football team, guys, and it's just astronomical. When he is healthy, he is a perennial Defensive Player of the Year candidate. He's won one of those trophies. He probably should have won multiple multiple, probably at least 3 at this point in his NFL career. And, the last couple of seasons, more than 10 sacks, had 19 sacks back in 2023, 19 tackles for loss over the last 2 seasons. He's an impact player that also leads the league in forced fumbles since he entered the league by an extremely wide margin. So not only does he get sack production, not only does he get to ball carriers behind the line of scrimmage for TFLs, but he also causes turnovers, which make him one of the most valuable defensive players in all of football. And if you want to see the impact that TJ Watt has on the Steelers' outcomes here, in the 11 games that TJ Watt has not played for the Pittsburgh Steelers due to injury in his career, they have gone 1-10 in the games that he doesn't play. All right, so if that number doesn't convince you that this is one of, if not the most valuable player on the entire Steelers roster, I don't know what else to tell you, man. And, if he's asking for $40+ million per season, if he's asking to be the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, unfortunately, if the Pittsburgh Steelers are serious about competing for championships right now, they may have to consider that, because Cam Hayward has 2 years left before he retires. And obviously, if you're going to win a Super Bowl in the next 2 years, you got to have TJ Watt on your roster. So I don't know the number that TJ Watt is asking for. If he wanted to be the highest paid non-quarterback in football history, I think that his numbers and his production kind of point to that being a justified ask. But if you can get him for anything less than 40, guys, I think that is something that the Steelers absolutely need to get done. And hopefully they're not trying to lowball him, because, if this post is any indication, he might get angry and he might end up requesting a trade at some point, which is the last thing that the Pittsburgh Steelers need at this point, at least if you ask me. So what say you guys? Let me know down there in the comments section. If TJ Watt said, pay me $37.5 million per season or trade me away, which one are you doing? Type S if you would sign him, or type W if you would let him walk in free agency or trade him away. Let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. For me, this is a no-brainer. I'm signing him to that contract, and I am moving forward with TJ Watt for the next several seasons. Let me know what you guys think down there in the comments section. Click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Really do appreciate all of your guys' support. If we get more on this developing kind of story surrounding TJ Watt and his contract extension talks this offseason, we're going to get you guys updates every single time it happens. So make sure you click that subscribe button right now and join the Steelers Talk family today. All right, $20 super chat from my man Joseph Ricard. Says, let's go Steelers all the way. And thank you, Jack and Cully, for being live tonight. Joseph, thank you for the $20 super chat, man. And you are in the raffle for that Steelers jersey at the end of tonight's stream. We're going to have a good time, man. Pat McAfee and his friends are about to go live according to our live stream that we have up on the TV here. It says about 2 minutes before the event starts, all right? So we'll be reacting to everything that happens on the Pat McAfee show, Big Night Aht tonight. And, of course, we're going to be giving away Steelers jersey at the end of it, $20 donations. Get you a raffle ticket, by the way, if you're just joining us. We got over 700 people watching live around the world right now. Thank you to all the Yinzers that are tuning in for tonight's live stream. We got multiple Venmos and PayPals and Cash Apps that we got to get to here. That we will get to momentarily. And don't forget to keep getting those super chats rolling. Cully is getting his beer bong ready. Of course, he's getting his shots ready. He's got some promises he's got to keep. So let's get that going here down there in the chat. There he is, Captain Cully. He's got his Tito's. He's got his Merbonga. He's got his Happy Dad. He's ready to get things going, man. Let's go. We are about a minute away from the start of the Big Night Aht in Pittsburgh. Hopefully we get an Aaron Rodgers decision today. I don't think the chances are zero, even though McAfee did shut it down earlier today. I still don't think the chances are zero. I think it's like a 10% chance, maybe lower than that, but like it's a very small chance, in my opinion, that Rodgers decides tonight. But the possibility and the specter is still out there, which is why, we're live tonight in case something happens, and whatever happens tonight, we're going to be having a good time. Thank you, Joseph, for that 20. Really do appreciate you. Jeremy Smith with a $2 super chat. Appreciate you, Jeremy. And then a 2 from CJ. CJ Ross already put in a 20. Says, so what is that? Reading for law school, but don't want to miss the raffle. CJ, the raffle will be later tonight. It'll be after the McAfee event. We're going to be live for as long as McAfee is. There goes Captain Coley, man. He is an absolute tank, ladies and gentlemen.
I owe 2 shots. Correct?
You owe 2 shots.
I do.
You owe 2 shots. Right now, they're doing the national anthem. They're doing the national anthem for this shit?
I guess.
I mean,
it's a public sporting event.
Is it a sporting event, I guess? They got a saxophone player.
Hey, you know what? I'm here for it.
But let me tell you, man, PPG Banks or Paints Stadium or arena, absolutely packed right now, man. I gotta say, the setup looks pretty cool. They got the walkway, and then they've got the stage in the middle there. It definitely looks like a setup for Aaron Rodgers to eventually come out and kind of go down the walkway. But who knows what's going to happen tonight? All right.
Can you imagine if the lights just kind of dim? And if y'all don't have it pulled up on like another screen, it is like a true like runway style like stage thing. And can you imagine the lights kind of turn down?
Is this one here the volume?
I would assume so. Yeah.
Hopefully, there we go.
So there you go. It's
we do have a couple of
we do, yes.
We have a couple of Venmos that we got to get to as well.
This first one coming in from Kane.
What's up, Kane? Kane Manley. Hope I'm saying that right. Says thoughts on Desmond Watson at the nose. So he's talking about the big 460 pound from Florida.
Yeah.
If you have time to go grab a photo of him and his huge ass, go ahead and do that, Captain Cully. But, 7th round pick, that's the type of guy where if you're looking for a way to beat the tush push, like that guy is like 3 people rolled up into one. So if you're looking for somebody to just prevent the quarterback from lunging forward, I think Watson's the type of guy that could really help a team do that. And because of that, I think teams that play the Eagles twice a year in their division in the NFC East, the Commanders, the Cowboys, the Giants, they're really going to be looking into Desmond. But in terms of somebody that's going to be like a projected future starter, Kane, I don't think that he's that. I think he's like a true tush-push technician, goal line technician, just because he can't move. 460 pounds, like he's pretty much just standing straight up. That's all he needs to do. But in terms of moving, doing all the different stuff that he's going to need to do as a 3-down starter, I just don't think he's going to be able to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he's a man with a human being. I'm going to get this photo put up on screen here in a second.
Yep.
He is a massive human being.
He is a big boy, man. He really is. So now they're playing the intro for the Big Night Aht here.
Let's see if that's saved. Yeah, we appreciate. This guy is massive. Huge.
Did you do your Murbongo already? Or are you?
I was about to do it.
Okay, you still have to do the Murbongo.
Look at this.
Yeah, look at this guy, man. Like this guy is huge. All right, I think he's like 468 pounds. If he gets drafted, if he makes an NFL roster this year, Cully, he will be the heaviest human being to ever play in the National Football League. Think about that.
Jeez.
You imagine all the fatties that have played in the National Football League. This guy would be the fattest. All right, like that is how big of a human being this guy is, and he's wearing like the Speed, like the Revo Speed helmet. You gotta love that. It looks like a P at the top of his ginormous body. But my answer on him is 7th round pick. Why not? UDFA. Why not, man?
Why not?
Make him a Pittsburgh Steeler.
All right, we'll read this last Venmo that you got from Steve Thiessen. Appreciate the 20. And I'll do a quick Murbongo while Sperry pulls that up.
What's up, Steve? I'm trying to find your Venmo here. It always says, Pens abused Chi-Town. The Jolly Roger was raised today, and Rodgers is once again a no-show. Sperry is drafted QB1. His options have run dry, and those guns look ready to hit DK deep. Listen, man, just like Big Ben, with weapons like GP and DK, strap me up, get me a helmet. I can throw some deep bombs to those suckers, man. Like those guys can just go up and get it. Yeah. That's the nice thing about having a receiver like DK Metcalf is that you can just throw it up there and he's gonna come down with it, man. Just got a Cash App. I'll send it to you here, Cully.
Yeah.
And now McAfee just with his tank.
With the tank. Hey, we're in form here, man. We got this.
We got this right here, man. All right. I'm trying to find this latest. I think it's a Cash App.
McAfee didn't hold anything to my guy Jack, but we gotcha.
Oh, please. Oh, please, Cully. Oh, please.
Look at that. Look at that.
There you go.
I will say,
right.
DK Metcalf, we haven't really talked about it since he got traded. I mean, it's been crazy over here at Steelers Talk, but.
All right, let's see if he says anything about Rodgers.
Is he speaking?
He's speaking right now.
Okay.
Let's see what he has to say for his intro here. He says it's always great to come home. He grew up in the suburbs of Pittsburgh, for those of you that don't know. That's why he's doing this event. Just got a $25 Cash App here from Marquis Massey. Sends a 25, and he says, "Thanks, Jack and Coley, for always delivering." Thank you so much, Marquis. You are in the raffle tonight, my friend. Thank you so much. If you're just tuning in, we are reacting live to the Big Night Aht in Pittsburgh. Pat McAfee and friends are live in Pittsburgh right now. There's a lot of speculation Rodgers could make a surprise appearance, even though Rodgers and crew or McAfee and crew have denied it tooth and nail over the last several weeks. They say he will not be on the docket tonight, but we shall see. I've seen crazier things happen in the National Football League here, Cully.
I have as well, man. And listen, until the show finally goes black, I'm not going to rule anything out.
Yeah, I'm not either, man. Like I would not be surprised if we get a FaceTime from Aaron Rodgers. He's wearing a Steelers hat.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like this big stage that they got raises up, and Rodgers is walking down that beautiful alleyway that they got at PPG Paints, and he announces he's going to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers tomorrow in Southside Pittsburgh at the Steelers facility. That would be the most electric way to finish tonight's evening there, Coley.
It would.
If you got your questions, if you want to get your questions in, feel free to super chat any question that you have. We'll put you up on screen, and we'll talk about whatever topic you want to talk about on today's show. Yep. Really do appreciate all of your guys' support. And tonight, we're giving away a Steelers jersey to one lucky Steelers fan. $20 gets you into the Steelers jersey raffle. And we're going to be, and if you're asking, Jack, what Steelers jersey are you giving away tonight? It's dealer's choice. Whoever wins gets to pick the Steelers jersey that they get. So if you want an Aaron Rodgers Steelers jersey, if you want a DK Metcalf Steelers jersey, if you want, George Pickens Steelers jersey, it's dealer's choice, all right? So $20 gets you in on the raffle, and then if you send in your donations to Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal today, you guys will get an additional raffle ticket because we get to keep more of the proceeds. So greatly appreciate your guys' support. So let us know down there in the comment section as we get this show started. Will Aaron Rodgers show up tonight? Yes or no? Let us know what you guys think down there in the comment section. Captain Coley, take me off screen so I can get back into my tank mode here.
Oh, yeah, you got to get back into tank mode, bro.
We're done with the cut, all right? The sleeves need to come off.
We're done. All right. I'll give some shout-outs here. Voxy says no. Joe says the NFL loves the Chiefs. Random, but kind of true. Let's get those answers down below. Christopher says he'll be a no-show. Could be a possibility. We'll see. We're going to be rocking and rolling here tonight no matter what. So appreciate y'all tuning in with us. Let's see. God, he really went all out for this thing. Eric's saying he will be there. Avery's saying no.
All right, I'm back here, folks. So during the opening monologue that McAfee's currently giving right now, he says, "I apologize that we're late on schedule." So they were late. They went live, or they started the show 30 minutes late tonight. He said the rehearsal got a little electrifying earlier today.
Ooh.
So whatever that means, all right? So I think we're going to be in for a fun night at PPG Paints Arena as we react live to the Pat McAfee Show's Big Night. Say with me, Carly. Yes, sir. All right.
Let's go.
So while he's giving his kind of spiel here to kick off today's show, let's talk about something that a lot of Steelers fans have been talking about as of late over the last 24 hours, which is that Shedeur Sanders is getting a top 30 draft visit. He will be in Pittsburgh tomorrow for his pre-draft visit. Your thoughts on Shedeur Sanders and his potential fit with the Pittsburgh Steelers? Would you take him at number 21 if Rodgers doesn't sign?
It's a very complicated question, obviously, because look, Shedeur Sanders, I think, is the second best quarterback prospect in this draft. He's not Cam Ward, but I still think that you could argue him as kind of a tweener first, second round type prospect. He's got a lot of kind of quote unquote steps to get to Pittsburgh. Right? Obviously, I don't think he's going to go number 1 to Tennessee. I don't think he'll go number 3 to the Giants, but at least that's been rumored throughout the draft process that he could. I think it's a long shot.
I think Jordan Schultz said today that he's still in play for the Browns at 2.
Yeah, so I mean that's another potential option. The Saints at 9. Shedeur Lens, as our Saints now host, Trace Gerard always likes to say. There's a lot of teams that could draft Shedeur. If he falls though to the Pittsburgh Steelers, later in the first round, you really do have to think about it, man. Mason Rudolph, fine NFL quarterback. Can really start for you in games. I think he's earned a spot on an NFL roster. To me, Shedeur in Pittsburgh, that would be something. It really would. Would you be willing to take a first-round pick? I don't know if he's worth that as a talent, but if you don't get Aaron Rodgers, say he retires or say something else happens, I mean, are you going to roll with Mason Rudolph given like what you said earlier with Cam Hayward and this roster? Like, I think you kind of have to roll the dice and draft Shedeur, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, man, because like I don't love the fit. I don't. He playing in the AFC North, it's tough because especially late in the season, you play in the cold, man. You play in the wind. You play in the snow. You play in the rain. You play outside here in Pittsburgh. And, late in the season, playoff time, if everything goes well with Shedeur, you're playing in cold weather football games. And he's got below average arm strength. So I do have some concerns about his ability to play in tough weather conditions. And then you pair that with the fact that I just don't think he's a special player. I don't think there's anything tangibly or even intangibly that you look at with him and say that's special about him. All right, like he doesn't have special arm strength. He doesn't have special dynamic athleticism to run the football. He doesn't have dynamic arm talent where he can throw from sidearm and off-platform angles, right? He doesn't have any of those special physical traits. And then when it comes to the intangible side of the game, like he doesn't have good anticipation. He's got good but not great mental processing ability. Yep. The thing with guys that are limited physically, Cully, is that they need to be so good, almost perfect in the intangible side of the game, anticipating open routes, mentally processing defenses, making good decisions with the football. Shedeur is not that right now. Compare him to like Tua Tagovailoa when he was coming out of Alabama. Tua was the quarterback that he is right now. Great anticipator. You give him open receivers, he's going to hit them. He's going to get the ball out fast. Shedeur Sanders, he doesn't get the ball out fast. He doesn't anticipate open receivers. In fact, he very much has to see the receiver come open before he throws it. And in the National Football League, if you're combining below average arm strength with a lack of anticipation ability, you know what that equals, Cully? Interceptions at the next level. So even though he had a really low turnover-worthy play percentage in college, he did a great job protecting the football. With the wide hashes and the extra space that you have in college football, he's not going to have that benefit in the National Football League. He's going to have to throw it into tight windows consistently in the league. And unless he develops that anticipation and becomes like a Brock Purdy, Tua Tagovailoa level mental processor and anticipator, I just don't know if I see a legit starting quarterback in the National Football League. And if he is a starter, he's like a mid at best to like below average NFL starter. Right. And like, are you going to spend a first round draft pick on a guy like that, especially heading into his second contract? You might have to pay him 25% of your payroll against the cap to pay a player like that. I just don't know if that is something. What's up, Steelers Smitty? Steelers Smitty is here. Everybody say hi to Steelers Smitty. How's it going, my man? Right. Everybody spam Steelers Smitty in the chat.
Spam it, yo.
Smitty, how you doing tonight, my friend?
What's going on, Yinzers? How we doing?
Yeah! Smitty is here for our Warriors watch party tonight, right? So when does that start?
That's a 9 p.m. tip.
9 p.m. tip, all right? So big night. Say it with me, Cully. Tonight in Pittsburgh. Do you think Aaron Rodgers makes the decision tonight? Steelers, Smitty.
I do.
You think? Yeah!
I think it's going to happen tonight.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
You think it's going to be, all right, see you guys later, goes to black, and then all of a sudden Aaron Rodgers comes up in a puff of smoke?
I mean, that would be quite the gimmick. That would be,
Yes.
That'd be something
Do you think it's gonna be a video call and then like all of a sudden they like raise him up on the stage?
Maybe
Or
something like
or
that.
do you think it's gonna be like, wait, we got one last surprise for you tonight and then bring him on?
I mean, probably one last surprise for you tonight.
Let's go. I love it, Cully.
Hey, listen, I'll just throw this out there. Pat McAfee's a WWE guy. He knows the building.
He knows the business.
He knows the business.
He knows how to make it grandiose.
He
knows
does.
how to,
Yes.
theatricize it up. Like, it's...
He said in his opening monologue here, Steelers Smitty, that the dress rehearsal was so electrifying that they had to push back the start of the show 30 minutes.
Really?
So whatever that means, I think we're in store for a great night. Say it with me, Cully. Tonight. All right. Steelers Smitty, everybody.
Shout out to Steelers.
Do you got anything else you want to say?
I'm good as that.
Just go Dubs.
Go Dubs, that vid's out.
All right, perfect.
out.
Thank you so
Shout
much,
out to
Steelers
Smitty,
Smitty.
man.
Shout out to Smitty. He got our video out on the channel on TJ Watt. So big shout out to Steelers Smitty, baby. Let's go.
Let's go, man.
All right.
All right.
Back to Shedeur.
Back to Shedeur. Look, and you made a lot of great points there. And the one thing is that Shedeur, to me, the antithesis of what he is as a quarterback prospect, is he doesn't have a lot of room for error. He doesn't have a lot of room,
Yeah.
just in terms of being able to develop and everything. And this Pittsburgh team, like you mentioned, you've got guys like they just traded for DK Metcalf. You have George Pickens. You have guys like on the defensive end, such as Minkah Fitzpatrick, Cam Hayward, TJ Watt, all these guys. They're trying to win right now. And so you're going to need the best possible quarterback to win for you come the 2025 NFL season. If you had to rank Shedeur, Sperry, let me ask you this. If you had to rank Shedeur in terms of all possible quarterbacks that could start for the Pittsburgh Steelers come the 2025 NFL season, where would you rank him? Week one.
It's such a tough question because, like, he could develop.
He could.
Out of all the possible, like we're taking off Cam Ward because he's going to go number one. He's not possible.
Right.
I mean, when you compare him to guys like Jackson Dart, Tyler Shuck, I think all three of those guys give you around the same ability to win now. I really do, and I do include Tyler Shuck in that conversation right now because I don't really believe that highly in Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart, especially here in Pittsburgh. But I look at the situation. If you don't get Aaron Rodgers, man, like I think that the focus shifts. The focus shifts from winning now to winning in the future. And Mason Rudolph is your win now option. Mm-hmm. And then you go to the draft and you draft your future option. So whoever you think is going to be the best quarterback heading into 2026 and beyond and eventually take over for Mason this year, that's what you go with. Because let's face it, man, if it's not Aaron Rodgers, I don't think there's anybody else out there that really gives you any chance. Like maybe Kirk Cousins is what like some people would say, but I think his arm strength is gone.
Yeah.
Like it's just, and that's the sign of a quarterback, Coley, that has just lost it. That's too old. All right. We saw it with Matt Ryan. We saw it with Drew Brees. The telltale sign of a quarterback that is done because he's too old is because he doesn't have the arm strength anymore to succeed. And that's not the case with Russell Wilson. That's not the case with Aaron Rodgers, which is why I still think Russ and Rodgers can play. But, when it comes to a guy like Kirk, he just doesn't have the arm strength anymore. Yep. And that's why he threw so many interceptions last year right before he got benched for Michael Penix Jr. So, I don't know, man.
It's tough, dude.
Pat McAfee on Aaron Rodgers during the opening monologue says he's not here. So, maybe he's not in the building, Cully.
Yeah, they do have I think they have a tweet of, see there in the background, they'll show it here in a second.
Oh, yeah. So they're talking about it right now. He says he's not here. Pat McAfee repeated airing of conspiracy theories on ESPN presents. So they're talking about conspiracy theories and stuff. right now. But he said he's not here. So, okay, let's put on our tinfoil hats here, Cully. He's not in the building, but could we see him video call in to the show tonight?
Or maybe is he not in the building right now?
Oh yeah, and could he just not be in the building right now?
That's
And then
what I'm saying.
and then he comes in later. This is like a 2.5 hour long show, man. Like there's still plenty of time for Rodgers to enter the building, right?
100%.
Now, don't get me wrong here, guys. I'm not saying that it's more than likely going to happen. That's not what I'm saying. I still think that it's a non-zero chance that Rodgers makes an appearance, whether it be via virtual kind of FaceTime call the way that he usually does on the show, or if he just shows up late, all this different stuff. I don't think it's a 0% chance, but I do think that it's less than 10%. I do think with McAfee continuously, even today, saying it's not happening, it's not happening, it's not happening, there's always a chance that the WWE kind of wrestler type of guy in him is just like telling you it's not going to happen just to shove it in your face at the end of the show tonight. It's absolutely possible, but if I'd have to guess right now, I don't think Rodgers makes his decision tonight. Okay, then we got $10 from Joseph again. What's up, Joseph? Appreciate you. Says, I really believe Aaron Rodgers will announce tonight, and I do not believe Shedeur Sanders would be a good fit for the Steelers. I hope your first point's right there, Joseph, and then I completely agree with your second point there, where I just don't think that Shedeur Sanders is necessarily a great fit for what the Steelers want to do. Like, the Steelers want to run, like, heavy under center, hand the ball off, play action. Like, Shedeur Sanders, where he's most comfortable in, is in spread formations. Let me change the play at the line of scrimmage. Let me go quick game here. Let me see what the defense is putting in front of me pre-snap, and let me go spread-style offense and get the ball out. That's Shedeur Sanders' style of offense. That doesn't really fit what Arthur Smith wants to do here, man. Like, they want to go play action deep shots. And if there's anything that, Shedeur Sanders really struggles in his game, it's the deep pass, all right? And he's consistently underthrowing his deep passes. Now, when you got guys like DK Metcalf and George Pickens, like, underthrowing those guys, they're still going to have a chance to make a play on the football. It's better than overthrowing consistently. But it's still not ideal. And I think I heard Brian Baldinger at his pro day compare his deep ball to Russell Wilson. I listened to him say that. I'm like, how in the fuck can you make that comparison? Russell Wilson is one of, if not the most beautiful deep balls in the history of the game. We saw it last year where it was like the only good thing about the Steelers offense was the deep ball from Russell Wilson, where he can still throw it 50-plus yards down the field with beautiful touch and drop it out of a helicopter. Like, Shedeur Sanders struggles to get it past 50 yards. He has to, like, wind up to get it to 50 yards, whereas Russ was just, like, pretty easy flick, and it's just beautiful. I just don't know how you can compare Shedeur Sanders' deep ball to Russell Wilson's. He does throw it with touch. I'll give him that. He actually throws with some pretty good touch on fades and different stuff like that. But in terms of truly bombing it down the field, I just don't know if Shedeur Sanders necessarily fits what the Steelers want to do at the quarterback position. But listen, man, like, out of the top quarterback options that you're going to have at your disposal, Sanders, Dart, Shuck, Jalen Milroe, Will Howard, the Steelers are going to have their kind of list of which guys they prefer. And if you don't have Rodgers by draft day, you can't afford to not take one, plain and simply. All right? And, probably you got to take one early. You got to use either your first-round pick or your third-round pick on your quarterback. And probably it's going to be your first-round pick. So it could very well be Shedeur Sanders if he makes it that far.
Yeah.
And if it's not Sanders, it absolutely could be Jackson Dart or Tyler Shuck as well. They've shown interest in those two early-round quarterbacks as well. So I really hope Rodgers signs before the draft so that they can really focus in on other positions, running back, defensive tackle, nickel corner, and kind of complete this roster, not have to worry about having to take a first-round quarterback. Because remember the last time the Steelers were in a position where they had to take a first-round quarterback, and you took a guy named Kenny Pickett, and he was terrible. And by the way, Shedeur Sanders, his profile, very similar to Kenny Pickett's. Both guys coming out kind of uninspiring physical profiles. Both of them were good mental processors and pretty good at seeing the game, but they weren't great at it.
Yeah.
And, I do have a slightly higher grade on Sanders than I had on Pickett, but it's pretty darn close. And I just think that if you're taking Shedeur Sanders in round 1, I think if you're taking Jackson Dart in round 1, I think if you're taking Tyler Shuck in round 1, you are repeating the same mistake that you made back in 2021 when he took Kenny Pickett in a year where it was a bad quarterback class. This is a bad quarterback class. You'd be repeating exactly the same mistake. And we saw the move from Kenny Pickett. It took, he had a good roster around him, wasn't able to make it work. And, we've seen that it has completely ruined this team's ability to get a true franchise-level quarterback. I understand, man. Keep taking dart throws, but, man, it's just I don't think this is the class in the year to go out and take a first-round quarterback. I'd much rather go to next year, all right? You got potentially Nico next year. You got potentially Archie Manning. You got potentially Drew Aller. You've got some guys with cannons next year that can absolutely play in Pittsburgh. With Shedeur Sanders, I'm not too sure. All right, Jackson Dart and Tyler Shuck have stronger arms than Sanders, but they also have their limitations, right? So if you don't have Aaron Rodgers by the draft and you're kind of put in a spot where you got to take a quarterback in round 1 or at least really, really early, I think that's a really bad spot to be in here, ladies and gentlemen, and I really, really hope they can find a resolution to this Rodgers business, and hopefully he's wearing a Steelers uniform by the time the draft comes around, because we're 15 days away from the first day there in Green Bay. It's crazy. It's coming up on us fast. So quick. And if they don't have Rodgers on the roster, I think they probably got to take a quarterback, and that is the last thing I want them to do in round 1.
Yeah, and I think you nailed it on the head. I mean, this quarterback class is very similar to that quarterback class in which Kenny Pickett was the only quarterback taken in round 1. I remember Malik Willis. I mean, there's so many guys that just did not pan out from that class. And again, I think Cam Ward will ultimately be a really fine NFL QB that could flirt with maybe a top 10 NFL quarterback at his peak. But outside of that, I mean, Shedeur Sanders, like you said, you're hoping he's battling for like 12th, 15th best quarterback. Like, it's not ideal.
And that's if he hits.
That's if he hits.
We're talking about being in the same situation that the San Francisco 49ers are in with Brock Purdy, and that's if it works. All right, Brock Purdy, his anticipation and mental processing ability, even his out-of-structure playmaking, it's all really good. All right, and Brock Purdy is the best case scenario for Shedeur Sanders. Yeah. All right, and there's a lot of people in San Francisco that are like, we don't want to pay Brock Purdy all this money. Yeah. He's not worth 25% of our cap. All right, if everything works out, the Steelers are in that same situation 4 or 5 years down the road. All right, and that would be good for the short term because you get a quarterback that's serviceable, wins you football games, gives you a chance. But in the long term, it's like, well, do we really want to pay a guy that's limited and needs help around him $80 million or whatever the number is going to be when his next contract comes up? I mean, because by then, Caleb's going to be paid, Drake May's going to be getting paid, Jaden Daniels is going to get paid, and they're going to get paid astronomical amounts of money.
A lot of money.
So, if you're going to pay Shedeur Sanders to be your quarterback of the future, you're going to give him that big second contract, he's got to be worth it. He's got to be somebody that's worth it. All right, and I think even if he hits, I'm not sure if he's going to be a guy that's worth 25% of your cap. And that sucks if you have to take him this year. It absolutely sucks. $2 from my man Nico. What's up, Nico?
Yo.
Says, yo, appreciate you, Nico, for the $2 donation.
I'll make a little deal here, Sperry. So I just did the math on all our kind of super chats plus Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals, all that stuff. We're roughly at about $300 total. We get to 400. I'm going to take down another beer bong. Again, $5 shots right now. So if you guys want to get in on that, $5 shots, we still have that deal going on. If we get to 500, I'll do a boot.
All right. If we get to 500, what are we at right now?
So we're about 302, 305.
All right. So we're at around $300. So we need $200 more dollars in donations here. And Captain Cully's going to be taking down the first boot of the night. And I'll say this too. If we get to 750 tonight, I will do a boot. All right, I'll do a boot. Okay, so we're 200 away from a Cully boot, and we're 450 away from a Sperry boot here. All right, so you guys know me, man. I am absolutely somebody that does not like drinking boots, but I will do one tonight if we can make this thing go crazy. So
maybe we could race.
Just to remember, we could race potentially. Absolutely. All right. Just a reminder here, guys, we are going to be giving away a Steelers jersey. $20 donations get you in. Already over $300 in donations today, and something tells me we're going to be getting more here in just a second. $20 gets you in on the Steelers jersey raffle. It's dealer's choice, so whoever wins gets to pick the jersey of the player of their choosing. So make sure you guys get those $20 donations in, and it's double your raffle tickets if you use Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. Captain Cole, you want to put up my information on screen here, just so everyone knows. Just so everyone knows.
So everybody knows.
There it is. All right, there's my Venmo at Jack-Sperry. Money sign Captain Jack 19 on Cash App, or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. If you guys want to get in on the raffle today, double your raffle tickets. You get 2 raffle tickets for every 20 you send in via Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. And then for every 50 you send in, not only do you get the raffle tickets, but also we're going to give away a free raffle ticket for every $50 super chat and donation that comes in today. Also, we're taking your Steelers questions all throughout the night here, guys. So if you have any questions about the draft, if you got any questions about the players that they're bringing in for the top 30 visits, we had Omarion Hampton today. We had Derek Harmon today. We're going to have Shedeur Sanders tomorrow. Make sure you guys get those questions in. Any dollar amount, super chat, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, we will make sure to talk about whatever Steelers topic that you want to talk about. All right, so now I want to shift our focus of conversation here, Cully, to Aaron Rodgers. And, Rodgers, if he doesn't announce tonight, and, every inclination that we have gotten from McAfee and everybody at this Big Night Aht event indicates that he is not going to be there and he is not going to be making a decision tonight. If that ends up being the case, then you have to start wondering, well, why is he waiting so long? Because it would make sense that he would wait for this event, all right? It would be a chance for him to get in front of a Yinzer audience, get a hero's welcome, talk about why he's excited to play for the Steelers. Like, if you're looking for a way to ingratiate yourself with a fan base, an event like this, especially one that's hosted by his buddy, Pat McAfee, where he knows it's going to be a friendly environment, is perfect for him to make this announcement. But everything that we've been hearing is that it's not going to be tonight. So if it's not tonight, then the question begs, all right, well, what other information do you need in order to make this decision? Because he's already had a 6-hour visit. He's already thrown with DK Metcalf at UCLA. Apparently, the contract parameters, according to Tom Pelissero, have been done for weeks. So, what new information needs to be presented to Aaron Rodgers for him to make this decision? And, I just don't know what it would be at this point. And there's only one more thing in this offseason, Cully, where he could get more information about the Steelers, and that's the NFL draft. All right? And is it possible that right now he has a 2-year contract on the table, and he does not want to get Kirk Cousins? He doesn't want to sign a multiple-year contract like Cousins did in Atlanta last year, and then the Steelers take a first-round quarterback to replace him. And then if they do replace him, he doesn't want to be held hostage like Kirk Cousins is right now in Atlanta. If he signs a 2-year deal and they have an heir apparent waiting in the wings in Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart or Tyler Shuck or whoever they draft in the first round, then it becomes a question of, okay, I don't know, if I stink and you replace me with the rookie, then you have the ability to trade me on my second year of my contract. I don't control my destiny. So what I would say to that, Cully, is just sign a 1-year deal. Just sign a 1-year deal or have a player option on that second year. That's what I would say. But then also, could he just want to wait until he sees what the Steelers draft? Does he just want to see what he's working with before he makes that final decision? I think that's certainly a possibility as well. Do you have any theories as to why Aaron Rodgers has not made this decision yet? And if he doesn't sign tonight, when do you think that decision would come down?
I mean, it's a really interesting conversation because, look, if he doesn't sign tonight, which, again, we're not even sure that he will, I'd say I'd give it, at this point, the longer the night goes on, the further and further down, obviously, the chances go. But I don't know about that. I think that if it's Rodgers tonight, it's going to be at the end. It's going to be at the very end. They're going to be like, all right, see ya, goodbye. Oh, wait. I'm getting a FaceTime call. Let's pick it up. And it's like Aaron Rodgers or something. It's going to be theatrical like that. I don't think it's going to be in the middle of the show because it would take away the grand finale. This has got grand finale written all over it. So that's what I think. Maybe. But to me, like, this would be something where Rodgers, again, he took his time whenever he, went to his darkness retreat. He kind of works on his own schedule. So the common man thinks, all right, this could be a great time to sign. He doesn't sign tonight. Okay, maybe he signs right before the draft. He doesn't sign on the draft or the day of the draft or, one of the 3 days that the draft's going on. I think, to be honest, if he doesn't sign tonight, it's going to be post-draft. And I do think it's going to be potentially even later than maybe the first, second, third week. Because that's just kind of who he is at this point, right? Like, he's going to beat to the beat of his own drum, so to speak. Like, he's going to do it at his own pace. And really, he's got no incentive to really rush it at this point unless the Steelers come out and say, hey, we need a decision from you by X date or whatever.
Yeah, and, maybe he's waiting to, maybe he has an appointment for a darkness retreat and he doesn't want to make a decision until he gets that appointment. Now, you could say he's Aaron frickin' Rodgers. Like, just tell them you're Aaron Rodgers and they'll probably move up. They'll probably, kick whoever has that slot out. Like, why hasn't he done the darkness retreat? He's had a month at this point to go into the darkness and find clairvoyance. Why has he not done it yet, if that's what he's waiting for? But, it's just, there's a reason why Aaron Rodgers' documentary is entitled Enigma. Because nobody knows. Nobody knows what he's thinking. All right? And, I can try to break this down for you logically, and the only logical kind of explanation is he wants to make 100% sure there's some sort of information that he doesn't have yet that he needs to have, whether that's whether that's or not taking a quarterback round one, whether that's seeing the entire draft class and knowing exactly the team that he's working with before he signs on the dotted line. Whatever it is, whether it's waiting for Minnesota, there's a lot of different things that it could be. I think it would be stupid to wait for Minnesota at this point because, the chances that J.J. McCarthy is a setback or just sucks during the offseason, it's less than 5%. So if he's waiting for Minnesota, I think he's banking, precious time on a less than 5% chance, all right? J.J. McCarthy's going to be the starting quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings next year. So I think it's stupid if that's the reason why he has not signed with the team yet. Speaking of J.J. McCarthy, Mr. James Yoder, host of the Michigan Football Report here at Chat Sports and the CEO of our beloved company, says how big of a super chat is needed for Captain Cully to get a Chat Sports tattoo on his shoulder. Captain Cully, I can't answer this question for you.
Yeah, I didn't realize our company was put up for sale. Because, at this point, I need to be the CEO if I was going to do that way. But, hey, Mr. Yoder, hey, listen, James, we appreciate it, but
Would you do it for 1,000?
1,000? Probably not.
Would you do it for 2,000?
We'll talk numbers.
All right,
he knows where he sees me every day. He knows where I sit. He's got my address in his office somewhere. And we can talk numbers another time.
We'll talk some numbers. I'd say this: if we break the all-time record for super
let me ask you
chats,
this. How much would you be willing to pay for someone to get the Steelers Talk logo tattooed on them? How much would you personally be willing to pay?
I don't know, man.
Because I need to gauge our market here. Because obviously this is a new, I don't know what my market is. How should I ask for?
Listen, man, I have a bet, and Cole, you probably don't know this, but I have a working bet with the people of Steelers Nation, and this is my kind of deal that I have made. And I made it 2 years ago.
Yep.
When I first started this show, I said that if the Steelers win a Super Bowl, I will get the MVP's name, his signature, tattooed on my ass.
Oh. All right.
All right. So that's the deal that I've made. Okay. All right. So if Aaron Rodgers comes here, wins a Super Bowl MVP, Aaron Rodgers, right on the right cheek. All right. That's where it's going.
Okay.
All right. So that's the deal that I've made. But Captain Cully, you don't have a number?
That's what I'm saying. I need to figure out that number. So it would have to be a lot.
Like 5,000?
It would have to be something where it would be. I'm not gonna disclose that number on camera, but it's going to have to be a lot.
It's going to be a lot. Okay.
It's going to be a lot of money.
Gotcha. $20 from my man Joseph Ricard, my man. 20 again gets him another raffle ticket. He says, what are y'all's thoughts on Jackson Dart? He was a good quarterback for Ole Miss, and I think he could go in the draft pretty quick. What are y'all's thoughts? So I actually have a lot of graphics on Jackson Dart. Do we want to grab those, or I could just give my take on them?
If that's take, I can.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll talk about Jackson Dart here, guys. I have a round 2 grade on Dart. And kind of for similar reasons why I don't have like a top 10 grade on Shedeur Sanders, are kind of the same reasons why I don't have a round 1 grade on Jackson Dart. I think that he's got limited upside, and that limited upside comes from a lack of pocket presence and a lack of true dynamic arm talent, in my opinion. Now, he's got arm strength. He can throw the deep ball. I'd say it's an A- to B+ arm in terms of arm strength for the NFL game. But he's a limited mental processor, is a very college-y style offense there at Ole Miss. And what I mean by that, lots of screens, lots of RPOs, lots of schemed open first reads. All right, so there's not a whole lot of him going 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 effectively. All right, he's got some flashes of that, but it's not very consistent on his film from Ole Miss this past season. Also, there's the fact that he played some of his worst football in the fourth quarter with the game on the line against tougher opponents. Just look at the end of the Florida game where he threw 3 turnover-worthy throws at the end of that football game, threw 2 crucial interceptions to lose that football game against, let's face it, a not very good Florida Gator football team. And, I think that his lack of pocket presence is something that I really, really struggle with, because the best quarterbacks in the league and the stars of this league, Coley, they're able to feel that pressure intuitively, step up in the pocket, get out of the pocket, understand where the pressure is coming from, and they just innately feel where that pressure is coming from. Jackson Dart doesn't really do that at all. He drifts into pressure. He creates pressure for himself. He does have some nice examples of, staring down the barrel when he's pressured and just throwing a high-level throw down the field. And he's got some good touch down the field. He's very efficient downfield passer, and I love his competitive toughness. And he's a plus rusher as well. But I think that his upside is a bit limited, which is why, I honestly think he might be a better fit for what the Steelers want to do here than Shedeur Sanders is, but I think Sanders is the slightly better prospect overall. So when I look at a guy like Jackson Dart, Coley, you can give your thoughts on him here in just a second, but this is a bad quarterback class, plain and simply, okay? And he's somebody that I think will go potentially in round 1 because of the quarterback desperation that a lot of teams currently have, and they have every single year. But I think best case scenario, he's a diet version of Jalen Hurts where he's not as fast. Yeah. And Jalen Hurts is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination either, all right? Like, he just won a Super Bowl, but he had, like, the best roster in football around him. He's not without his warts, all right? And that's somebody, I think Jalen Hurts is a borderline top 10 quarterback, and if you're getting that out of Jackson Dart, you are thrilled. But then once again, it's a question of, is he worth the giant second contract that you'd have to give him, even if he hits? I think he's kind of like a Derek Carr type of quarterback, man, where he's like middling. He's not going to do anything special. He's not going to be a star. He's generally accurate to all levels of the field. There's things I like about him, and, honestly, I think he's a better fit scheme-wise than Shedeur Sanders is. But, I can't say I would love the pick if he ends up being the pick for the Steelers in round 1.
Oh, yeah, I 100% agree. Like, if I could describe Jackson Dart in, like, a sentence, is if you're going to be dumb, you better be tough. Because he, at times, will make some of the most boneheaded decisions, just whether he's taking on a linebacker, some of the throws that he decides to make, just boneheaded decision making, like stuff that you just like. It's a red flag, to be honest. Like watching some of the stuff back from Ole Miss this past season, where they had a really loaded roster in the SEC. And look, I think Dart could be a guy that if you get him under the right coaching in the right environment, yeah, sure, he could thrive and be a potential NFL QB, a starter potentially one day. But even then, like, I don't know if round 1 would even be a thought for me, to be honest. Like, I think Dart is a guy that, like you said, quarterback, the inflation of the position, it's always going to get propped up higher than what it should be.
I mean, when you talk about positional value, it is at the top of the pyramid, and then there's a big gap between quarterback and the rest of the positions.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to have at number 2, left tackle, edge rusher, whatever it is, quarterback is clear and away at number 1, by far. And I think Dart could potentially be a quarterback that gets elevated into round 1. If I'm a team in that back half of the first round, I'm staying away. There's so many other options, and I would rather take the best player available versus the positional need at quarterback.
Yeah, I completely agree. But if you don't have Aaron Rodgers and you have Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson as the only quarterbacks on your roster night 1 of the draft, like, what's kind of crazy is that Rodgers might wait till after the draft to make sure they don't take a quarterback in round 1. Yeah. But, like, him not being on the roster might be the exact thing that drives a quarterback into their arms. Because, like, if you're the Steelers and you don't have an answer from Rodgers, now maybe Rodgers tells you, all right, if you don't draft a quarterback in round 1, I'm yours. All right, I'm just going to wait till after the first round to make sure of it. But if you don't draft one in round 1, I'm signing with you. If that's the case, then, like, maybe you do think about not taking a quarterback in round 1, and then you sign Rodgers the next day. And maybe that's the way that it's going to go down. I don't know, all right? Like we said, no one knows how this is going to go down. We're a month in the free agency, and the guy still hasn't signed.
Yep.
But, you know, I think that pretty much everything is on the table at this point. If he doesn't sign tonight and if he doesn't announce it tonight. But by the way, Steelers Twitter is absolutely going nuts right now because they made the same connection we made.
Yep.
He's not here equals he's coming on via Zoom later today.
Okay.
That's what everybody is thinking right now. And I think that there is somewhat of a possibility of that happening because he usually zooms in on these shows.
Yep.
All right. So for them to say he's not here, I mean, of course, the speculation's going to go there, but maybe it's just the hopium. I mean, I'm just drinking the hopium like I'm drinking this fucking drink, man. Like, goodness gracious, but I just want this to be over. I just want it to be over. I don't want to have to worry about taking Shedeur in round 1 or trading up for him, even worse. Like, I just want to have my quarterback, and I want to move forward into the draft, which is in 2 weeks. $5 from my man Rob Kelly. Thank you so much. Rob says Rodgers makes the team way better. Big Ben agrees. That is another thing. Big Ben, you know, he was talking with McAfee on his podcast today, and they were talking about Rodgers and how he absolutely makes the Steelers better. There goes the next shot from Captain Cully. We're still rolling on $5 shots, by the way.
Ooh. Yeah, no, I agree. I look, Rodgers, I think we all can agree, is the best option left out there for the Pittsburgh Steelers, whether it's the draft, whether it's, you know.
Actually, I don't think everybody would agree. I think there's a good contingent of Steelers fans that would actually prefer Mason Rudolph to Aaron Rodgers.
If you prefer Mason Rudolph, type MR down below. If you prefer Aaron Rodgers, type AR. I want to get a poll quickly.
Should we just start a new poll?
Yeah, let's do a poll.
Let's just start a new poll.
You got it, or here?
You can take it.
I got you.
So we're gonna start a new live poll here, guys. If you could choose the Steelers starting quarterback for next year, Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph, who would you pick? We got over 400 people watching live right now. Captain Cully's going to put in the new poll. Make sure you go vote.
Yep.
By the way, we got a Venmo.
There we go.
And I will send you. Going to get the party started here.
There we go. So it is in. Make sure you send your votes down below. We got Bo saying MR. We got Steeler fans saying AR. We got The Game 5071 saying Mason. Freedom says Rodgers easily.
The early vote is 70-30 Rodgers.
Okay.
Keep voting. Keep voting.
Keep voting. Greg's saying Aaron Rodgers. Robert's saying Mason Rudolph. I mean, I'm not going to lie, the chat seems more divided than the actual poll does, based on what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Well, I think that the Mason people are really loud about it because they really don't want Aaron Rodgers. You know, like the people that want Mason Rudolph are the people that are like never Rodgers people. Never. All right, like they are like, I would rather have Kenny Pickett or or Duck Hodges. I'd rather have Duck Hodges out of retirement than Aaron Rodgers.
Shout out to Duck Hodges. Duck Hodges.
By the way, Steelers legend Duck Hodges, man.
Steelers legend.
By the way, this vote's getting a little bit closer. It's still around 70-30, though. So most Steelers fans would rather have Aaron Rodgers. And I think that, you know, most people that just don't just hate Rodgers and just will take any quarterback other than Rodgers would probably tell you that Rodgers is the better quarterback.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think when you look at all the other options, and you know what, Coley? So there's a name that we haven't talked about tonight that I think is actually a legitimate possibility for the Steelers as a veteran quarterback, because Omar Khan, the GM, has already said they're adding another veteran no matter what. So, like, I do think they're going to draft a quarterback no matter what. I think it depends what round. And I think that they will add a veteran quarterback, whether that's Aaron Rodgers or somebody else. All right? I think a veteran option that they will think about is bringing Ryan Tannehill out of retirement.
Okay.
Because we got a report from Jordan Schultz a couple of weeks ago that Tannehill was talking with the Vikings. And there seems to be a little bit of interest on his part to potentially sign with an NFL team this year. He did not play last year, by the way. I mean, he has said in the past he only wants to sign a contract if there's a chance to start for an NFL team moving forward. the Steelers' job is somewhat open, and like they offer him a chance to at least compete for the job with Mason Rudolph. I'm not even here to convince you that he would beat out Mason Rudolph. I mean, like Rudolph might be a better quarterback than Tannehill at this point in their respective careers. But Arthur Smith got the most out of Ryan Tannehill, and Tannehill had by far the best years of his career working within his system. If Tannehill is going to make one more go of it in the National Football League, and the team that Arthur Smith calls plays for becomes available, I think that is absolutely a call that he would pick up for and he would listen to. And if there's a legitimate chance to become a starting quarterback again in the league, I think he would jump at the chance to do that. And he's obviously a great fit for what Arthur Smith wants to do here. But I think there's serious questions as to a Ryan Tannehill coming off a year of no football would look like here in the Steelers offense, because he wasn't looking all that great when he was still playing at the end of his career in Tennessee.
Yeah, usually guys that take a year off from the NFL don't come back better than what they were beforehand, normally.
Yeah, exactly. And then just look at Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson was a superstar quarterback. All right, Aaron Rodgers was a superstar quarterback. Yep. And then they take years off, and then, people are surprised that they're not any good, that they don't play very well when they get back. All right? And, I think when it comes to the quarterback position, if you don't get Rodgers this season, you can just kiss any chance at a championship goodbye. I think that you draft the quarterback that you think gives you the best chance to have success in future seasons. I think that's honestly where it goes. And then your hope for the season is Mason Rudolph, which is still like a 0% chance. But the players in the locker room believe in Mason Rudolph because of what he did at the end of the 2023 season. I think that your ceiling is 9-10 wins with Mason Rudolph. In a first-round playoff exit, exactly where this team has been over the last several seasons, which is why I don't want him. I want Aaron Rodgers because at least you get a little bit more ceiling there. Yep. But I do think that Mason Rudolph will probably be the veteran quarterback option that is the favorite to start week one if Rodgers ends up not coming here to Pittsburgh. All right, we got a $50 Venmo from Derek Smooth. Let's go, man. And he says, "What's up, my guys? Glad this show is later than normal so I could join the party. Appreciate you, Derek. 50 buckaroos." And not only does he get the 2 raffle tickets for the Steelers jersey giveaway later today, but he's also a good Samaritan. We're giving away a free raffle entry right now. Spam those me's.
Spam those me's, baby.
In the chat.
Let's go.
Who wants a free raffle entry? Come on, baby. Spam those me's. We got CJ Ross, Eric Dexter, Kenneth, Voxy, Joshua. We've got Bo. We got Michael. We got Gen 5. We got Jeffrey. We got Mike. We got Dominator. We got Voxy, CJ Ross, Chris, Kenneth, Jason. Who wants it? 30 more seconds.
30 more seconds. Let's go.
Got Hot Rod 24, Wayne. We've got Michael. We got Gen 5, Chris N. We've got Wayne Gary. We've got Titus Kitchens, Michael Dinwiddie. We've got Joshua, Greg, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to give this one to one of the longest supporters of our show. Watches just about every single live show. Watches all of our watch parties. He's a real one. And his name is Hot Rod 24. Hot Rod, you are in the jersey raffle tonight, my friend. Appreciate your support for the channel. And keep sending in those $20 donations. If you got a question that you want me and Cully to talk about on the show, feel free to send in a question. Any dollar amount, super chat, we'll get your question up on screen, and we'll talk about whatever Steelers topic that you want. $5 super chat from my man, Anthony Fuller. Says, I hope we end this tonight. We got to quit putting Band-Aids. Wait, is this one? This one's from earlier, isn't it?
Oh, shoot. God, live stream loves to do this. All right, sorry about that. That's Shannon Cassidy.
Shannon Cassidy coming in with a 5.
That's my fault.
Says Mason for Archie. So I think Shannon here is suggesting that we play Mason Rudolph so that we will suck next year so that we can get Archie Manning. Is that what you're suggesting there, Shannon?
That's what I'm reading.
First of all, this is not a Mike Tomlin mentality. All right,
No.
Mike Tomlin is the last person on
Yes.
earth that will accept a tank scenario.
100%.
All right, so if you're hoping that the Steelers are going to embrace a tank next year, it ain't happening. All right, they're going to try to win. And especially with Cam Hayward with just 2 years left in his career, if they were going to embrace a tank, Coley, if they wanted to do right by him, they'd trade him away. In fact, they would trade T.J. Watt away instead of paying him the astronomical amount of money they're about to give him in an extension. They would trade Minkah Fitzpatrick. They would trade George Pickens. They wouldn't have traded for DK Metcalf. They would be starting over. All right, they wouldn't have given up their second-round pick for DK Metcalf. All right, they're making moves that indicate they want to win now. And by the way, their interest in Rodgers shows that interest in winning now as well. So would I love for Archie Manning to be an option for the Steelers? We'll see how he does at Texas. I don't even know if this kid's any good.
Yeah.
All right, like he was the number one prospect in the country coming out of high school, and obviously he's got the name. And a lot of people are saying they want Archie Manning. Have never seen the kid play.
Right.
All right, like I want to see how he does. All right, he's got a big arm. He's got a ton of hype. Let's see first before we crown him the next king of the Steel City. Let's watch him play a little bit against college competition before we say we got a tank for him. That'd be my take on that. Now, if he does come out in the draft next year, that's a possibility. Nico, I'm not even going to try to say his last name out of Tennessee. Yami Lava. I completely butchered that, but Yama Liava. Did I get that?
Yama Liava.
Okay, I got it.
There we go.
All right. We got Nico.
You did get it. You got it, Sperry.
And then we have Drew Aller out of
Yes.
Penn State, who I would really love. I think Aller's a little raw, but he's getting another year of college experience, and who knows how high he's going to go up the draft board in 2026 with his next year with the Nittany Lions. He's got a cannon for an arm, man, and who knows who else is going to come up the ranks next year and win a surprise. Who's going to be the next Jaden Daniels, or who's going to be the next Joe Burrow, that comes out of nowhere to kind of, take the NFL draft by storm in 2026. It happens pretty much every single year where somebody comes up. This year was Cam Ward that was able to establish himself as the number one overall quarterback in this class. $5 from my man Dominator. Says, do you think with or without Rodgers, the Steelers are a Super Bowl contender? No. Listen, man, even with Aaron Rodgers, the idea that they are a Super Bowl contender, in my opinion, is questionable. All right, a lot of things still need to go right, and there goes Captain Cully again. But a lot of things still need to go right with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They got to get the right running back in the draft. They got to fill out the rest of the coffers in the defensive line.
Right.
They got to get a good nickel corner in the draft, and then the offensive line. This is a big one, Cully, has to develop. All right, you've already spent the draft capital on the offensive line. Spent a first-round pick the last 2 years on your offensive tackles, and Broderick Jones now is going to have his chance to finally play left tackle after playing 2 years out of position at right tackle. Hopefully, Broderick's a lot better. Troy Fautanu pretty much missed his entire rookie season with a knee injury. Hopefully, he can stay healthy. Then you got Mason McCormick, who was kind of forced to move from left guard in college to right guard in the pros, as well as getting used to a higher level of competition, and he wasn't ready for it in his rookie season. Hopefully, he's got a great physical profile after a full offseason of work. Hopefully, he gets more comfortable on the right side. He becomes a bona fide starter. You spent a second-round pick last year on Zach Frazier. He's already a top 10 center in the league, in my opinion. And you got Isaac Seumalo, who's a very good, solid left guard. So, I think a lot of things need to go right for the Steelers to be able to be a legitimate Super Bowl contender, but at least with Aaron Rodgers, you have a fighting chance. With Mason Rudolph, everything can go right with the offensive line and the run game and all that different stuff. I think you're winning 10 games, you're a wild card team, and you're losing in the first round of the playoffs. Exactly where this team was last year, because there's only, there's certain quarterbacks that can only go so high, even with an elite surrounding cast. I think Mason Rudolph is one of those guys. He's a good spot starter, can get you a win in a pinch, but to dedicate a whole season to him as your starting quarterback, that has like Gardner Minshew vibes written all over it for the Las Vegas Raiders, and look where they're drafting in the draft this year, all right? Like, I just don't love that scenario for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And obviously, if you don't get Rodgers at this point, the options are sparse, to say the least, Commander Cully. Or not Commander Cully, Captain Cully. Why did I say Commander? I don't even get it. I don't even know where that comes from. We got $5 here from my man Bernard. Says, do you guys think Rodgers is washed? I don't. Or he could be, Coley, is what I'll give the answer for. He could be, and he could even fall further down the slope this year. That's a possibility. But there's also a chance here, Coley. We actually have some player 2 comps with Brett Favre and Tom Brady that we can compare here. There is a track record for all-time great Hall of Fame style quarterbacks, and I think we agree Aaron Rodgers fits into that category, going to a new team past the age of 40 or at 40 and having success with new teams. We saw it with Brett Favre going from the New York Jets to the Minnesota Vikings, and Captain Cully's going to get us those graphics here so I can show you what I'm talking about. But you guys take a look here at Favre's numbers in 2008 versus what Rodgers' numbers were last year with the Jets, and Rodgers' numbers were actually better. Favre had one of the highest interception percentages of his career that year, 4.2%. Rodgers is still under 2% and had a higher touchdown percentage, higher quarterback rating, all this different stuff that we're talking about here. And then actually, can we show Favre 2008, 2009? This is what Favre did the next year on a Vikings team, which, by the way, the year prior won 10 games and lost in the first round in the playoffs. Does that sound familiar, Steelers fans? That's exactly the Steelers situation right now. And Favre, who was 40 years old, and by the way, didn't have an off-season program. He showed up at training camp in August, and he had one of the best seasons of his entire NFL career. Over a yard more per attempt with the Vikings in 2009 than with the Jets in 2008. 2 points higher in the touchdown percentage department. Far lower interception percentage and jumps in the passer rating over 20 points. And by the way, guys, Brett Favre had that Vikings team one play away from going to a Super Bowl, all right? So absolutely, it's still possible for a quarterback to be 40 years old or older, go to a new team, and get that team close to a Super Bowl. And then we've even seen quarterbacks get their teams to Super Bowls and win them, namely the GOAT, Tom Brady, back in 2019. It was the worst season of Tom Brady's career, and everybody said he was washed up. His final season there in Foxborough with the New England Patriots, lowest completion percentage of his career, had a much lower yards per attempt than his career average. All of his numbers were down, and Rodgers' numbers were objectively better than Brady's in 2024 compared to what Brady's was in 2019. Then Brady goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who, by the way, were 7-9. All right, 7-9 the year prior to Brady going there. They weren't even a playoff team. And in one season, you look at these giant increases in production for Brady, who was 43 years old, older than Aaron Rodgers. And he led that team. By the way, that was a COVID season, Cully. So he didn't have an offseason really that season either. He goes to a new team, and he doesn't just get the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to the Super Bowl. He won the damn Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, yes, there is a precedent for an older Aaron Rodgers who still has his arm strength, still has his arm talent to come in here to Pittsburgh, and with the right weapons around him, hopefully DK Metcalf and George Pickens can be for Rodgers what Mike Evans and Chris Godwin were for Tom Brady. All right, maybe. I mean, Rodgers is still one of the more intelligent quarterbacks in the history of the game. He doesn't turn the football over. He still has really good arm strength. And here's another thing that I'll point out here, guys. He's a year removed from an Achilles. Yep. All right, so this is year 2 off of the Achilles, which is, if you ask any doctor on Achilles, is that's better. All right, the second year off the Achilles is much better than the first. So he's going to be more mobile than he was in New York last year. And he's not going to have the crumbling infrastructure that he had with the New York Jets. The head coach got fired. The offensive coordinator was the biggest, dumbest idiot calling an NFL offense anywhere. Nathaniel Hackett's terrible. All right, and then they replaced him for somebody that didn't know what he was doing either, in Todd Downing. All right, so if Rodgers comes here, he's going to have better coaching. He's going to have better play calling. He's going to have a more complete roster around him, in my opinion. Yep. And, I think that this is a scenario here where it's a more stable situation that I think Rodgers can potentially thrive in. Now, does the possibility still exist that, he loses his arm strength and, he's just as bad as he was with New York last year and he completely spirals out of control? Absolutely, that possibility exists. He's 41 years old, for Christ's sakes. But does the possibility also exist that he could do what Brady and Favre did at the end of their careers and completely have one last kind of dance with a new team? Brady went to 3 consecutive playoffs after he was 43 years old. So, Rodgers still has the ability to throw the football. He still has the ability to pick apart defenses. And when you compare him as the quarterback option compared to not only the guys still left in free agency, but also the guys that you could potentially get in the NFL draft, it's not even close, Captain Cully. The Steelers are truly desperate to get him in their building.
Yeah, I mean, you would 100 I'm always of the opinion I would rather. Sorry, I'm gonna turn myself up a little bit. I'm of the opinion that I would rather give myself a potential chance of being great than no chance at all. And the thing is I'm not saying any slight to any of the quarterbacks in the NFL draft. But the fact of the matter is, if you draft a Shedeur Sanders, if you draft a Jackson Dart, if you draft Tyler Shuck, the chances of you being great in 2025 significantly go down versus signing Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
So if you're of the opinion, like where the Steelers are, you brought back Mike Tomlin, you have this, older roster that's in win now mode, why would you not want to be great? Why would you not want to be great? And the alternative is, you could go younger. Yes, you could roll with Mason Rudolph. Mason Rudolph at his peak. I mean, the Steelers, I guess, would be a playoff contender, I guess, but they're not, competing for a Super Bowl with Mason Rudolph. I don't think anybody thinks.
Yeah.
And I just
playoff contender at best.
At best. And so it's just, to me, if you're the Steelers, you want the chance to be great, especially with all these great players that you have on the roster. Rodgers gives you the best chance to be great.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, my biggest worry, and this would almost be worst case scenario for me, I think Kirk Cousins is washed. People, we asked the question about Aaron Rodgers being washed. Kirk Cousins has something that Rodgers doesn't, which is that he's lost his arm strength. And that was why he threw so many interceptions in the final month of his Falcons career before he got benched for Michael Penix Jr. I think he had one touchdown to I think it was 9 interceptions in his final 4 weeks. Mm-hmm. It was abysmal. And, as the season goes on and, the weather conditions get worse, having a noodle arm, it just makes it even more and more ineffective as an offense. And then to get Kirk Cousins, you probably have to trade something to Atlanta to go get him. So not only do you get an ineffective quarterback and you have to pay him on his current contract that he has with Atlanta, but you also have to give up a draft pick to get him. All right, that's the worst case scenario for me. But Cully, if you don't get Aaron Rodgers, I feel like that's probably what the Steelers would want to do because they want to have a veteran lead the way here. And I just don't believe that they think Mason Rudolph can get them there where they think there's an outside chance Kirk Cousins can get you there.
Yeah, I completely
even though he's only won 1 playoff game in his entire career. That was when he was in his prime.
Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely not winning one now.
Yeah.
It's we've known this for weeks, guys. If you don't get Aaron Rodgers, your chances of being a high-level football team and, getting up there go way down, which is why, Cully, my strategy, if you don't get Rodgers, is all right, let's get somebody for the future. Have Mason in there. Maybe you make another playoff run and we have a fun season with Mason as the quarterback.
Yep.
And then we gear up for potentially, giving Cam Hayward one last run in 2026. I think that's what the focus needs to be on if you don't get Rodgers, because I just don't see any quarterback in the draft, free agency, trade, whatever, unless Brock Purdy becomes available,
right.
Which would be crazy. None of those other quarterbacks in free agency or in the draft get you to the spot that you want to go. So if I'm running the Steelers and you don't get Rodgers, I'm taking, whatever between Shedeur, Jackson Dart, or Tyler Shuck that I like the best.
Right.
Will Howard, Jalen Milroe, whatever.
Yep.
Whatever you think is going to be the best chance to be a long-term starter for you, that's the guy I'm taking. And that's what I'm doing. That would be a sad life, and that would be disappointing to know that, the Steelers have a roster that they believe can compete for a Super Bowl right now, and you just don't have the quarterback.
Right.
And by the way, if you thought the Brandon Ayuk miss, last year Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin put all of their eggs in the Brandon Ayuk basket. They were sure that the 49ers were going to trade him to the Steelers, and it didn't happen. And you were stuck with Van fucking Jefferson as your wide receiver too. And you saw the result. It wasn't good enough offensively to win a playoff game. It was good enough to get to 10 wins and go to a playoff game and do all that stuff, but you lost your final 5 games.
Yep.
And you lost most of them in blowout fashion.
100%.
It's your defense can be as good as it could possibly be. Your run game can be as good as it possibly can be. Your receiving room can be as good as it can possibly be. If you don't have at least a quarterback that can win with a great roster around him, you have no chance. And I just don't think, there's 3 tiers of quarterbacks. There's the trucks, the guys that can pull a roster to a championship. I think we all agree that guys like Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, those are the guys that can pull a roster.
Clear four.
They can pull a team forward. Then there's guys that can potentially win a Super Bowl with a great roster around them. We just saw that with Jalen Hurts. All right, we saw it potentially with Brock Purdy, who was a couple plays away from winning a Super Bowl as well. There's a lot of different players that could win with the right pieces around them. I think Jared Goff falls into that category as well. Then there's a third tier, and this is where most quarterbacks are in, where no matter what roster you put around them, you have no shot. And I think, unfortunately, as much as I love Mason Rudolph because he's a Steelers legend, he got us to the playoffs on that 3-game win streak to finish the 2023 season. He's in that third tier. He just is. Even if you put the Eagles roster around Mason Rudolph in the playoffs last year, Mason Rudolph isn't winning the Super Bowl. All right, like Jalen Hurts didn't play phenomenally, especially early on in that playoff run last year, but he played great in the NFC Championship game, and he played great in the Super Bowl. I don't think Mason Rudolph gives you any great games in the postseason, even on that Eagles roster.
Agreed.
And that's me speaking to somebody that loves Mason Rudolph. We have a damn song about Mason Rudolph on this channel, right? I appreciate everything that Mason did in 2023. But you have to be objective and realistic about what guys are capable of. And I just don't think Mason Rudolph is capable of winning a championship. And that's okay. That's okay. Not everybody has to be a championship level quarterback. But I think Aaron Rodgers gives you at least a fighting chance of that. And obviously, that's why the Steelers are pursuing him, and hopefully tonight's the night there he zooms in and, you know, he makes the decision. He's wearing a Steelers hat, and he talks about how excited he is about being a Steeler. That's the best-case scenario, Cole. He's wearing a Steelers hat, talks about how he worked out with DK, how he's excited to work with him. He's excited about working with Coach T, and he can't wait to represent the city as this team's starting quarterback. That's the best-case scenario tonight, but what are the chances of that happening tonight? 5%, maybe?
We'll see.
Not great.
Not great right now.
Certainly not great. Make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon if you haven't already. We still got over 400 people watching live around the world.
And speaking of 400, we just passed that total.
We just passed 400?
$400.
All right, so we are one $100 super chat away from Captain Cully, who's finally doing his Murbanga, by the way. There we go.
Ooh,
Putting that down. How does that Happy Dad taste there, kid?
Feels good.
Feels good?
Feels good. Feels good.
So another 100, and we get to 500 on the stream, which means Captain Cully will be downing a boot for you guys. And if you haven't seen Captain Cully take down a boot, guys,
It's pretty impressive.
it's pretty impressive. He does it in under 10 seconds. All right, so if you go want to see that, if somebody puts in a 100 right now, he's going to be able to do that for us on today's show. All right, $2 coming in from Michael Beard. Says the draft totally changes if we lose Watt. I don't think we're going to lose Watt. All right, and we talked about this in the segment we did earlier, Cully.
Yeah, it's on the channel. I know some people are talking about it in the chat. If you haven't, it is on the channel. We broke down the whole TJ Watt scenario and everything. So
we just put out a video on the Watt situation. So if you want to get the latest and my thoughts on that, you guys can check out that video. It's on the channel right now. But pretty much the long short of it here, Cully, is he's somebody. This is a tactic, a negotiation tactic that a lot of different players use when they're not happy with the way negotiations are going on something. And I think that right now, there's some people that are like, don't panic. This means nothing. He's just posting a photo of him that he thinks looks cool. Well, first of all, he doesn't look that cool in the photo. All right, he looks upset. Yep. He's putting up the peace sign. Like it's not like if he wanted to put out a photo of him looking cool, there's like a million other photos that he could have chosen other than that photo. All right, the fact that he put that photo of him looking upset, putting up the deuces, it means something. All right, it doesn't mean nothing, especially because TJ Watt almost never posts anything on his IG. No. So the fact that he's doing this means something. All right, now it doesn't mean that he's for sure out. It doesn't mean that he's going to request a trade, that he's never going to play another snap for the Steelers. That's not what this means. All right, I think that there's still close to a 100% chance TJ Watt is playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers next year. So if you're at home and you're worrying about it, I would say don't. This is a negotiation tactic that people use to kind of stir the pot, get people talking, and put pressure on the other side of a negotiation to try and get what they want. It's clear that whatever the number the Steelers have offered TJ Watt is not high enough, Cully.
Yes.
That much is abundantly clear. But the question is, how much is he asking for, and how much has Pittsburgh been willing to give him to this point? Because, like, if it's less than $35 million per season, I can understand why TJ Watt would be upset with that.
Yeah, 100%.
Because, like, if guys like Daniil Hunter and Max Crosby, guys that have been less productive than him, are getting more than what they're offering him, I can understand why TJ would be upset with that.
100%.
But, like, it's very possible at this point, too, that he's asking for 40 plus. He might be asking for more than what Jamar Chase got as the highest paid non-quarterback, which would be 40.2 at the very bare minimum.
Yes.
All right? So we'll see what he's asking for, but obviously whatever the Steelers have offered him, it's not enough. So we'll see where that entire saga goes, but I'm still like 95% sure that TJ Watt in some capacity will be playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers next season. It's just a matter of if they get that extension done.
Yep.
So we'll see.
I think they'll get it done, though. I'm pretty confident that the Steelers and TJ Watt will get a deal done. May not be as quick as some Steelers fans like it to be, but they'll get it done.
Yeah, I really hope they do as well. And, last year there was this whole hoopla surrounding Cam Hayward and Pat Freiermuth, and they were able to get those deals done eventually. I believe it was in training camp. So that's all good stuff there, guys. And I would say at this point at this juncture, don't try to worry too much about TJ Watt. I do think that the post does mean something. I think it is something where he's trying to send a message to the Steelers to, kind of up the ante and increase their offer. But there's still plenty of time for this to play out. I know TJ loves the Steelers. I know he wants to finish his career as a Steeler. He just wants to be compensated for what he believes that he's worth, all right? So you just got to let these negotiations play out. I think that it will end with TJ Watt being a Steeler for life. So I would say don't try to worry about it too much, Michael. All right, so I want to give a little bit of a reminder here to the 430 people still watching live with us. So if you're still watching us, it's 9:46 p.m. on the East Coast. So thank you guys so much for sticking with us here, even though we're going live a little bit later. But we are going to be giving away a Steelers jersey today. It's going to be dealer's choice. So the winner of the raffle is going to be able to choose which Steelers jersey they want to get. So if they want to get an Aaron Rodgers Steelers jersey, if they want to get a DK Metcalf jersey, if they want to get a TJ Watt jersey, whatever. If you win, you can pick whatever jersey you want in terms of the player that's on the jersey, all right? So $20 gets you into the raffle. $20 Super Chat gets you one raffle ticket, and then if you put it in via Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, then we will make sure you get 2 raffle tickets for the raffle tonight, all right? So you can find me on Venmo at Jack-Sperry. You can find me on Cash App, # Captain Jack 19 on Cash App, or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. By the way, all of these are in the comments and description of today's live show. So if you ever want to, if it ever strikes you, we got a deal going on, I want to put in a Venmo, you can always find it down in the description of today's live show. And again, guys, double your raffle tickets if you put in your $20 donations today via Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. And as always, guys, any number donation, so it could be a $2 Super Chat, $5 Super Chat, we'll put you up on screen and we'll talk about whatever Steelers topic you want us to talk about. We are $100 away from Captain Cully taking down a boot live here on Steelers Talk, all right? So let's get that going as soon as we possibly can.
All right, we got Joseph Reichert saying, what's going on with Pickens? We'll get this up on screen in a second. What's going on with George Pickens? He acts like he wants out, and we can't afford to lose him. In my opinion, there's talk like he wants a trade. What do y'all think?
I don't know if it's necessarily true that he acts like he wants out. I don't know if there's anything that Pickens has necessarily done that says, I want to be traded. In fact, most of the things that we have seen have been the opposite, where he calls people out for putting out trade rumors when he doesn't want to be a part of trade rumors. So I think GP, especially if Rodgers comes here, GP has said in the past that Aaron Rodgers is his dream teammate. All right, if he has a chance to play with his dream teammate, he definitely doesn't want to get traded. All right, I actually think the party here, Joseph, that wants a trade to happen or could want a trade to happen is the Steelers, because I'm not sure if they love some of the issues that they've had with him. Punctuality issues. There was multiple reports last year that he was consistently late to meetings, to practices, and even games. He was late to the Christmas game this past year, apparently. Then also there's been the fighting issues on the field with both players and fans.
Yep.
And then, there's some effort issues on film too. He doesn't block consistently in the run game, and then he doesn't give full effort when he's running routes at times when he pretty much knows he's not a part of the progression. So the Steelers kind of limited his snap count a couple of games last year because they thought the effort issues was because he was getting tired. But then when they reduced his number of snaps, Cully, the effort issues got even worse because he was pouting that he wasn't playing on every snap.
Yes.
So, I think that the Steelers, 3 years into this experiment at this point, could potentially be getting tired of it. And is it possible that, they're looking at this situation right now and they're like, if we can trade him for a day 2 pick and we can take a wide receiver that we love in the early rounds of the draft, is that something that we would like to do? Like if you could get Matthew Golden, or if you could get a Jaden Higgins in the early rounds, and you could make that guy your new number 2 receiver, and then you can still get a 2nd or a 3rd round pick in exchange for Pickens, I think that's something the Steelers might consider. That is, if they feel like George Pickens is not a long-term fit with their organization.
100%. And again, they no longer have that 2nd round pick, but could it be,
I know what they could trade down and get one.
Right, yes. But it could be interesting. It could be really interesting because, there's a lot of intriguing day 2 options if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. Obviously, you mentioned a couple of them. I like Higgins' teammate, Jalen Noel, as well, the kind of more slot receiver as well. Again, if they want to go that route, sure. I think Pickens hasn't run out of his kind of, welcome, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
I'm still not trading away George Pickens. I still believe in the talent. I still believe in the potential. And I still believe that under DK Metcalf, who, ironically, personality-wise, they do, kind of jokingly kind of have a lot of similarities too. I think DK Metcalf is going to be one of the better kind of mentors to George Pickens that you could have in a receiver room. And I think that you're going to see the best George Pickens. And to be honest, if you traded George Pickens now, or if you were to move on from him, you'd be moving on from him at his lowest price, arguably. So I think you should stick it out with Pickens. I think he's got enough potential to really turn into something special in Pittsburgh. I would not move on from Pickens, but there is, possibilities that if you do want to move on from him, there's options in the draft that you could target.
Yeah, I'm with you here, where I would not prefer to trade him.
Right.
Because I think that he is a really great player. I think he's got a potential to be a legit number 1 in this league. He's shown off some really, really great ability, not only as he's kind of known as a 50-50 ball threat down the sideline, and he's phenomenal at that, but where he's underrated is after the catch. He has taken multiple quick slants to the house. His ability to put one foot in the ground and cut is really, really special for a guy of his height and weight. And, he's just a special talent. He's dynamic. And you're bringing in a guy in DK Metcalf, who's also, another towering wide receiver. Good luck trying to cover both of these guys with a single high safety.
Yeah.
Good luck trying to defend the deep pass when both of these guys are on the outside and you got a single high safety. You're not going to be able to do it. You're going to have to put out 2 safeties out there to protect against it. And then when you do that, what does that do, Cully? It helps out the run game because there's one less person in the box. So, I think that this offense is designed to have both of these guys in the lineup. Now, if Pickens says, pay me or I'm not playing for you next year, then things get really hairy.
Yes,
all right? And you might have to, if it comes down to it, they might have to trade him, which is not what I want to do. But, and it does not sound like the Steelers want to give him a long-term extension, at least not this offseason, because he's got 1 year left on his deal.
Yep.
He's heading into a contract year. And if I know anything about Pickens, it's that he probably most likely feels like, he's worth getting an early contract extension here.
Right.
And he's a top 10 receiver in the game right now, and he's going to want to get paid like it. He's going to want to get that $30 million per season range, which there's no way, even if he gets the extension, it's going to be that. I don't think any team in the league is paying him $30 million per season. And this is exactly why, Cully, the fighting issues, the punctuality issues, the effort issues, all the stuff that these teams that could be interested in him know come with the trade.
Yep.
I think it drives down his trade value. Because, if he didn't have the issues that we're talking about, his talent is easily worth a second. But because the acquisition cost and the risk is so high. I'm not sure if anybody's going to be willing to give him a new contract if they trade for him, which means that the trade value goes down dramatically if they're pretty much trading for a 1-year rental. So 4th round pick at the most, 5th round pick, and that's not good enough. George Pickens is too big of a talent to let go for a 4th or a 5th round pick. Hell, you could let him walk in free agency next year. He can sign a big contract somewhere else, and you get a comp pick for him that's higher than a 4th or a 5th round pick. It just makes too much sense to keep him if you can. The only question is he going to throw a fit and eventually demand a trade out of here? And if that's the case, then you're in a really tough situation. But when it comes to a George Pickens trade, Joseph, I would prefer not to trade him because I think he's a great talent, and I think that DK and GP can be one of the best wide receiver duos in football and can really open things up for the run game as well. But they got to be on the field at the same time. So whatever the Steelers need to do to make that happen, that does not include giving Pickens a massive contract extension, I'm all for at this point in time. $20 from my man Luis Noblecia. I hope I'm saying that right. I said it really with a lot of vigor there, but I hope I didn't miss out there. He says, don't want to lose TJ Watt, but say he doesn't get paid. What can you get for him that's worth it? Listen, man, he's going to be 31 years old, so he is a little bit older. And the team that gets him is going to have to give him a new contract. So, I would want to get at least 1 first-round pick, and then I would want to get another pick. All right, so I'd want a first-round pick, and then I would want at least another mid-round draft pick. So 3rd-round pick, 4th-round pick at least. Because of the age factor, I don't think he's worth 2 first-round picks like some of the younger edge rushers that have been traded before. But, I think ideally you can get 2 first-rounders for him, but I just don't know any team out there. I mean, maybe the Commanders would give you 2 firsts for him. Maybe the Lions would because they have their quarterbacks locked up. Maybe. Because not only do you have to be willing to give up the draft capital to get him, you have to pay him whatever he's asking for.
Exactly.
And if he's asking to be the highest paid non-quarterback in football history, I mean, who knows? Who knows? I mean, I think that the Commanders and Lions make the most sense that have the money and the draft capital and the want to go get a guy like Watt.
Right. And that could really tip the scales in an NFC race that, both those teams obviously played in the playoffs last year. If you're Washington, for example, I mean, you just came off the best season you've had arguably in recent memory.
Yeah.
And if you were to add a guy like, Watt, I mean, he'd be demonstrative in Dan Quinn's defense. I have no doubt about that.
And they need a number 1 edge there in Washington. They've got what? They've got Dorrance Armstrong as their number 1 edge rusher right now. Cleveland Ferrell.
Yeah.
Dietrich Wise.
Yeah.
Bro, that team wants to try and compete for Super Bowls right now.
Yep.
And, to beat the Eagles, who are in their own division, they're going to have to beat the champs in their own division to even win their division next year. Yeah. You got to get a big-time edge rusher. And then whether that's Trey Hendrickson, whether that's TJ Watt, I think they'd be potentially willing to give up 2 firsts.
I think they may be. And then if you're Detroit, Aiden Hutchinson, when he went down, their defense was not the same last year. You just lost both coordinators. Again, pairing Watt with Hutchinson, I mean, good Lord. Can you imagine that front in Detroit? I mean, that would be something ridiculous. So maybe they go all in, realizing the way that they have.
But here's the thing, though, too. With those 2 teams, Washington and Detroit, it's going to be late draft picks.
It would be.
It's going to be late draft picks. This year's first-round pick for Washington is number 29. That's almost like a second-round pick at that point. So if I'm trading him to Washington, I'd probably need 2 firsts just because, they're so far back in the first round.
Right.
So the value of those first-round picks go down. So listen, man, I don't even want to think about trading TJ Watt because if you're trading Watt, you might as well just embrace a full rebuild. You might as well just trade Cam Hayward too. Might as well trade Minkah Fitzpatrick if you can. You might as well trade George Pickens. You might as well start over with a new head coach next year. And you might as well not even get Aaron Rodgers. You might as well just draft a quarterback in the first round and the guy that you like and hope for the best. But that's not what the Steelers want to do. The Steelers feel like that they're knocking on the door, and I see why they think that. They have had bad offenses the last 2 years and have won 10 games. Can I blame them for thinking, hey, if we get the right quarterback in here, if we fix the run game and get the right running back in here, if the offensive line develops, this young and unproven offensive line develops, the way that they think it's going to develop, I absolutely see the vision that the Steelers have here. All right, it's not crazy to think the Steelers could be a really good team next year with the right quarterback and the right setup. But, you know, if you don't have TJ Watt, you could do whatever else you want to do this offseason. You're not winning a Super Bowl next year.
Agreed.
So, like, you got to do whatever you can to keep him in the building. Plain and simply. All right, we talked about it on the segment.
I did.
1-10 record when he doesn't play.
1-10.
Like, he is the reason why the Steelers defense consistently is so good. He's just a unit. All right, and I think that his injury last year, his ankle injury that he suffered in the Eagles game, he played after that, Coley.
Yep.
But like, it was not a good team. The defense was not the same without a fully functioning TJ Watt on the field. Like, he was a shell of himself. And if you have a shell of yourself there and TJ Watt, like, your defense just isn't as good. All right, and I love Alex Highsmith. I love Nick Herbig. All right, like, I love these guys. I love Cam Hayward. But, like, without TJ Watt on this unit, this defense is nowhere near as good as it is with him. And this team is nowhere near as good as it could be without him than it is with him. So I think, you know, as long as the number is less than $40 million per season, if he's asking for 37 and the Steelers are, like, money grubbing and they're like, $33 million, take it or leave it. Right. It's like, no, just pay him 37. Now, if he's asking for 43 or something crazy, then it's like, all right, you're not getting more than Geno Smith. But, like,
yep.
It's a sticky situation. It really is, because he's a great defender and he's the most valuable player on this team, so he might as well be getting paid like it. But, you know, you do have limited cap resources, and you are spending quarterback money on one defensive player if that's the case. So there's a lot of different things and a lot of different variables that come into the TJ Watt situation here.
Agreed. Let us know down below. Will Pittsburgh sign TJ Watt to an extension? Yes or no?
I have to say yes to this question.
I agree.
Like, you got to do it. If you're trying to win now, you have to do it.
Have to.
And, like, TJ, and I think TJ knows he has the leverage too.
Yeah.
Because he understands, you know, that they're trying to win a championship for Captain Cam, and he knows that they need him to be able to do that. So, like, he has a lot of leverage in this situation where he can pretty much stay put and say, this is my number, pay me that number, or trade me. And if I'm the Steelers, I'm paying that number, whatever it is.
We got Sebastian saying no. We got Kevin and Rodney saying yes. Tim says no, they don't have enough money. Are you on the Steelers' payroll by chance? Do you know that for a fact?
I'm not on the Steelers' payroll. No,
no, I was asking Tim. He said they don't have enough money. I'm like, hey, do we? What if we won with TJ Watt? Trade him, says Deacon DJ. I'm not of the opinion of getting rid of good football players. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm right there with you.
Crazy, I know, right? Especially at a premier position like edge rusher. I mean, he's on any given day, he is the best defensive player in all of football. On any given day.
I mean,
when he wants
when he was going on that early season stretch where he was like getting a forced fumble a game, multiple TFLs, and like multiple sacks a game, like I remember saying after the Atlanta game last year where he was just dominant against Caleb McGarry of the Falcons, their right tackle. I was like, this guy's the best defensive player in the game. Yep. Period. He is so good. Great run defender. He has incredible bend around the edge, so he can win with speed. He can win with a million different finesse moves and hand fighting moves. He's so intelligent. There's nobody better in the game, and this is his superpower, Coley. He goes there, he reads the way that the offensive tackle is trying to attack him, and then he just has a million different moves to beat whatever type of strategy that you want to try and stop him with. Like, if he's got the best cross chop in the game, which is like the most unstoppable pass rushing move that there is. He can win with power. He can win with speed around the edge. He's got great get off the snap and great bend to get around. Like, he's special, man. And we've seen it over the last several seasons. So I think if the Steelers truly want to win now, you pay the man what he wants. Because, like, what leverage do you have for him to take less money? You have none. You have no leverage to have him, go down from $40 million to $37. Like, whatever he's asking for, you got to give it to him, and TJ knows it. All right. So right now, that post that he put out on IG, It's a message to the Steelers saying, hey, man, if you don't pay me what I want, see ya.
Yep.
You can trade me.
Deuces.
And by the way, they would probably have to trade him after the NFL draft. So the draft picks that they would get for him wouldn't even be applicable to this season. So they wouldn't even be getting players because there's no way the Steelers trade him before the draft. There's like a 0% chance that it happens before the draft. If they trade him, it's going to be because contract negotiations completely break down in the summer, heading towards training camp, and the last resort, they just have to let him go. That's the only way he ends up getting traded. And then you don't even reap the benefits of the trade until next offseason. Right? So the season's already over if you trade TJ Watt. So that is literally the worst case scenario right there if you are the Pittsburgh Steelers. So hopefully it doesn't happen. Pay him what he wants. That's my message to the Pittsburgh Steelers when it comes to TJ Watt. Because by the way, if Micah Parsons beats the Steelers and they get a deal down there in Dallas and it's 41 and then TJ's price goes up to 41.1, guess what? You're paying even more. All right? So might as well just bite the bullet, make this happen. Keep one of the greatest sons of this organization's history in Pittsburgh for at least the next 4 or 5 years.
Agree.
That's where I'm at.
Agree.
All right. By the way, we are $80 away. Let's get a little countdown going, Cully.
Okay.
Let's get a little countdown to a boot.
Okay.
We're $80 away in donations from a Cully boot.
Ooh.
And by the way, this is something you guys want to see. Captain Cully takes down a boot in less than 10 seconds. You guys have seen me drink boots. It's not 10 seconds. I'll tell you that right now. All right, but Cully will take down a boot if we get $80 more in donations today. Again, a reminder, we are giving away a Steelers jersey at the end of today's raffle or at the end of today's show. $20 gets us there or gets you those raffle tickets. And then if you put in a Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, you get 2 raffle tickets instead of just 1. So if you're looking for my Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal information, you can find it down there in the description of today's live show.
There we go.
Voxy says, do a shoey out of Jack's shoe. What would it cost to do a shoey?
Ugh. Gee, your shoe? Ugh. I don't know, Jack. I don't know, Jack. I don't know, Jack. God. Let's just worry about the boot first. But I'll think.
$500. Would you do it?
Like a $500?
$500 donation. Would you do it?
Ugh, I'd have to think about that one. I don't know where your feet have been, man.
He really doesn't want to do a shoey,
I don't know
man.
where your feet have been, man.
He really doesn't want to do a shoey.
Oh
my goodness.
What would it cost for you to hypothetically drink water out of my shoe?
500.
Okay. All right. Well,
If we get a 500, I will do a shoey.
There we go.
All right. If somebody buys a Black Diamond membership today, I will do a shoey. But right now we're just a $100 super chat away from Cully taking down a boot. $80 away from $500 on today's stream. Thank you to everybody that has already contributed.
Shout out to you guys.
$20 to get into the Steelers jersey raffle. Right now, we are currently awaiting a potential surprise Zoom call, maybe from Aaron Rodgers at the Big Night, say with me, Cully, Aht in Pittsburgh. I don't know, man. I still think that there is an outside chance.
Actually, Jack, we did our math wrong. It's not $80.
It's not $80?
It's $65.
$65. And guess what? We just got 2 Cash Apps. All right, so let's get it here, folks.
Let's get it. Shout out to you guys. Again, $65. I'm taking down a boot. Oh, man. And we are getting closer.
All right. Just got 2 new Cash Apps.
2 new Cash.
And by the way, we're still not there, so keep getting those donations in. We need to see a Cully boot.
Need it.
And then the counter starts for my boot at $750.
I'm about to say.
All right. So hopefully we can get the $750 today so I can take down a boot on today's program. My goal is to get to – wait, can you actually show this live sub counter once we get through these Cash Apps?
Yes.
I want to see the live sub counter because we're almost at 80,000 subscribers here, guys. So if you haven't clicked that subscribe button, click that button right now. Help us out. But $20, Titus Kitchens. Appreciate you, my friend. Thanks for helping out the show today where he says – trying to see Let's see. Does he have a? I don't see a message from Titus, but appreciate the 20 from you, my man.
Shout out to you. We also have Jeffrey Malone with a $20 cash app.
And then Jeffrey Malone coming in with a $20 cash app as well. So both of you guys are in on the jersey raffle today. Appreciate all the support that you guys give. All right, I don't see any messages between those two cash apps, so we are good. Perfect.
Ooh, Lord Buddy Bear's in the chat.
Lord Buddy Bear is in the chat. Oh,
Chat Sports
baby.
legend.
All right, so right now, guys, we are at 79,860 subscribers. We are 140 subscribers away from getting to 80,000 subscribers. And I think there's only 6 or 7 channels here at Chat Sports that have hit that 80,000 mark. And we are getting really close to 100,000 subscribers as well. So I think Maine, Raiders, Cowboys, 49ers, Eagles, Bears, Warriors. So that's 7.
Oh, yeah, Warriors just hit it.
Warriors just got to 80. So if we can get to 80,000 tonight, I tell you what, me and Cully are okay. I'm going to run this by you,
Okay.
all right?
All right.
If we get to 80 later this week on Friday, me and you will do a Gatorade dump together.
Gatorade dump.
Yeah. So we each have a bucket of Gatorade that we get put on top of us.
Dunked. Man, we're going to need to get some sheets or something.
Well, we'll just do it outside.
We'll do it outside.
And we'll have towels.
There we go.
It's warm enough outside here in Dallas.
It is.
We'll wear our tanks.
If we get to 80K on this show.
Yeah. If we get to 80K on this show.
All right. I'm down.
All right. He's down. So make sure you guys click that subscribe
down.
button right now. If we can get to 80,000 subscribers by the end of the show, then later this week, Captain Coley and I will do a Gatorade dump on the show. There we go. Somebody just click that subscribe button. Appreciate you. All right. We're $25 to go for Captain Cully to do a boot.
There we go.
Who is going to get us over the
Who's gonna
top?
be?
Hey, $20 to get in on the raffle. Somebody sends in a 5 or two more people send in 20s, and we're there.
We are there. We're still waiting on this. How long is this thing going on for, by the way?
So this thing started 30 minutes late.
It did.
So it started at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's currently 10:12 p.m. Eastern Time. So I would guess it's at least 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
It's got to be at least 2. It's somewhere between 2 and 3 hours.
Oh, shoot. This is WWE co-announcer right here that's on screen.
Is he announcing Aaron Rodgers? Let's
Maybe.
hope.
Maybe.
Let's hope.
Got a nice bottle of that.
Just got a Cash App here. Just got a Cash App. Cash App alert here, folks.
There we go.
Cash
There we
App
go.
alert here, folks.
There we go.
Let's go. This one's rolling in from CJ Ross, and that is $500
There we go.
on today's show. Let's go, CJ Ross. So Cully is going to go get a boot ready.
Yes. I will get that ready here in a second. Just want to make sure you get your raffle tickets.
Woo!
Shout out to CJ Ross.
CJ, you got those extra raffle tickets right there.
I will be right back, Mr. Sperry.
And momentarily here, we'll have Captain Cully with his boot for getting the $500 in total donations today. Again, guys, $20 donations. You guys get in on the raffle to win a Steelers jersey of your choosing. So it could be Aaron Rodgers, it could be Jalen Warren, it could be DK Metcalf, George Pickens, TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, any Steelers player that you want to get a jersey of. If you win today's raffle, you'll be getting that jersey, all right? So $20 to get in. By the way, a jersey is what? A brand new jersey is worth what? 100, 120, 150 even if it's a good one. All right, so you could get a $20 jersey today, guys, potentially. It helps out the show. Every single dollar goes towards helping our show out, keeping the lights on, improving our graphics, improving all of our studio space here at Chat Sports. So greatly appreciate your guys' support. Another person enters into the raffle here with John Masood, and he says someone gets a jersey. All right, here we go. Spam those me's in the chat if you want a free raffle entry. John Masood is giving away a free raffle entry right now, so let's give one away. Spam those me's if you want a free raffle entry. We got Voxy. We've got Kevin. We've got Sport Pig. We got Kane. We got Sport Pig again, Voxy. Random. Luke. Kevin Reed. We got Rodney. Andy. Voxy. We've got David. Kevin Cool. Jersey. Andy. Tracy. Colin. David. Rodney, come on, baby. Spam those me's if you want a free raffle entry. Tavares. We've got Tim, Joseph, Tracy, Luke, David, Kevin, DJ, KJ. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I'm going to give this one to Voxy. Voxy, you are in on the raffle tonight. All right, so shout out to Voxy. I'm going to send this message to Cullen here. And again, guys, to get in on the raffle, if you don't want to have to depend on a John Masood raffle ticket donation, you guys can send in a 20 yourselves. $20 to get in on the raffle tonight to win a Steelers jersey of your choosing. And if we can get $230 more on today's show, I will do a boot. Mr. Cully's got his boot right here. And he's going to change the camera to full screen so that he can come up on screen. By the way, Cully's about to come on screen here, guys. And I just want to warn you. All right? I just want to warn you. He's not short. All right? I'm just tall. All right? So if you just see, his head poking up above the L3 here, it's not because he's short. All right? And, when he comes on screen here, try and see if you can tell the difference between us. I mean, look at this. Right?
I can't even see over your monitor.
Look at this.
I can't even,
How tall are you, Cully?
5'8" on a good day.
He's 5'8" on a good day. All right, I'm 6'6". So if you want to see the difference there, that's what it looks like. So you got the boot here. You got a Happy Dad boot.
Yep.
All right. Whenever you're ready here, Cully, we're going to time him, all right? So let's see. Let's see how fast he can do this in. All right, got the stopwatch ready. On your go.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, 6.9! Woo! Coley! Let's go! Hey, Coley, come back on here for a second. Can you guys tell us apart? I mean, no difference, there's no difference. We both got the tanks on.
Dude.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no difference, dude.
I bet Coop is watching from his apartment right now, and he's just like, "What the fuck is going on right now?" Oh my goodness. D. Fay is saying butt chug. D. Fay, there is no money in the entire world that you can pay me. And by the way, you want to know? You want to hear a funny story? So the first time somebody suggested that I do a butt chug on the show, because it happens here. We get wild here on Steelers Talk when we go crazy. But somebody suggested that I should do what's it called? A butt chug. And I think it was Jeremy at the time. Jeremy was still hosting the show. I said, "There's no way I'm taking a shot out of your ass." And I completely blanked on what a butt chug actually is. That I thought somebody actually suggested that we pour alcohol into somebody's ass and then I drink out of it. I mean, I was just, that was the biggest stupid moment of my entire life right there.
My God.
But no, butt chugs will not be happening on today's festivities here on the Big Night.
Oh,
Say it with me, Coley. We just got a Venmo here.
Man.
Just got. How is that Happy Dad boot right there?
I'm definitely awake right now. I'll tell you that much for free.
Yeah, you get definitely awake here. By the way, we're $230 away now from my boot here. So make sure you guys get those 20s in. Make sure you guys get those. Also, $50. We give away a free raffle entry. So if you want to be a good Samaritan, you want to give away a free raffle entry to somebody in the chat for free, $50.
There we go.
By the way, Mr. Shane Gillis is refereeing sumo wrestling right now on the Big Night Aht in Pittsburgh, and they've got the full, the full sumo thongs on.
Yeah, they do.
Like this is crazy that they've got on the show right now.
Yeah, it's entertaining. Is it Kevy or Kevin, by the way?
What do you mean?
Oh, you sent me Kevin.
It's Kevin.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yep.
Want to make sure. Kevin, got you there, brother. $20. Shout out to Kevin. Oh man.
Kevin Cool,
man.
Kevin, you're in the raffle tonight, my friend. He said raffle 4 out of 9. What is this for? Oh, April 9th. Big night. Say with me, everybody at home. Aht in Pittsburgh. Appreciate you, Kevin. Says, here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. How fun is that, Coley? You don't get to do it very often, but everybody loves Captain Coley. That's the thing about that's the thing about Coley, man.
I feel welcome, dear man.
Whenever he gets to produce Steelers talk, it's always a party, man.
Oh yeah,
it
always a good time.
It's always a good time. And same thing with Steelers Smitty, by the way.
Yes.
Shout out to Steelers Smitty for coming on here for the Big Night Aht watch party here on Steelers Talk. So let's get that countdown clock going again, because we're $210 away.
Yes.
$210 away from me doing a boot. All right.
Yes.
So if you want to see me do a boot, we're 210 buckaroos away. Again, every $20 you donate today gets you a raffle entry. If you Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, you get 2 raffle entries, and we're giving away a Steelers jersey at the end of today's show. If you got any Steelers questions or any topics you want me to discuss on the show, we've already discussed a lot of different topics, but we can talk about more. If you guys want to send in any donations, this is where you guys can find me for those extra raffle tickets, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. But Coley, I want to shift gears here.
Go for it.
To the draft and, kind of away from the quarterback position a little bit here.
Okay.
I want to talk a little bit about the players that we know that came in for a visit either today or are scheduled to come in the future. And today we had Omarion Hampton, Derek Harmon, and then Ollie Gordon II. So right now, as you guys know, you only get 30 top 30 visits for the NFL draft.
Right.
The Steelers have used 8 of those top 30 draft visits on the running back position. So this is clearly a high priority for the Steelers. And by the way, I think that this is a position they can't afford to get wrong if they want to go the places that they want to go.
Yeah.
You can bring in Aaron Rodgers, but at this point in Rodgers' career, although I think he could be successful here in Pittsburgh, he's not going to win MVP. He's not going to be a top 5 quarterback for you anymore. It has to be more of a situation like the Eagles where you're putting a great roster around a serviceable quarterback. And just like the Eagles, the thing that put them over the top is they got a star running back last year, Saquon Barkley. The Steelers hope that their offensive line is going to be able to develop into a really good unit like the Eagles has become next year with Broderick and Mason and Troy and all these guys that they got. But Jaylen Warren is as much as I love Jaylen Warren, he's not Saquon Barkley.
No.
And if the Steelers, I think, want to take that leap and become like the Eagles, I think they got to get the running back position right, and they got to hit on that. They can't have another Najee Harris. All right, they can't have another Rashad Mendenhall, all right, for example, guys they took in the first round at running back. Is it worth drafting a running back in round 1 if you are the Pittsburgh Steelers? And if so, which guys are worth that pick, in your opinion?
100%. Well, listen, I mean, to kind of piggyback off your point, not only was it Saquon Barkley, obviously he was like the big name, leading the charge for the Philadelphia Eagles. F Baltimore, but Derrick Henry provided a different element to the Ravens offense last year.
Yeah, Josh Jacobs.
To the Packers, I was going to mention him next. Like, there are multiple instances where the running back position clearly elevated a team's offensive just kind of potential, just overall, being able to score. And if you're the Steelers, if you're taking one in round one, there are two names: Ashton Jeanty and Omarion Hampton. One of whom you mentioned the Steelers are meeting with, or have met with, excuse me. To me, Hampton's a really interesting prospect, man. He's kind of a mixture of like DeMarco Murray, kind of Joe Mixon, kind of this weird hybrid I really like. I think he's going to be a really productive running back at the NFL level.
I agree.
Ashton Jeanty, on the other hand, he's going to be, again, one of the best contact balance running backs I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's definitely in the same category as like Kamara, some of the most elite contact balance guys in the history of the game, in my opinion. And, I think that'll, I know Harry keeps bringing this point up, Harrison Graham, who you work with on Bears Now.
I do.
Consistently. He brings up that if Jeanty was 6 foot, like he'd be considered a better prospect. And I think, that point is correct. But I also think him being so low to the ground and, having that leverage advantage in every single encounter that he has, I think it helps him, keep that center of gravity and stay upright and bounce off these tacklers. I think if he was 6 foot, we don't see him have the contact balance that he has because it's special. All right, and he's a special player. If you have a chance to get Jeanty, I would trade up for him. And I would even think about trading up a couple of spots with, you're actually a Seahawks fan.
I am.
I would trade up to 18 with Seattle. I would, especially if you can get him without trading your third-round pick. Like if you can trade, let's say like number 21.
Yep.
So first-round pick swap.
Yep.
You give Seattle fourth-round pick this year, an extra pick for them to use on whatever they want to pick.
Yep.
And then maybe a mid-round pick next year. I think that is something that Seattle would do.
Yep.
Agreed. Because they're either going to take receiver or maybe – I mean, here's the thing about Seattle, man. I think they're willing to take a tackle in round one. They took Charles Cross in the first round.
Yep.
But I don't know if John Schneider is going to prioritize interior offensive line in the first round. You can speak to this. They should go interior O-line in the first round because it's just so bad, and you got Sam Darnold coming in there that like you need to protect him.
You do.
So like the smart move would be to get like Gray Zabel, or Kelvin Banks Jr.
Yes.
Those two guys would be great picks for Seattle.
100%.
But something tells me that they're not going to prioritize that interior O-line position in round one, and they're going to get an X receiver to put on the other side of Jackson Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp because they don't have a true X right now.
They don't. And it's, again, Cooper Kupp, Smith and Jigba I feel like can play on the outside. Kupp at this stage, we'll see kind of where he's at in his career. I think he's more of a slot. You did sign Marquez Valdez-Scantling. But, yeah, I agree. Like, if you're the Steelers and you make that trade, you come up to 18, say Jeanty falls that far. You take Ashton Jeanty. The Seahawks take Gray Zabel. I'm happy. I'm through the moon. I agreed 100%. And you mentioned it. Now that DK Metcalf, you traded him obviously to the Pittsburgh Steelers, like you do need that X receiver. My whole thing is that I'd rather wait and focus on receiver round 2, round 3 versus, dealing with one in round 1. Like, if you're asking me who would I rather have, Gray Zabel or Kelvin Banks at 18, 20, whatever you want to call it, or Jaden Higgins at that spot, I would much rather have Banks or Zabel.
What about Ted Aurora McMillan?
See, that's an interesting one.
If he falls,
it'd be tempting. And
I'm telling you right now, if Tet's there at 18, he's going to be the pick.
He would be.
Because he is like a true X.
100%. And I think John and, Mike and everybody in
From
Seattle,
the West Coast, played in the West Coast. It just
it makes sense.
And with Matthew Golden, there's rumors that he could be the first wide receiver taken. So let's say Carolina doesn't go receiver. Let's say they go edge.
Yep.
Then the next place a receiver could probably feasibly go is Dallas at 12.
Yep.
Right? What if they take Matthew Golden? He's from, Texas guy, more of a true Z,
Does McMillan get past Miami at 13 now with the Tyreek Hill news?
Tyreek is an interesting case, man.
It really is.
I think he's going to be there one more season, and that's it. I don't think they'll take a receiver. I think that because of the Teron Armstead retirement, I think they have to take a tackle. Like you can't play out. You did draft Paul last year, but
I mean it's something.
He stinks, man. Like he's more of a right tackle to me.
Yeah.
And they got Austin Jackson, who's not a left tackle either. Like, Patrick Paul is not ready to be a left tackle in the league, man. Like, if you have an opportunity to get Josh Simmons or Calvin Banks, whoever you prefer, I think that's what Miami's going to do. Especially because I don't think Will Johnson's going to be there. If Will Johnson's there, they might think about it because he's played in a Mike Macdonald-style defense for the last several seasons in Michigan. He's been one of the best corners in college football doing that. But I think he's going to go to the Raiders at 6. That's just my prediction.
Ooh,
I think with Jack Jones being released, I just think Will Johnson's such an easy projection, especially for a team that wants to run a lot of zone, which is what most NFL teams, I mean, even the teams that are the most man-heavy run zone more than half of the time. Every defense in the National Football League runs zone a majority of the time on defense. Some form variation of zone. The people that run man the most run it 40-45% of the time. So you have to have corners that can play zone, and the Raiders like to mix things up, but everything in Johnson's physical profile tells me that he can be a good man corner too. It's just we didn't see it a whole lot at Michigan because they played almost exclusively man. So I think that, moving forward, talking about the Steelers situation, they are looking at receivers in the first round too. They went to the pro day of Matthew Golden at Texas. They met with him formally at the Combine, and he had a top 30 visit. That's a lot of interest in a receiver that's expected to go round 1. If he's there at 21, I think, we can start bringing up the George Pickens trade discussions again, where if you think you can get a decent pick for him, again, I wouldn't trade him for anything less than a third-round pick, but if you can get a third-round pick for him and you really like Matthew Golden, is that something that you would consider if you were the Pittsburgh Steelers this year, or would you just go another position? I
would probably go another position.
I agree.
But it is a discussion that Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin would have.
Yeah, 100%. $5 super chat from Michael Beard, my man, $5. Is that another shot for you?
That is another shot.
Jeez, Cully, you're going to be – might have to drive you home tonight, pal.
Maybe.
Says if we get the 210 boot, so right now because of the 5, it's $205.
It is.
Says we want integrity check. Watch yo pour up. Oh, so he wants to see me pour the boot. Well, my boot will be a water boot. Cully's was a happy dad boot.
Yes.
So mine will be water, Michael. All right, because I don't drink alcohol. Plus, I might have to drive Cully home tonight.
Yes.
So
it's starting to look more.
It's starting to look more and more like.
I'm starting to see like 4 Sperrys and Cullys on.
And we still. I mean, if Rodgers isn't signed, we're still going to do another cut tonight.
Yeah,
so Cully, stay with us here,
there
pal.
We go.
Stay with us here.
There we go.
$2, Lord Buddy Bear makes it down to what, 203 now? 203 until a Sperry boot here. So it sounds like a movie. Captain Cully, the Boot King. Yeah, I can't wait to see the screenplay there, Lord Buddy Bear. Can't wait to make sure you consult Choco Bear for all the story plot lines there.
There we go.
Countdown to the boot. We're about $200 away.
Yeah.
All right, I just got a Cash App here.
All right, while we get that cash up on screen, I'll ask you this question, Sperry. I'll throw it back to you. Who is an unlikely target for the Pittsburgh Steelers in the first round that you don't think would be their first or maybe second choice, but somebody that you're really intrigued by?
Oh, sorry, I've spelled it wrong.
That's a hell of a name. I'll tell you that.
I think whoever just Venmo'd me, man, I think that they just made a brand new Venmo.
They definitely did.
I think they definitely made their Venmo account today.
Yeah.
But
that's creative.
Things are about to get a little wild here.
We did get one in from Chris.
What was your question again?
So, okay, if you're the Steelers at 21, not what a first option that could be, what's like kind of a sneaky pick that you think the Pittsburgh Steelers could go with in the first round that may not be somebody that, a lot of people are having their eye on right now? If you had to give somebody.
How about this? Trade down from 21 to somewhere late in the first.
Okay.
Let's say Kansas City. Kansas City trades up for an offensive tackle.
Yep.
You go down to 31.
Yep.
I would not be shocked if they take Caleb Johnson out of Iowa.
Ooh, okay.
Because he's such a good fit for what the Steelers want to do. Arthur Smith runs more outside zone than any offensive play caller in football. All right?
Yep.
Caleb Johnson, where he can be a star, is in an outside zone run scheme.
Yep.
And he's big, he's physical, he's fast, he's tough to bring down when he gets past the initial line. And I really like his vision. All right. I think a lot of people would compare him to Najee Harris, but he's got his vision and his explosiveness and his long speed is a lot better than Najee Harris's, in my opinion. And, Johnson's seen more as a day 2 guy, and I do have a day 2 grade on him. But sometimes, you have a round 2 grade on a guy, but the guy's just such a good fit for what you want to do. And Caleb Johnson would kind of fit that bill. There's a lot of different guys that I would like to take at 31, but I'll say this right now. With how important the running back position is to get right for the Steelers this year and how much they're prioritizing getting that decision right this offseason, if, let's say, Genty and Omarion Hampton are off the board by pick number 21, I will say right now it would not shock me if they trade down to the very tail end of the first round or even out of the first round entirely. Like, they could trade out with Cleveland or New York where they could trade up for a quarterback. Jackson Dart, for example. They trade out of the first round entirely, and then they take Caleb Johnson with that pick, either late first or early second. I think that would be one that I would keep my eye on if I were a Steelers fan right now. Chris says, Jack, a second for Pickens or no deal on trade. Listen, Chris, I'm right there with you. Pickens is just such a big talent where, like, if you let him go in free agency next year, he signs a big contract. It's no skin off your ass. You got a comp pick coming your way in 2027. All right? Like, whatever pick that you get rid of him for, it's got to be more than a third because you're going to get a third-round comp pick for him if he goes elsewhere, most likely. So, like, whatever that comp pick's going to be, that's what you got to get in the trade in order for it to be worth it, in my opinion. And, even then, I don't want to see him go. I want to see DK Metcalf and George Pickens play together, especially if Aaron Rodgers is throwing them the football. Because I think that Pickens can be an inside fade monster with Aaron Rodgers throwing in back shoulder fades. Absolute monster. All right, and then you got DK on the other side running the straight verticals or the slant routes or the dig routes that he's so good at. I mean, that is a disgusting offense right there, Captain Coley. Disgusting, especially if you got a great offensive line and you got a good run game working for you. You got the play action game working, So I want to see Pickens in a Steelers uniform for at least one more season. And then you also have the franchise tag at your disposal. If you really need to keep him around for another season, franchise tag him, all right? That won't be cheap, but at least, you get him for 2 more seasons before you let him walk for a comp pick. And that's just the bare minimum. I'm right there with you, Chris. You got to get a good pick for George Pickens if you're going to trade him. The only thing is the acquisition cost is so risky for teams that would get him. First of all, Coley, I think there'd be limited teams that would even be interested because I think some people don't want a character like George Pickens in their locker room. So there'd be limited teams to start with, and then of the teams interested, I don't know how many would be willing to give up a day 2 pick for him. Just because if you give up a day 2 pick for him, like, it's got to be more than just a 1-year rental. You got to give him a new contract. And I don't think anybody in the league is giving George Pickens a brand new contract with kind of the behavior and the punctuality and the fighting and the effort issues that we've seen on his film. So that's where I think we're at. $2 from Chris, another one from Chris is Coley, a talented DB that drops might be an option. So talking about the guys that the Steelers could consider at DB. I don't think they'll take an outside guy because especially if their focus is on the here and now and the focus is, okay, we need to get somebody to help us win this year. You have Darius Slay, who you got in free agency, you got Joey Porter Jr. Those guys are your starters, all right? But an area where you could get better at is at nickel corner. And there's 2 players that are going to go somewhere in the first round here that I think could be excellent nickel corners, and that's Jahdae Barron out of Texas and Malachi Starks out of Georgia. And Starks in particular reminds me so much of Brian Branch. All right? So much of Brian Branch. I think that he is not the best tester in the world, but he's just such a good football player where he reads things. His anticipation and mental processing is off the charts. Tackling is great. Really special ball skills for a safety. Really sticky in coverage, too. Really, really quick feet. Rare quick feet, by the way. Like, I think Malachi Starks would be an excellent nickel corner that could make a similar impact to Brian Branch had in Detroit and Cooper DeJean had in Philly last year.
Yeah.
Nickel defenders, I mean, teams are living in nickel now, man. Like, you have 3 starting corners now. That's the way it works in the National Football League.
It's nickel, man.
I mean, it's big. So you got to have a good nickel corner. It's becoming a more and more impactful position. If you have a high-end nickel, your defense is probably pretty fucking good.
Yes.
So, like, I would consider Jahdae Barron, or I would consider especially Malachi Starks in round 1 if he makes it to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and you feel good about your options at DT and running back in the later rounds of the NFL draft. That's what I would feel about it. If they take, let's just put it this way, if they take Malachi Starks in the first round, I will be happy with the pick. I think a lot of Steelers fans would not be happy with the pick. I think it would be a good pick, and I think after year 1, Steelers fans would be thrilled that they got him on this football team. $5 from Joseph. Joseph's been incredible today, man. He's just been awesome. But how much has Joseph spent today, man? Close to 100.
It's up there.
It's got to be getting close to 100. So appreciate you, Joseph.
Yeah.
That's another shot for you too, Coley.
Yep.
He says, why not sign Joe Flacco? If Rodgers isn't signed, would you sign him? I mean, like, he's in the same category of guys like Tannehill and Cousins and all these other guys. Here's the thing with Flacco. Is he throws too many interceptions. His interception percentage is astronomical. It's like Jameis Winston level high. All right, so you're getting a guy that throws a lot of interceptions playing for a head coach in Mike Tomlin that hates when his offense gives up the football. All right, the reason why the Steelers have such a high floor every year, guys, is because they consistently win the turnover battle. The defense takes the ball away. The offense protects the football. Say what you will about Russell Wilson and Kenny Pickett. They protected the football like hell, man. Like, they did a great, like, the one thing I'll give Kenny Pickett credit for is he protected the football. All right, like, his turnover-worthy play percentage was super low. Same thing with Russell Wilson last year. He was top 3 in the league in that regard, in that category. Joe Flacco's would be towards the top. So I don't think the Steelers would be particularly interested in Flacco. I honestly think they'd rather get Ryan Tannehill than Joe Flacco.
I think so, too. It makes a lot more sense, in my opinion. I think Flacco, like, he had his kind of miracle run, late stage, like.
Dude, even in that season with the Browns where he somehow won Comeback Player of the Year, he led the league in interception percentage. He was turning the ball over at a higher rate than every other quarterback in the league that year, and he won Comeback Player of the Year. What an absolute joke. I mean, that year, the Browns walked away with like 4 or 5 trophies at the NFL Honors. I wanted to throw up because Myles Garrett stole a Defensive Player of the Year trophy away from TJ Watt, and then the guy that led the league in interception percentage won Comeback Player of the Year. What a joke. I mean, I guess they needed to make up for it for all the lost Super Bowls and all the lost AFC championships that they haven't won there in Cleveland. They needed to get a couple NFL honors trophies in that trophy case there in Cleveland. Oh, my goodness. This name just kills me, man. This person definitely just made 100%. A new Venmo today with a new name.
What are we doing here?
Oh, my God.
What are we doing here?
Whoever this is, identify yourselves in the chat.
Right here, baby.
Yeah, identify yourselves in the chat. But here we go, man. This one's rolling in from Coley's Chester Bank. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Coley's chest hair coming in with a $100 Venmo. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I've seen some crazy names in my day. That one might take the cake, man.
I mean, to start your new Venmo.
We got somebody claiming it. BMoss35 Tigers, that's me.
Oh, my goodness,
man.
dude.
Hey, fair play, man. Fair play.
All right, so that's a 100, so that means we're giving away 2 free raffle entries. Spam those me's.
Spam me.
Making it rain, Cully's chest hair. We're now $94 away. We are one more $100 super chat away from a boot from me. All right? We are one away from a boot from me.
There we go.
Come on. Who's going to get us there? Spam those me's. Cully, give those shout-outs.
We got Voxy, we got Carter, we got Kevin, we got Tracy, we got Randy, Carter. Come on, keep spamming. Keep spamming it up. Chris, random, Carter, random, Tracy. These are free tickets. Come on.
Come on, free tickets. Spam those me's. We got 350 Yinzers still watching. Come on.
We got Allie, we got Kevin, we got random, Chris, Kevin, Steven, B-Moss, Ali. Come on, keep spamming. Random, Kevin, Justin, Tracy, Chris, B-Moss, Michael, Joseph, Carter,
10,
random, Michael,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I am going to give mine to Ali the Reaper.
Ali the Reaper.
Ali the Reaper, you are in on the jersey raffle. And then Cully, make your selection here for the $100 from Cully's chest hair.
I'll go Tracy Davis.
Tracy Davis, you are in. Just so you guys know, if you're watching us, it's pretty late. It's almost 11 o'clock on the East Coast. So the fact that we still got 350 Yinzers watching live with us, it's a testament to you guys. We shall see if we get a Zoom call from Aaron Rodgers at the end of this Big Night Aht from Pat McAfee.
There we go.
If not, we will actually have a segment that we'll film at the end of today's show. We have one ready for you guys. But we are less than $100 away from a Sperry boot. Who's going to put in? Listen, man, we could alley-oop this, too.
We could.
We could have somebody put in a 50, and we could have another guy put in a 50, and then we get there, and then we're drinking a boot. All right, who's gonna make the lob?
Who's going to throw it up?
Who's going to throw up the lob? Come on.
Who's going to throw it up? Come on. Who's going to throw it up? By the way, just a reminder, too, just want to get this on the screen. Every $20 donation gets you entered into a Steelers jersey raffle ticket. What Steelers jersey, you might ask? It could be any one of your choices. It could be a TJ Watt. It could be George Pickens. It could be DK Metcalf. It could be a custom jersey. Whatever it may be, you get it for $20. I mean, how much do jerseys normally go for, Sperry?
150. The custom ones we get here are like $150. All right, so
they're expensive.
They're expensive. So
you could potentially get yours for $20 if you want to enter into the raffle. So if you also want to increase your odds in potentially getting some tickets, you could also donate to Jack Sperry either at Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. You see the names there on your screen.
Get double the raffle tickets.
Double.
I mean, why not?
Double.
I mean, it's the same amount of money donated.
Yeah.
Might as well send it in the Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal like Coley's chest hair just did.
Yeah, there you go.
At Jack-Sperry on Venmo, money sign Captain Jack 19. All right, we just got one here from, we just got a Cash App. That gets us closer to our goal here, Mr. Cully.
There we go.
And this is somebody that has actually won a Steelers jersey. He actually won our jersey, I believe, on the DK Metcalf jersey raffle.
Ooh, okay.
So I'll send that in. Cash App. All right. Come on, baby.
Yeah.
We are 5 20s away, 2 50s, and 1 100 away from a Sperry boot. It is 9:48 here in Dallas, Texas, Central Time. It's 10:48 on the East Coast. The McAfee Big Night Aht did start 30 minutes late.
It did.
So this thing might go a little bit late. This thing might go until 11:30
Yep.
Eastern, maybe. It could even be midnight. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows, baby? I mean, they're just going to keep things going. They're just going to keep the show rolling. We do have a $20 Cash App from my man Justin Yankuski. Let's go, man. And he sends in a message. And he says, sent you 24 boots. All right, we're not quite there yet, Justin. We still need what?
We're down to, I guess, $74.
$74 before I have to drink a boot. Actually, I'm going to go get this boot ready here, Cully, if you want to take over for a second. If you guys got any questions for Cully, if you guys want to chop it up a little bit, he'll give some shout-outs. I mean, right now we got 325 people still watching. You guys are the true, real ones. staying up late with us here on the Big Night Aht here in Pittsburgh. So, Coley, take over here for a second while I go get this boot ready. We're only $74 away.
Sounds good. All right. Yeah, we'll chop it up here a little bit. Sperry's going to go get that boot ready because he has faith in y'all. He's got belief. Don't let him down. Come on. He says, all right, Allie says, I love y'all, but I don't see Aaron Rodgers signing. That could be. We'll see. I do think Sperry's kind of got it nailed on the head where if it does happen, end of the night, I could 100% see it happening. But we'll see. We will see. B-Moss, Cully, have a great night. You guys are sick. Great stream. Thanks for the entertainment. Hey, shout out to you, B-Moss. That honestly, if that was you that sent in that Venmo, honestly, that brought me a lot of good laughs, man. So shout out to you. Shout out to you. Rodgers going to carry us to the Super Bowl. I mean, shoot, man. Let's just get him on the team. Let's just get him on the team first. Voxy, I know this is a weird question, but what do you think? Oh, my God. Desmond Watson. Oh, man. Probably not anything good, if I'm going to be honest. Probably not. Gully, what do you think of linebacker Jack Kaiser in the middle rounds? Jack Kaiser. I don't know that name off the top of my head, but is he the one from Notre Dame? I feel like that's right. Or maybe I'm tripping. Jack Kaiser, linebacker. Yes. Okay, so the linebacker from Notre Dame. Yeah, no, he's a really interesting prospect, man. So as Sperry mentioned earlier, I work mainly with our Bears channel. So linebacker is like one of the positions that the Bears are looking to potentially upgrade after, during the NFL draft. I think Kaiser could be, somebody that's interesting. I wouldn't take him, obviously, really in the early rounds, but, exceptional tackling, technique. He, is not afraid to mix it up in the run game, which is nice. To be honest, he probably projects as, a guy that could be potentially a, day 3 special teams type of guy, but I wouldn't mind having him on the roster. Wouldn't mind it. Would not mind it. That's a good one. That is a good one.
All right, I am back. We got the boot here, so here's the physical proof of the boot I'll be drinking. If we get another $74. Right now, you got Wiz Khalifa on the screen for the Pat McAfee Big Night Aht, and you've got he's singing Black and Yellow right now.
Black and Yellow.
So that's, you had to have Wiz there, man.
Yeah.
Had to have Wiz. You had to have Wiz. And of course, they sang a little Renegade to start with a Jelly Roll.
Yes.
To start today's show.
That was a Cash App or a Venmo?
That was a Cash App.
All right, got you.
So just got a Cash App that helps us get it down to $54. Who's going to get us there, man? We are almost at $750 on the stream. Randy coming in with a $20 Cash App. Randy, you have 2 raffle entries to win the Steelers jersey at the end of the show.
Shout out to you, Randy. Did he send in a question with that one or just send it in?
No, he just sent in the 20. So appreciate you, Randy. You are in on the raffle, and we're that much closer to the boot. We still got a couple more spots here to go. Did he send another one? Oh, no. Okay, we're good.
That we do.
All right. I'm a little thirsty, man. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to drink this boot. We got $54 left.
That'll fill you up all right, I'll tell you that.
All we need right now, Cully, is a 25 and a 30.
There we go.
That's all we need is a 25 and a 30.
Or a 50 and 2 teams.
Or just a 55.
Yeah, there we go.
But, who's going to get us there?
Yeah.
I'm ready for this.
Let's do it, man. Let's freaking do it. Is the fact that they're playing Black and Yellow a tale to what's to come? Maybe.
I just saw this comment from Voxy, and I almost just lost it. He said, "Imagine if Desmond Watson sits on you. I think you're dead."
Yeah, we were talking about that while you were gone.
460 pounds plus.
Yeah.
Just sitting on you.
Yep.
I will say, if he sits on your chest, I think you're fucked.
You are fucked.
Especially if he stomps, if he if he does one of these you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's putting an indent.
Yes.
All right. We just got a Venmo here, so it gets us closer.
Ooh, little Venmo ski.
Little Venmo ski here.
Appreciate y'all.
All right, and this one does have a this one does have a message.
Oh.
So we'll discuss that message here in just one moment.
Andrew Longoria. Shout out to you.
My man Andrew Longoria, one of the OGs of the channel, $20 coming in, and he has a message for Steelers Nation here. Says, "What's up, Jack and Cully's chest hair?"
Unbelievable.
Sending love from HEB Deli Department, currently working, watching, or hoping Rodgers to sign tonight. So, best case scenario here, Cully, as we're now, $34 away? $34 away from the boot and $750 in total donations today. What was I going to say? Best case scenario is at the end of this show, of the Pat McAfee Big Night Aht, McAfee's like, all right, we're going to say goodbye for the day. Thank you guys so much for all the support and love. Wait a second. I'm getting a FaceTime call from Aaron Rodgers. And he picks it up, and like Rodgers' face goes over all of the all of the video boards that PPG paints, and he's wearing a Steelers hat.
Yep.
And he says, I am signing a contract to be the next Steelers starting quarterback tomorrow in Pittsburgh.
There we go.
And he says, I'm excited to play with DK. I'm excited to play with George. I'm excited about playing for Mike Tomlin in this city. And that's the way that this show ends. And then tomorrow he comes in, he signs his contract, it's all over, and we don't have to think about what the fuck Aaron Rodgers is waiting so long for anymore.
Yep.
But it doesn't, McAfee has said time and time again, even earlier today, that he's not coming.
Right.
And he said on the show, he ain't coming on the show. But specifically what he said is he's not here, which now some Steelers fans are speculating means he could zoom in and
Maybe.
FaceTime. And we'll see what happens, all right? Like, I give it less than a 10% chance for sure, maybe even less than a 5% chance. But you will see me lose my shit live on this channel if Aaron Rodgers' face comes up on screen tonight.
Yep.
Absolutely.
As you probably should, to be honest.
All right. We got
Another little dono.
another Cash App here.
Oh, Cash App. Cash App, Cash App, Cash App.
Oh, we got a couple here. I think this gets us over the top here, Cully.
We'll see. Here we go.
Boom.
Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Sperry, I hope you got your drinking pants on, my friend. I hope.
Oh, so somebody just sent in a Cash App and he has a theory. Oh, Snoop Dogg, baby. Snoop, he's wearing the old school Penguins jersey.
Let's go.
Baby.
Let's
How
go.
much was a ticket to this event tonight?
I don't know.
Like, because you got to see Jelly Roll.
Yep.
You got to see Snoop. You got to see Wiz. Oh, dude, he's singing the next episode right now. You got all the Steelers. You got all the Pittsburgh legends in the music industry up here, man. You got Snoop, who's obviously a big Steelers fan. Wiz Khalifa. Are they going to sing Young, Wild, and Free together? They got to, right? They got to. How many times do you get Snoop and Wiz together for an event? You just don't see it very often. You got to sing that tonight, man. Dalton, Andrew, Myers, $20 gets him into the raffle, 2 raffle entries. And I like his theory. Cully. I don't think this is actually the case, but I like the theory here, Dalton. He says, low-key think Rodgers is the mascot because they've had the Penguins mascot up there all night, and he's been dancing around, doing all this different shit. And I do think that the guy that's normally the mascot has been doing it for most of the show, but would it surprise me if, like, at the end of the show, he comes tapping Pat McAfee on the shoulder, and he's like, what do you want, Penguin?
Yeah.
Takes the head off, and it's Aaron Rodgers. Can you, like, Masked Singer style, you imagine?
Rodgers would have to be really committed to the bit for him to stay in that costume for that long.
No. It would be right at the end.
No, I'm saying, but like, because you said he's been up there for like however long. I've been kind of like.
Well, the mascots come on and off throughout the show.
That's what I'm saying, but like to get in and out of that freaking costume, like, I
What do you
respect
mean?
it.
What do you mean?
I mean, like
he only gets into it one time.
Oh, he's only been there once, or is it only?
No. What I'm saying is, like, they have the suit.
Right.
And the guy that is normally like the Penguins mascot is doing everything up until the final thing.
And then, No.
I mean, it's not impossible.
No. No.
I do think that the video call thing is more likely, though.
Agreed.
I think the FaceTime thing is way more likely than that. All right, so appreciate you, Dalton. And then this one gets us over the top here, and it is Anderson with a $20 cash app. Anderson, you are in the raffle. 2 raffle entries for you, and I believe that gets us to the boot.
It does.
It does? All right.
does.
What are we doing if we get to $1,000?
Ooh, we'll have to do a race. We'll have to do a race. Come on now.
All right.
We'll have to do a race.
So we have mini boots.
Yes.
All right. We got the smallest boot. It's like a girl cowboy boot.
Yeah.
That versus you doing a full boot.
Or I give you a head start.
Or yeah, you could give me a head start. All right. This is what we'll do. If we get to 1,000 tonight, which we're still, how far are we from right there?
So with that, we're at 754, I think, or 756. I'll double check the math here in a second. But
by the way, Shedeur Sanders has been spotted at the Pittsburgh airport. So he is here for his visit tomorrow.
There you go.
So Shedeur Sanders is in Pittsburgh, just so you guys know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Normally we give, so when we do this, when I boot race Harry, for example, it's about like a 15-second head start. I'm going to see like how quickly you can do it.
But like I'm doing the mini boot. That's the thing.
It's true.
I mean, I'm doing like the tiny boot.
The tiny.
Because I'm like this boot, and then the tiny boot is honestly kind of a lot for me.
It is a lot.
It's honestly kind of a lot.
Yeah.
So what are we, like 235 something like?
We're or you're saying left until we get to 1,000?
Yeah.
We're probably at like 240 something.
All right. If we get to 1,002, will you do the Gatorade dump later this week? Because I don't think we're getting to 80,000 subscribers tonight.
We've kind of subsided on that.
Will we do it?
We'll talk about it.
All right, we'll talk about it if we get to 1,000 tonight.
We'll talk about it.
All right, but Cole, you're going to have to take over here while I drink this boot.
Oh, you don't want to be on camera, drink?
No, I want to be on camera. I just want you talking. All right? Because I don't want...
Hey, spam Sperry down
I don't
below.
Want 3 minutes of silence here.
I got
all right?
you.
Here we go.
I got you. Just go on and drink. All right, spam Sperry down below. I'm giving shout-outs. 3, 2, 1, go! Sperry's dropping it down. Come on, get those Sperrys down below. Shout out to Sperry for knocking down a boot. Let's go, man. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Look at Sperry, 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 Sperry. We got McCrack Daddy. We got Steven. Shout out to you guys. Dino. We got Kevin Reed. Come on, Sperry. Let's freaking go, man. Let's freaking go. Aaron, man, Cassie. Shout out to Cassie. Shout out to Colin. He says, hey, man, you still got many to go, man.
I know.
Come on, brother. We're cheering you on. Mr. Black and Yellow, we got Kevin Cool. We got Steven. Let's go, man. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Joseph Spain Sperry. Come on, get those Sperrys down below. He's at the finish line, folks. He's at the finish line. Colby, Steven, Joseph. Come on, keep getting those Sperrys. Dude, you've got like a foot left.
I know. I don't even have...
You have a foot left. Gotta finish, man. Gotta power through. Gotta power through. Colby, Steven, Voxy, Mr. Black and Yellow, Tom, Voxy, Chug, Chug, Chug from Daniel, Voxy. Let's go. Come on, Sperry. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Sperry.
Oh.
Let's go.
God, dude, I don't have the stomach area. You know, like every time I do a boot, it's like it just fills me up. Like it overflows. I don't even know how to. I can't even talk. I'm so full right now. But if we get to 1,000, I'll do another one here. If I can fit it in. Pause. I think right now they're singing Young, Wild, and Free on the...
oh, my God.
Is that what they're singing right now? Oh, it is! Let's go!
Oh, shit, let's go. Careful with copyright, but yeah, this is a banger.
I know. This is a banger, man. How often do these guys have a chance to sing this together? It's not very often. God, I remember being like fourth grade.
Yeah. Dude,
pretending that I smoke weed, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I still don't get drunk.
You do not.
And I have never smoked weed, actually.
There you go.
Which is actually, I've been pretty clean.
Yeah, you're straight edge, I think is what they call it.
I'm weird in other ways, but I don't do that stuff. Maybe maybe that does make me weird, not doing that stuff though.
Nah.
Dude, I love Snoop's yellow pants, dude. So Pittsburgh.
He's embracing it, man. It really is.
It's got the black and gold all over. Would you guys be interested in Paul Skeen's watch parties this year? We did a couple of them last year.
I know somebody would be interested in doing them.
Mr. Lauderay?
Oh, yeah.
By the way, I believe Mr. Lauderay will be back. How much do we have to make for Captain Coley to come back on Friday, man?
Ooh.
How much do we have to make for Captain
back?
Coley to come? If we get to 1,000, will Captain Coley be back
make an
next year?
appearance on Friday.
Will it work with the different stuff?
Yeah. How about this? If we get to 1,000, not only are we doing
The boot race.
I'll be back Friday for Steelers Talk Live,
Okay.
and we'll discuss Gatorade.
And
bets
we
then.
will
On
discuss
that
Gatorade
show.
back.
On that show.
On that show. All right.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. So how far are we away from 1,000
right.
here?
So
let's do the math.
Okay, counts. So it's, hold on, I got the boot. Hold on.
Smoke one. We're just having fun. Oh yeah, PPG Paints Arena is just blasting. Dude, it actually looks like such a vibe, dude. Like I wish I was there.
Supposed to be
Living young and wild and free. With the piano.
BMOS says Cully over Coop.
Coley over Coop. Well, Coop's still in NOLA.
Yeah. Well, so.
Should we do a poll?
Ooh.
Captain Coley versus Coop?
There we go.
My vote's for Captain Coley, man. He's he's here ready to go for Rodgers.
There we go.
You know, Coop's being an asshole and going to his friend's bachelor party like a complete jerk. We know where his priorities lie, Coley.
I'm about to say,
you know,
him being a good friend, what an asshole.
You know,
What an asshole.
No, we love Coop, man.
We do.
He had a good time in London. I got a
Yep.
chance to talk to him earlier today. He had fun, and now he's ready to
Yeah.
go fuck up the Hustler Club
There we
on
go.
Bourbon Street, I guess. And
That's what I'm saying, man.
you know, have a good time there.
Yeah. No, I mean, hey, listen, it wouldn't.
Joseph says Coley should be the permanent host on here.
Ooh, appreciate that, man.
All right, man. James
Appreciate
Yoder. James, if you're still watching, take note, man. The Yinzers love Captain Coley, man.
That they do.
I mean, somebody made their new Venmo that connected their bank account.
I know.
They made a new Venmo. They made a new name.
Shout out to him, man. Honestly, I didn't laugh that hard in a minute. That was honestly hilarious. Sorry, man.
Oh, so yeah, we're McAfee just was saying something. I thought it had maybe something to do with
Yes.
Rodgers, so we were
It
shutting
was
up for a second.
Very quiet.
But he was just talking about how Wiz Khalifa and Snoop Dogg did that concert for free.
Yeah.
So McAfee didn't have to pay him a dime. So
Right.
that's pretty darn cool of them to do, man.
Yeah. So fun fact, Yinzers who are watching. So I haven't done it as much recently because we've gotten more people and we've hired more. But when I first kind of started / really for the first most of my first year, I was kind of the backup Steelers producer.
Yeah.
To Coop.
Yeah.
Coming every Tuesday.
Exactly. You're coming in every Tuesday, and
Yeah.
you weren't on live a whole lot. That was our VOD day.
Yes.
That was our video day. But behind the scenes, Coley was kind of our backup producer when Coop was doing Mavs or whatever else he was doing on
Yeah.
Tuesdays. So it's good to have you back on Steelers Talk, man.
a great time,
The Yinzers love you.
Always a good time.
You know, Captain Coley and Steelers Smitty are always crowd pleasers, man. We love Coop. We're excited to get him back. Will he be back next Monday? I'm guessing not, right?
No,
Because he's gone another week, isn't he?
no, I think he's back Monday.
He's back. He's just
I'm almost positive he's back. Monday.
It's just like a weekend thing.
I think so. I could be wrong. They haven't, I don't think, released the schedule yet for next week, but we'll see.
Thomas asked, do you think Snoop being on stage makes Rodgers want to FaceTime Pat? Listen, man, I hope that is in the cards tonight.
Yeah.
I am really hoping that McAfee is like, so Rodgers is not here.
Yeah.
And then pause for effect, crowd starts to chatter a little bit, and then he's like, but here he is, and it's like shows up on screen. And it's all great stuff. I think they're bringing on A.J. Hawk right now, so they might be talking a little Rodgers here, so let's listen in.
So I was going to ask, wouldn't it have made sense if, like, one of us was A.J. Hawk? I know we're both doing the McAfee thing, but, like, imagine me sitting over here just not saying anything, just holding a stogie. That would have been the embodiment of the McAfee show.
Oh, fuck.
Either way, I'm good in a tank, so I'm chilling.
So they're showing Tone Diggs, A.J. Hawk, and Darius Butler, his kind of buddies. They're up in the suite enjoying this show.
Yeah. I was about to say, name an easier job than America than what A.J. Hawk does on Pat McAfee's show.
Yeah, exactly. Just FaceTimes in. So for those of you that don't know, A.J. Hawk is like one of Aaron Rodgers' like top 5 friends in the world. So this might be something to keep your eye on here.
Yeah. We did get a $5 super chat coming in from Steven. So he's going to knock us down to $2.39.
Stephen Miller, appreciate you, Stephen. $5. That's another Cully shot.
That is another cold shot. Got it to race. Oh,
Cully, you work tomorrow, right?
I do.
Yeah, I think I do too. Kind of quick turnaround. Late
It will
night,
I will be.
making some money.
Yes. We're killing the game.
You got
Have fun.
an hour-long drive home, and then you got an hour-long drive back in the morning.
Oh yeah. And
God,
every day
man, they're not paying you enough to come on here and wear the tank and
Hey.
Maybe get Gatorade dumped and do all the shit that you have to take on tonight. But hey,
We're
stepping
having a
up to the
good
plate,
We're
stepping
having a
up to
good
the
time.
plate.
Hey, listen, the spot was open. You said, hey, Cully, we'd love to have you. Can you produce this live show? I said, I got you. And we're here. We're having a great
We
time.
bought the tanks
Yes,
yesterday.
literally.
Neither of us had a black tank top yesterday.
Yes.
We both went out and got tank tops
Yes.
yesterday. So that just goes to all of the work that we put in for you guys here on Steelers Talk. So we appreciate all the support. We appreciate you guys staying up with us tonight.
Steven, there you are, brother. You did send in a little $5.
Little $5.
By the way, I'll take the shot. So I'm not a tank top guy, clearly, because I had to go buy one. I'm not gonna lie, kind of just wearing one. I kind of like the tank top vibe.
Yeah.
I get why McAfee does it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of digging it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Now, I don't look good in a tank top. Like I'm not.
Sperry looks good in
Yeah,
it.
you rock it a lot better than
No,
I
no,
do,
no,
man.
no,
No. You definitely rock it better than I do.
Nah, man. I mean, it's Coley has that 5 gallons of shots now. I put a good dent in this Tito's. I will say that much.
Yes, you have. Just got another.
Oh my god.
Just got another Venmo. Just got another Venmo. Oh.
I'll let y'all guess who could potentially have sent that last one.
I don't know who this guy is. He's never Venmo'd before, but
No.
that's unbelievable, man.
All right, so we were at $2.39. We did get a $20 super chat in.
Another 20
Joseph.
from Joseph. It's another raffle ticket from my man
So we'll
Joe.
get that on screen, and I'll work on getting the Venmo.
Sounds good.
Joseph, he says, love the show. Y'all are awesome. Thank you, Joseph.
There's a question mark at the end of that, Joe. Come on now. Especially maybe I'm not awesome, guys, but Coley definitely is. All right, so there's no question mark when it comes to Coley. Coley's definitely awesome.
All right, so we were at this after Joseph, and shout out to you, Joseph.
Shout out to Joseph, 219 away from a boot race
And here's the thing.
to finish out today's show.
We are now down to this, and it's because we got a $100 Venmo from
Coley's Chest Hair Bag. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Coley's chest hair throws up the lob, and now we're about $100 away from $1,000 on today's show.
Oh,
Chest
man.
hair, chest hair, chest hair, chest hair. Let's go.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. A first-time Venmoer, 2 $100 bangs on today's show.
Oh, my
Let's
goodness.
go.
I might have to do the freaking
A new Steelers talk legend,
I
man.
know, seriously.
A new legend.
New legend. Oh, my God. I might have to do the boot race shirtless.
Oh,
I might
my
have
goodness.
to. I might have to.
I mean,
full chest hair.
it might have to be tarps off here.
Might have to.
Might have to be tarps off here.
Oh, man. God, I will say this. I know we're all waiting for the end. McAfee has put on a good show. Like a damn good show.
I mean, like I think that was going to be undeniable.
Yes.
You know, if there's one thing that Pat McAfee knows how to do, it's how to put on a good show. All right, and he's certainly done that tonight. I don't think Rodgers is going to be coming on tonight, but you still never know. It seems like we're getting towards the end of this thing, right?
Oh. Yeah. B. Moss, who is Cully's chest hair, he did confirm that earlier. He says, Cully, do the worm on the ground for the hundo. I cannot do the worm. I will give it my best attempt. But
I don't even know how we'd work the camera for that.
It would have
Probably
to
go to the producer cam, and then I just put it on you.
It would have to be. Like, I'd have to like move it. It'd be something. Like I said, I can't. I will give it my best attempt. It will look terrible, but I will do it. I will do the worm for a hundo. I will do that.
All right, another hundo, and Coley will try to do the warm. Who is this that they're bringing on here? Is it some sort of singer?
It looks like it.
Looks like some sort of country singer, Parker McCollum.
Oh, okay. I've heard.
You know who that is?
Yeah.
I'm guessing country singer because he's wearing a cowboy hat.
You are correct, sir. He's a really good country singer. I'm bringing out all kind of different forms of entertainment too, which is really nice.
Has McAfee ever done an event like this before, where he's had like a stadium?
Yeah. I don't think like a solo event like this. I don't think so. Freedom Guy says, how about the moonwalk? See, now that one, like,
Moonwalk's not. I mean, that's not even as good.
Yeah, it's not.
You would do that for a 10.
Probably. Probably. I would do it.
You would do that for a 10. We're just over $100, guys.
Yeah.
If somebody puts in another 100, and then someone puts in another 100, and then someone just puts in a 20, I mean,
we're there.
Jersey raffle tickets are $20, guys.
Who's gonna throw it up?
Who's gonna throw? I mean, if someone puts in a 20 right now, I mean that just sets up whoever to put in a 100 here to finish us up. And there's the 20. Mr. Anthony Fuller wants in on the Jersey raffle tonight. We're not worthy. Anthony Fuller, King Yinzer, with a 20. Thick Clappa is here. He says, "What's up, Jack? Good to see you, Thick Clappa."
What up? What up?
We are still waiting here for potential word on Aaron Rodgers. I will say it's probably unlikely here, guys, that we get word on Rodgers today, but it's not impossible is what I'll say here, Coley. I won't say I'd be completely shocked if Rodgers comes on via Zoom or FaceTime to finish off the show. But Anthony Fuller comes in with a 20. So now we're less than $100 away from a boot race.
Yeah. And now we're down to 97 because we get a $2 from Steven, who says, you guys should do a Paul Skeens watch party. He's down. He's made his voice known.
Man, I guess Steven is down for a Paul Skeens watch party. You know, the thing about the Skeens watch parties, though, guys, is that the Pirates just stink so bad. It's like, I don't know if I want to put myself through,
Here, I'm creating a new poll. Would y'all watch a Paul Skeens watch party? Yes or no?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Man, Bob Nutting needs to sell the team, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he refuses to spend money on players. He refuses to try and win, and then he gaslights the entire fan base, going in front of the camera and saying we're doing everything we can to try and win a championship. And it's like, no, you're not. You're doing whatever you can to make as much money as you possibly can. And it's just, I hate owners that view, that view their ownership of the team as like a business. And of course it's a business, but if you're running it as a business first, like I don't even know what to say. Like if you're running a sports team, that's like the ultimate dream for a lot of people on this planet. Yep. And you're running it just to like increase your profit margin. Like, I don't know, man. There's just something that doesn't seem right about that. And that's the way that it feels with the Pittsburgh Pirates organization. Yep. And unfortunately, it means that Paul Skeens, we probably have limited years of him.
Fair enough. Which
is just it's disappointing, man. But, you gotta appreciate him while he's still here.
You do. Sperry, I think I'm going to need to run to the restroom a little bit because those shots and that boot, I think have finally hit me.
All right.
So,
So right now, Cully's chest hair, anybody else, $100 here would get us to $1,000 on the day for Super Chat, Venmo, and Cash App. So Coley's going to go use the bathroom here. So I'm just doing the calculations here, just making sure that we got every dollar accounted for here. All right, man. I don't know how long this thing is going to go. We're going to stay live as long as McAfee stays live, and then we will have some sort of segment that we'll film after the McAfee show officially ends. We'll talk about some of the options and some of the reasons why Rodgers has not made a decision yet. If that ends up being the case and we get to the end of this thing and Rodgers doesn't make a surprise appearance, we'll talk about some of the reasons why that might be the case and what Aaron Rodgers might be waiting for at this stage of the game. Because, I don't have a lot of good answers for you guys, if I'm being completely honest with you guys, of what exactly he could be waiting for. I have some theories that could make some sense, but, I think that if he doesn't sign by tonight, you can legitimately question whether or not he really wants to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. And that's disappointing. Obviously you want Aaron Rodgers to want to come here because the Steelers clearly want him, and obviously Rodgers is at least somewhat open to playing here. But, you would hope that he would have enough information at this point to be like, I'm in. I'll sign on the dotted line. And that just hasn't been the case tonight, unfortunately. All right, so McAfee's about to wrap up, it sounds like. Sounds like they're finishing things up here, Coley. So he's saying here that there's over 12,000 people that attended the Big Night Aht tonight. 12,582 was the official attendance number.
God, they're teasing us.
So he says we got to honor the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think Big Ben Roethlisberger is about to come out here. Yep.
Remember who McAfee spoke to earlier today?
Ben Roethlisberger. So Roethlisberger here comes out, and it appears he's the final guest. And remember who McAfee told Rodgers was not going to be coming on the show to. It was on the Football and Podcast with Big Ben.
Oh, my goodness.
And now Big Ben is taking the stage.
Bag of opportunity.
Sounds like they're going to do some sort of giveaway here with Big Ben. So it looks like Big Ben is going to be doing some throwing here.
That's what I'm. Is he? Ah.
I mean, how cool would it be if Rodgers comes out and it's like literally a passing of the torch type of situation?
That'd be pretty sweet.
That'd be pretty sweet.
That'd be pretty
We'll
sweet.
see if it happens. I mean, like I said, I think it's less than 10%. Less than 5% even.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, God, Coley, this might act.
Dude, it's teasing right now.
He's teasing it, man.
So hard.
That's so. McAfee did announce Roethlisberger is the last guest tonight,
Said I'm a Yinzer.
and Big Ben's talking about how he's a Yinzer, how he lives in the area.
God, it's just.
I mean, I'm just saying this would be a hell of a moment. That's all I'm saying is that it would be a hell of a moment if Aaron Rodgers comes up and Big Ben like gives his kind of stamp of approval of him coming to the Steelers.
It's like, all right, Ben, here you can toss these out to the crowd, pick and choose. And he's like, actually, I got somebody else in mind that can throw these.
Yeah, and then you get Aaron Rodgers. Oh my goodness, dude, that would be just crazy.
Be pretty nuts.
I will say he's in jeans. He's in a sweatshirt. I don't know if he's necessarily in like throwing type clothes.
Close this night out with a bang. That's what McAfee
Close
just
this
said.
night out with a bang.
Need something big.
Need something big.
Whoa.
Oh. So the big thing that he's referring to is that every throw Big Ben's going to make is going to be worth $1 million. And who's he going to be throwing to? So now they're bringing out what he's calling the Big Night Aht glory hole. Whatever the fuck that is. And it looks like a big ring that Big Ben is going to have to throw into. You know what this might be? This might be, Big Ben takes the first two.
Yeah.
And then he'll be like, oh, my shoulder hurts.
Yeah.
I need somebody else to come in here and finish the job. And then Rodgers comes in, throws a fucking seed right through the hoop.
Yeah. It's a pretty big hole. No homo.
Pretty big glory hole.
Big glory hole.
Big.
Break it down below. Out of the 3 throws that Ben Roethlisberger's about to throw, how many does he nail? Does he go 3 for 3?
I mean, I hope he goes 3 for 3.
It's a pretty big target.
I mean, how far is that?
Dude, it's a decent.
20 yards, maybe?
It's not an easy throw, dude.
Like that throw is up in the air. It's a big ring. But that's not an easy throw.
We got Voxy saying 1 out of 3. Tim
saying 0 for 3. No, $1 million on the line here for each throw. So I hope Big Ben's been taking his practice throws backstage.
Got Ali saying over 3.
By the way, we are going to be giving away a Steelers jersey here momentarily. All right, so once the McAfee show's over, that's when we're going to be doing the raffle, okay?
Do you want to do a wheel or what do you want to do?
Yeah, let's do a wheel.
Okay. Big Night Aht.
So a little bit of Steelers news. Shedeur Sanders was spotted at the Pittsburgh airport. He has his meeting, top 30 draft visit with the Steelers. Big Ben's first throw. Oh, no, he kind of pulled it back. Pump fake, he says. I'm telling you, man, Rodgers is coming out. Okay, it's not. God, he's just playing with my emotions here, man. Playing with my emotions. The fact that they're bringing out a Steelers quarterback for the finale here, it's definitely teasing us here.
Oh,
Paul Skeens is coming up. Oh, baby.
Paul Skeens.
So wait, is Skeens going to be making these throws? So the fact that they're bringing up multiple people here, Cully,
what is going on here?
it continues to kind of make it seem like it's not an impossibility that it could be Rodgers as the third guy that comes up here. Paul Skeens, man. Two Pittsburgh legends here, man. You got Big Ben, you got Skeens. I mean, the fact that Skeens is already a legend in Pittsburgh it's just a testament to how great of a player he is.
He's like the first major league pitcher in MLB history to go 25 starts and have an under 2 ERA. It's pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive, man. What are they chanting?
It's chanting. I couldn't hear that.
Something about Livy Dunn, maybe?
Big Night Aht. Great crowd tonight.
Great crowd at PPG Paints. I mean, Skeens can throw a football. He throws footballs for part of his warm-up routine. Oh, no way. So the thing that they were chanting was sell the team. No way.
Sell the team.
Sell the team. Sell the team.
That's hilarious. That's also not a great look. Wow. Maybe Steelers should sign Skeens as their next QB. That's funny.
So right now they have 3 throws for $1 million. I don't think Skeens is going to take all of them. There's going to be somebody else that comes up on this screen.
That makes sense, right? You don't want to give, because if you have Roethlisberger and Skeens, you don't want to throw one of them with 2, one of them with 1.
Yeah. By the way, no footballs have been thrown yet.
None. Excuse me. Skeens is talking to the crowd. Brian Leaf is guest number 3.
Just got another Cash App. Or another Venmo.
Another Venmo? Oh, you're teasing. You're such a tease. You're such a tease. Hold on. So we were at this. Everybody who's watching or paying attention. Now we're at this.
Somebody just put in a 50. Who was it?
I'll give y'all
It was
one guess.
The message was, I'm throwing up the lob. So who's gonna dunk it with another 50?
Who's throwing up the lob?
Because
who's throwing it down?
Because Coley's chest hair is coming in with another 50. That's $250 on the night for Coley's chest hair.
Jesus, man.
So who's going to slam it home? We need a $50 Super Chat or Venmo to get to 1,000 on the day. A boot race, maybe a Gatorade dump, and Coley being back on Friday instead of Jack Lotteray.
Well, it may just be a guest appearance.
Oh, are they? Oh no, they're gonna bring up Sidney Crosby, I think. Who's gonna put in that? Who's gonna bring down Coley's chest hair's lob? Who's gonna slam that shit down? Get us to $1,000 on the day. Who's gonna get us there? This has got to be Crosby, right? Because you brought on a Steelers legend, Roethlisberger, Pirates legend, Skeens.
Makes sense. Oh, God. I have a funny feeling how much that's going to be. I have a funny feeling that we may have just hit a certain mark. I will be making an appearance based on...
Sidney Crosby is coming up on the stage now, so... I think they're going to have 3 throws. So Roethlisberger will have a throw. Sidney Crosby will have a throw. Oh no, they got 3 Pirates or 3 Penguins coming on. So it's Crosby and who else?
Is that Yevgeny Malkin, I would assume?
Maybe Malkin? Yeah, and Malkin, he says.
Yeah. Oh, and Chris Letang. All right.
All right.
All right.
We just hit $1,000 on the night. And it's thanks for the lob from Coley's chest hair and the dunk from Andrew Longoria. I'm waiting for it.
It's loading. What the heck? Why is it taking so
Come
long?
on.
There we go. Bang!
Bang! Andrew Longoria slams it home. And he says, let's go, boot. All right, man, boot race coming up.
We got to go.
But we're going to wait till after this.
Yes.
All right, we're going to wait till after because, Rodgers could be coming up at any moment at this point because we're at the end of the show.
It's true.
I don't think Rodgers will be coming on, but I don't want to miss it if he does.
B-Moss says insert the picture of Dwayne Wade and LeBron iconic dunk picture.
Boom!
Boom! Got him.
Legendary performance today, ladies and gentlemen.
Legendary.
1,000 people. By the way, the 250s mean we're giving away 2 free raffle entries right now.
Spam me's.
Spam those me's if you want a free raffle entry. Come on. Spam those me's. We got Cassie. We got Tim. We got Voxy. We got Freedom Guy. We got BMAS. We've got Voxy again. Keith. Kevin. Colby. Who wants a free raffle entry? We're giving away a Steelers jersey in just a few moments. Come on, come on, come on. Spam those me's. We got 340 people watching live. Who wants it? We got Kareem, Princeton, Oxy the Wolf, Got a Thule, CJ Ross. Cully, give some shout-outs here.
We got Jeffrey, we got Colby, Oxy, CJ, Kevin, Cameron, Voxy, DJ, Keith, Kareem, Dylan, Kevin, B-Moss, Princely, Cameron, Voxy, Jeffrey, Princeton, Kevin, Gatatati, Freedom. Keep spamming those me's.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to give mine to Kareem Richardson. Kareem Richardson, you are in.
There we go.
And then I'm going to give the other one. Actually, you can give away the other one here.
I appreciate it. I'll go Joe L.
Joe L., you are in.
Shout out to Joe L. Shout out to you guys, man. So maybe the entire Pittsburgh sports world is welcoming in Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, this would be a hell of a moment, man.
It would be.
This would be a hell of a moment. I don't think it's coming. But, like, how cool would it be if all of these great Pittsburgh sports legends welcome Aaron Rodgers to the Pittsburgh Steelers and to the Pittsburgh fan base?
Be pretty sweet. I will be making a guest appearance on Steelers Talk Live this Friday. Shout out to you guys. We will be
Captain Coley will be back on Friday. Thanks to $1,000 we made today. We'll also have a boot race after this show is over. We're still going to be live for what, another hour? Probably at least, because we still got a segment to film.
We got a raffle, we got a seg, and then we got.
And if Rodgers comes on, we're going to be on like all night, dude. We might be on all night if Rodgers ends up signing here or ends up announcing here. He won't sign his contract. He would announce it. How great would it be if Rodgers is there the same day to sign his contract as Shedeur is there to take his visit? Just letting them know who's boss.
I would do.
All right, kid. You know, if you come here,
Yep.
I'm the big show here.
Yes. Dude, I'm just so locked into this now because they brought out everybody. Because now the math doesn't make sense again. Because now you have 3 Pittsburgh Penguins, so you have 5 total.
Well, I think that they brought up multiple Penguins, but only one of them is going to throw.
Just wait for Aaron Rodgers, man. Just wait
Come
for
on.
Rodgers.
Well, maybe they'll have the 3, and then they're like, wait a second. We have one more football to give, and then it's Rodgers coming on with a football. Like I
Maybe.
said, I don't think it's going to happen, but
We'll see.
So they're going to start with Skeens. It's $1 million
Yeah.
for a giveaway. I didn't hear.
Jesus. It's funny.
Dude, this is not necessarily an easy throw.
No, it's not at all.
It's like that's at least 10 yards away. At least 10 yards. It might be 15 or 20, honestly.
I apologize for looking down. I have it on my phone over here. Jack's got it on the TV.
Into the glory hole. Come on.
Into the glory hole. So Skeens is up first.
B-Mass says, Cully, you're good. You're a baddie. Cully's the baddest baddie of them all, man.
Oh, man, that's hilarious. Sheesh.
Can somebody throw a damn football?
Dude, it's been so long.
Can somebody? There he goes. He's going, and he missed it. No!
Oh.
He threw it too low.
He threw it short.
What if the plan is for them to go 0 for 3, and then Rodgers comes in to save the day?
There's no way they can end it on 0 for 3. There's just no way. Oh, they're getting the football back, I think.
Do they only have 1 foot? Oh! My God.
Someone legitimately just threw it into the crowd. Okay,
All right, so now they're doing 500,000. He's getting a redo.
B-Moss saying, all right, I'm signing off. It's QB1. Thanks for the entertainment. Have a good night. Yins, make sure to check the stream back because you might win.
Yeah.
You're the MVP tonight.
Yeah. Watch out, man.
Foxy says, love the tank top on you, Cole. You look like a tractor trailer driver. Oh, it's funny.
God. I don't know, dude. I look like an absolute you
look like
listen, man. You fill that thing out nice, all right? I don't, all right? I got all this space. You know, I got the skinny ass arms.
Nah,
man.
You're toned up, dude.
No, I'm not,
You're
dude.
toned up,
I'm definitely
man.
not toned up.
You're toned up.
All right, here we go, Paul.
Toned up.
Come on, Skeensy. Come on, Skeensy.
Come on.
Is he going to miss again? He missed again!
He hit the ring!
He hit the rim! Come on. If there was any of these guys that I thought would hit it, I thought it would be Skeens.
Honestly, yeah.
The hockey guys aren't getting close.
No, the hockey. Oh my God! If Crosby throws this, it might go into the
The
fifth
hockey
row.
guys are not going to get close. Roethlisberger maybe, even though he's a lot older. LOL, there's people on Steelers Twitter saying trade Skeens. Trade him because he can't hit the ring.
Keith says, Cully, if
now-
Rodgers comes out tonight, I will send you a quart of Tito's. I'm holding you to that, Keith. Holding you to it.
Listen, man, like I've been saying throughout the night, I think that there's a less than 10% chance, maybe less than 5% chance that Rodgers kind of comes in at the end here. But it would be chills.
Chills.
It would be chills if he came out at the very end and said, tomorrow I will be in Pittsburgh to sign my contract to be the next Steelers starting quarterback. All right, now Sidney Crosby is going to be – he's got – I don't know, dude. I don't think that this is throwing a tire here. He's got a T-shirt. He's got a long sleeve button down that's unbuttoned. Kind of like a shacket kind of situation going on here.
There's no chance he makes this.
A Canadian hockey player.
There's no chance.
Dude, if he hits this, that would be crazy.
It'd be nuts.
This guy's probably never thrown an American football in his life. Oh!
Oh, my.
Oh! Sidney Crosby made it! What?
That thing took a doink over like the bottom of the ring.
$1 million somebody's going to win because
Sidney Crosby.
Sidney Crosby, of all people, a Canadian. And now everybody's chanting MVP.
MVP. Oh, Skeens has got to hate himself right now. You got outthrown by a hockey player. He's good at everything in life.
I mean, honest question. Was that the first time he's ever thrown a football? And he just chucked it 20 yards perfectly on target?
Perfect. He did barely get it there, but yes, he did make it.
What if Rodgers comes on and they're like, this one for $5 million, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh. Whoa. What do you mean there's a whole thing?
What do you mean there's a whole thing?
He's thanking the crowd.
He's thanking the crowd.
Joseph.
James.
Appreciate you, brother. He says, y'all have a good night. It's been fun.
Joe,
Joseph,
thank you, man.
thank you. Thank you.
James says, here it comes. Oh.
Dude.
He's shit talking Roethlisberger, saying Crosby made it, so Roethlisberger better not miss. Here we go. Here comes the throw. Oh, pump fake. No, he throws and it's good. Oh, he got it. Roethlisberger made it.
Still got it.
Still got it, baby. Paul Skeen's the only one not getting it done.
No.
I mean, that was some pressure right there
Yeah.
from Big Ben. But, the thing about Big Ben, the thing that you love about Big Ben, the thing about Big Ben is he always delivered in the big moments. Both Super Bowls, clutch moments, big third downs, big game-winning drives. That's what Big Ben always did, man. That's why we loved him.
Yeah. Freedom Guy, you did predict 2 for 3. Shout out to you.
Attaboy, Freedom Guy. Oh. I really think they're about to end it here.
I think so. Doesn't look like it.
He says it's hilarious that Sidney Crosby made it.
Shout out.
Now McAfee's still on.
The lights went out, but they're still on McAfee.
Dude, imagine being in that building right now, man. Just the energy.
Keith, appreciate you, brother. Raymond says, good night, Sperry and crew. Good night to you, brother.
Good night to you, my friend. We will be doing the jersey raffle here after the show is over. Wait. Who's throwing this one?
Is there another football?
So they're doing one more throw for $2 million. So there's gonna be somebody to win a $2 million.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think they're just determining who the winner is going to be. Not a Plinko board. That's hilarious.
So now they're gonna do it's kind of like the Plinko style board.
Yeah.
For $2 million.
Jesus. Man, oh man.
Keegan says Rodgers ain't saying anything. Definitely possible, but we're making 100% sure.
We're here.
We're here to see if he does. Then we're gonna be here for him. We're gonna react live to it, but. Again, guys, we're going to be doing a Steelers jersey raffle within moments. Do you have the wheel ready?
Last call.
Last call. Whenever this show ends, we're going to be doing the raffle, and then if he doesn't sign, we have a segment that we want to get done here.
Yeah.
So we'll get into that, and then we have the boot race.
Yep.
And then we're going to call it for the day, or we could just do the boot race on Friday. You're going to be here on Friday.
Up to you. I'll let you make that call. Up to you.
We'll play it by ear here.
I'm going to get the wheel ready behind the scenes. Sperry's just going to yell in my ear, oh my God.
Can Aaron Rodgers just come up and stand next to Pat McAfee with a Steelers hat on or something?
A lot of people on the wheel.
A lot of people on the wheel tonight.
Yes.
A lot of good stuff.
Not sure I heard the raffle amount, but I was fair with everybody in terms of how many tickets everybody gets. So everyone got their amount. I promise you that much. Lower.
All right, so they're picking a winner for the $2 million.
Now they're moving Rodgers into the lower level.
Yeah, now they're moving Rodgers into yeah, exactly. Just so everybody is aware, McAfee has been constantly denying that Rodgers is a part of this evening. So, and he even did it earlier today on Big Ben's podcast. All right, so
yeah,
the chances that Rodgers comes out here, even though McAfee went out of his way to deny it earlier today, it's certainly dubious. All right, so definitely don't get your hopes up. But I'm going into this, Cully, with no expectations.
Yep.
If it happens, I'll be happy about it. And, the idea that he would make this announcement at literally midnight Eastern time.
Literally.
It's just not going to happen, probably. I think it's a less than 5% chance, but we're going to be here just in case that is what happens.
Just in case.
Just in case. Yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the boot race. Me and Coley are going to do our boot race on the Friday live show. We're going to be going live again at our normal time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. on Friday. Me and Coley will be live, and we'll finish out that live show with our boot race. Just so we can get out of here at a somewhat decent time
I'll
here.
I'll probably just come on at that point because I think me and Harry have a busy day Friday.
Okay, yeah, you'll just come on and we'll do the we'll do the.
I'll say what's up again.
Yeah. That works out. That works out.
Yeah. I think we have like 2 meetings on Friday, so yeah, it works out. They're really going out for this thing.
I mean, it is 5 minutes to midnight there in Pittsburgh. So
103. All right, guys, moving to 103. Moving to 103.
Dude, imagine these people, bro. They actually think there's a chance that they're gonna walk away with $2 million.
So that section's going crazy. And now they're doing the row.
Looks like row N.
In. Oh, dude, they're 20 seats.
Dude, imagine being in that row
right now.
Right now.
Because you have to show your ticket, I'm assuming.
I'm guessing so, yeah. Imagine losing your ticket.
Yeah.
Imagine throwing that thing in the garbage when you walked in. Oh.
3.
Somebody wearing an Eagles jersey?
An Eagles jersey.
Somebody wearing an Eagles jersey just won $2 million. There's people booing him. There are people booing in the crowd because an Eagles fan just won the $2 million grand prize. Boo! Oh, wait. I'm getting a call.
Yeah. God, over $2 million. That was definitely Chase Sr. That's funny.
So it looks like this is gonna be it here.
Yeah.
So they're saying that McAfee's saying that he's going to be back on his normal show next Monday. So
Team. He officially says goodbye.
So he says goodbye, and they got the confetti going and everything. So that I'm feeling pretty confident that, as we suspected, a decision from Aaron Rodgers does not come tonight for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and we will continue to wait on a decision from Rodgers. It would have made a lot of sense for him to show up tonight and make this decision with with a chance to talk about how excited he is to play for the Steelers, to do it in dramatic fashion, to do it and help out his buddy Pat McAfee on a massive show that obviously did great without him, but if he would have shown up, like, that would have been absolutely nuts. But now Steelers fans will continue to wonder, what is taking Aaron Rodgers so long? And Coley and I'm going to be going on to a segment here, and I'm going to be talking about some of the possibilities, why Rodgers is still taking so long to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But first, we got a jersey to give away here to one lucky Steelers fan. So who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? We got a bunch of names on the Steelers Talk wheel. Thank you to everybody that donated today. Thank you to everybody that even got a free raffle entry and spam those me's today. We greatly appreciate all of your guys' support, man. Without you guys, me, Coley, everybody else here at Chat Sports, we don't get to do what we do.
No.
We get to do what we love every single day, and it's because of you guys, man. So thank you so much for all the support that you give to us. Now we get back to one lucky member of today's stream. Still got 500 people watching live with us here, so make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Help us get to 80,000 subscribers, and let's spin that wheel here, Coley.
Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. There we go. A lot of different versions. Who's going to be the lucky winner?
All right, who's it going to be? I kind of hope it's Coley's chest hair.
It doesn't look like it. It is going to be, though,
Who is
Titus Kitchens.
Titus Kitchens. Titus, are you still here?
Titus.
Let us know, Titus, are you still in the building?
Is he in the building?
Is he in the building? If not, we're going to spin again.
Yeah.
Because I don't have his. I don't believe I have his information. Actually, I think he Venmo'd.
Did he Venmo? Let's see. I can go back to your thing that you sent me.
He did Venmo? Okay, so I do have
Venmo or Cash App, one of the two.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I do have Titus's information. So Titus, I will make sure to get in contact with you about what jersey you want, where you want it sent to, all that great stuff. So thank you so much, Titus, for your $20 donation today. And thank you to everybody that donated on today's show. You guys are the best fans that anybody could ask for. And I'm going to change into my T-shirt here. So, Coley, take over for a second here. And we still got more Steelers coverage coming your way. We're going to talk about what the hell is Rodgers waiting for if he didn't make his announcement on Pat McAfee Show's Big Night. Say it with me, Coley. It's in Pittsburgh tonight. What else could he be waiting for? I'm going to speculate to finish out today's live stream. So, Coley, take over for a sec while I change into a new shirt.
Sounds good. Yeah. What was y'all's kind of one-word reaction to Pat McAfee's stream? I think for me it was very entertaining. Obviously a little kind of underwhelming in terms of the fact that we did not get to see Aaron Rodgers. Obviously it's the reason we're all here. But yeah, I thought overall it was a really good show. And the chase keeps continuing for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Disappointed. That's 100% bummed from Joel. All really good options. Yeah. What is your one-word reaction? WTF? Yeah, that's fair.
All right, man.
I'm going to get things set up.
Yeah, Coley's going to get things set up here for our segment. But, you know, it's now that we have kind of gotten to this point, and, you know, if Rodgers would have announced tonight, then I think, you know, it would have made a lot of things make sense. It would have really pointed to Rodgers already having a done deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he was just waiting for this Big Night Aht to make his announcement, to make it official. It would explain why the Steelers still to this day still project so much confidence that Rodgers will sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers in the days and weeks and potentially months to come. Hopefully it isn't months, but you know, the Steelers sure feel confident Rodgers will be with the team next year, despite the fact that he has had a choice between the Steelers, retirement, or wait for another opportunity closer to the season. And to this point, after more than a week since Russell Wilson signed with the New York Giants, taking the Giants out of the sweepstakes, still no decision. And, you know, you have to think, number one, what could he be waiting for at this point? And number two, does he really want to play with the Pittsburgh Steelers? And right now, I think that you can have, you know, legitimate arguments that A, he doesn't want to play with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and B, there's obviously something that is preventing him from making that decision now. And that is very nerve-wracking. That is very anxiety-driving. That is frustrating as hell because obviously the Steelers are ready to make this investment in Aaron Rodgers, but something is in the way of Rodgers making that commitment to the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2025. So without further ado here, if you're still watching us on the East Coast, thank you so much. We're into Wednesday, or we're into Thursday morning here on the East Coast. It is 12:04 a.m. on the East Coast, so thank you for sticking with us here throughout this entire show. We still got a segment to do right here, guys, so let's talk some more Aaron Rodgers here on Steelers Talk. Pat McAfee's Big Night Aht in Pittsburgh has officially come and gone, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are still waiting on an official decision from quarterback Aaron Rodgers. And on today's edition of Steelers Talk, we're going to be breaking down two things. Number one, why has Aaron Rodgers still not signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers? What could he possibly be waiting for in order to finally make this commitment to the black and gold and be their next starting quarterback? And then the other thing we're going to talk about today is just how worried should Steelers fans be that Rodgers has not signed with them yet, and what is it going to take to get him on the dotted line? Before we get into today's edition of Steelers Talk, make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already to stay up to date on all the latest surrounding the Aaron Rodgers saga. Whenever we get new reporting, whenever we hear more about Rodgers' decision and when he plans on making it, we will be giving you guys the very latest right here on this channel, 100% free. And then whenever that big decision comes, we're going to be going live on this channel to give away an Aaron Rodgers Steelers jersey, hopefully if he signs with the team. And we're going to be talking about the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers, hopefully with Rodgers as their starting quarterback. So make sure you click that subscribe button right now for free for daily Steelers news and rumors coverage. So Wednesday night was Pat McAfee's Big Night Aht in Pittsburgh, and there's a lot of speculation heading into the day that Rodgers was going to make an appearance, and Pat McAfee kind of shut that down at make. He did not have a hero's welcome on the Big Night Out, and I think that if Rodgers was waiting for something, it would have made sense that this would have been it. Because, he's been communicating with a lot of people in the Steelers organization. He's been working out with certain players, such as DK Metcalf. Apparently, he has had extensive conversations with Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator, of what the offense would look like with him as the starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. People like Tom Pelissero have said that the contract parameters have been in play for weeks. It would have made sense for him to wait this long because he's given Pat McAfee a lot of scoops in the past. It's a big event happening in Pittsburgh where he could have talked about how excited he was to play for this franchise and all that different stuff and really get a hero's welcome. But that didn't happen. So it's more than fair to ask at this point. If Aaron Rodgers really wants to play for the Steelers in 2025 and play for this team specifically, Pittsburgh Steelers, and he wasn't waiting for this event to make that decision and make the decision official, what exactly at this point is making him take so long? And if I'm being completely honest with you guys, I don't have a lot of good answers at this point in time. All right, but I do have some theories that I'll share with you guys throughout the course of today's edition of Steelers Talk. But before we get into those, make sure you guys check out our sponsor today at Game Time, which is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports. And recently, producer Coop and myself, before his big trip to London and New Orleans, we went to go see Jacob deGrom pitch for the Texas Rangers versus the Boston Red Sox in Arlington here at Globe Life Park, and it was an awesome time. And thanks to Game Time, we were able to save money on tickets so we could splurge a little bit more on at the game itself, on food, on merchandise. We ended up going out afterward to go see some live music at Texas Live, which is right next to Globe Life Park. It was a really great experience. You guys can get that same experience right now with our friends at Game Time. And on Game Time, guys, the prices actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee on any ticket to any event, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. The Pittsburgh Pirates might be terrible, guys, and they might be kicking the ball all over the yard, but PNC Park is still beautiful, and it's still something that you have to take your friends, and your family out to every single year because it's just awesome, man. It's the most beautiful ballpark in America, and we have to really appreciate Paul Skeens while he is still here in Pittsburgh, guys. He is him. He is an awesome pitcher, arguably the best pitcher in baseball already at such a young age. And let's face it, guys, this ownership group probably isn't going to pay up to keep him long term. So we got to make sure that we are taking advantage of that opportunity to see him pitch and then also take in that beautiful ballpark there at PNC. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS. That's CHATSPORTS for $20 off that first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. So the first thing that kind of came to my mind is maybe he wanted to help this event by waiting, all right? Like maybe now that, the Big Night Aht has come and gone and, kind of the rumors speculating that he would be making appearance are over and have juiced the ratings for that show. Now he's cleared to make this decision official either on Thursday or Friday this week, and he signs pen the paper. And, listen, man, I really hope that this is the case. I really hope that that is what the reasoning was. But if this was the case, why not just go on the show? Why not get that hero's welcome? Why not go up there and get that crazy reaction from the crowd full of Steelers fans and really have that opportunity to talk about why he's excited about playing for this football team? If he was going to wait for this event, might as well go on the event. Don't let the event come and go and then announce it on Thursday or Friday. That would make sense to me anyways. So I don't think that he was necessarily waiting for McAfee to make this decision. And I do think that might be a missed opportunity for Aaron Rodgers, all right? If you wanted to ingratiate yourself to this fan base, going on stage, in dramatic fashion, talking about how he's excited to play for this team in 2025, I mean, that would get this entire fan base really, really excited for him to be their starting quarterback. And, I think that if his decision was made at this point, he would have maybe considered coming on this show if he didn't already announce his decision. So the fact that the decision has still not come after this event, I think is disappointing. And I think it was a little bit of a missed opportunity if Rodgers truly does plan on being the Steelers' starting quarterback in 2025. Another theory that you could throw out there is, could he still be waiting on the Minnesota Vikings? All right. And I think that this would be something that would be kind of dumb by Aaron Rodgers. I guess it's a possibility because at this point, anything is a possibility. My question to Rodgers would be, why? The Minnesota Vikings have said, multiple reports have said that they're all but dead in this discussion. Like they are not interested in adding Aaron Rodgers at this point. And the only way that they would get back in the Rodgers kind of sweepstakes is if J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback that they plan on moving forward with, either has a big injury kind of relapse with his meniscus, or he has just a terrible offseason program and they have to go to a plan B option. Both of those things, in my opinion, are extremely unlikely to happen. The Vikings are being extremely careful with McCarthy's rehab, and the OTA offseason program is built to make the offense and specifically the quarterback look good. So the fact that, or the idea that McCarthy would look terrible or that he would have kind of a regressing situation with his knee is extremely unlikely. And if that's why Rodgers hasn't made his decision yet because he's holding out for Minnesota, I just think that he's holding out for an opportunity that is never going to come his way. Another thing that could be thrown out there is, could he still be contemplating retirement? And I certainly think this is something that is still on the table. Right now his two choices, if he wants to make a decision right now, are the Pittsburgh Steelers or retirement, or he can just continue to wait for another opportunity to come down the line. But Rodgers, in my opinion, certainly hasn't shown signs of that. He's working out with Steelers players, specifically talking about DK Metcalf at UCLA. Apparently, he's been in communication with multiple Steelers players on the offense, including Pat Freiermuth. He's been in constant communication with the Steelers throughout this entire process. He's been working out at his training facility in LA all offseason long. He's not really showing the signs of somebody that is actually contemplating retirement. So, even though it is still technically a possibility because he hasn't made this decision yet, he's not really showing a whole lot of signs of somebody that wants to hang him up. So I just don't know how much I buy the idea that Rodgers is looking towards retirement at this point. Now, this one might be a little bit out there, but does he need to go into the darkness? All right. Does he need to get a little bit of clairvoyance? All right. Listen, man, last time he made a decision of this caliber of whether to retire or whether to play was back in 2023 before he got traded to the Jets. And, we're coming up at almost a 2-year anniversary of when he went into the darkness the first time, where apparently he went into it thinking he was going to retire, and then he got some clairvoyance that he wanted to go to the New York Jets. Is it possible that he hasn't been able to book a darkness retreat or an ayahuasca retreat, and he wants to get that experience kind of out of the way before he makes an official decision and decides to pack up his life and move to Pittsburgh? It's certainly possible, but my question would be, why hasn't he done it already? He's had a month. It's been a month since the start of NFL free agency. He's had a ton of time to go to like a darkness retreat or an ayahuasca retreat and go for a weekend or go for even a week at this point. He's had time to do this, so if he hasn't done it already, why exactly is he waiting when the Pittsburgh Steelers are waiting on him to make a decision of this kind of magnitude? Now, the final scenario that I'll bring up here is the one I think is the most likely, which is, does he want to make sure Pittsburgh doesn't take a quarterback in round 1 of the NFL draft? The reason for this would be, is he trying to kind of not fall into the same trap Kirk Cousins did when he went to the Atlanta Falcons last year? He signed a big multi-year contract with the Falcons, of course, we remember, and then shockingly, they drafted Michael Penix Jr., and then when Cousins wasn't up to snuff, they replaced him with Penix, and now the Falcons are currently holding Cousins hostage, and I can't imagine Aaron Rodgers, who's at the tail end of his career, wants to put himself in that kind of situation if the Steelers draft, say, Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart or Tyler Shuck in round 1 this year, and make him kind of the new kind of long-term answer for this football team. Now, the only way this makes sense is if Rodgers signs a multi-year contract, not just a 1-year deal, because if he is on a 1-year deal, if he gets replaced this year, he can just go to a new team. But even if they do draft a quarterback in round 1, guys, it wouldn't threaten Aaron Rodgers' status as the bona fide starter of this team. Like Shedeur Sanders, Tyler Shuck, Jackson Dart, even if you take one of those guys in round 1, they're not taking Aaron Rodgers' week 1 starting job. There's no way, and if Rodgers plays up to snuff, there's no way those guys play during the 2025 NFL season. So if it is a 1-year contract, I don't see any reason why this would affect Aaron Rodgers' thinking, but perhaps it's a 2-year contract on the table and he doesn't want to be put in the same situation as Kirk Cousins was. But obviously Rodgers is fine having a true heir apparent playing behind him, because apparently he was interested in joining the Minnesota Vikings, who obviously have an heir apparent there. They got J.J. McCarthy, who was a top 10 first-round draft pick. All right, so if his thing is, I don't want a young first-round quarterback to back me up, breathing down my neck, well, why would you be interested in Minnesota then when you have J.J. McCarthy there waiting in the wings in case Aaron Rodgers stinks it up? So I even though it's the most likely scenario of the ones that we've talked about here, honestly, I don't think this one necessarily checks out either, at least in my thinking, unless, like I said, the deal that is on the table for Aaron Rodgers and the deal that he wants is a 2-year deal instead of just a 1-year deal. If he signs a multiple-year contract here, I can see why Rodgers would wait past the first round to make sure the Pittsburgh Steelers don't take a first-round quarterback. Like, the Steelers can promise all they want. I'm sure that the Falcons made Kirk Cousins certain promises last year, and they still took Michael Penix Jr. So, I think, Aaron Rodgers might want to wait till after the draft, or at least the first round of the NFL draft, especially if he wants that 2-year deal, to see what exactly happens. And what it really could be, guys, is Rodgers potentially just wants to see what Pittsburgh does in the draft. Like, he wants to make sure that he knows exactly what he's dealing with, what running back they take, if they take a wide receiver, if they trade George Pickens. He wants to see what defensive tackle and what exactly type of players and what haul Omar Khan is going to be able to bring in the NFL draft before he officially puts pen to paper. That's certainly on the table as well. But guys, to be honest, I really don't have a good answer that I feel like really, really good about at this point in terms of what Aaron Rodgers is thinking. I think that the NFL draft thing makes the most sense, because if he's looking for more information that he doesn't have right now, the only other spot in the offseason where he would get more information about the Steelers would be the NFL draft. So, at this point, now that he hasn't made a decision past the McAfee show, I honestly think the most likely scenario is Rodgers waits till at least the end of the first round of the NFL draft this year before he officially decides to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. By the way, the NFL draft starts in 15 days, so that would be another 2 weeks at least of waiting for Rodgers to make a decision. Another fair question that Steelers fans can absolutely ask about Aaron Rodgers is that with limited answers to this point, I mean, right now, it's been this way for over a week now. His choices have been Steelers, retirement, or wait. And right now, he has chosen to wait. And, because he's choosing that to this point, he's chosen not to take the only team willing to sign him at this point, the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's perfectly fair to question just how much he really wants to play for this team in 2025. And right now, the optics of it is that Rodgers might sign with the Steelers, but only as like a last resort if there's no other team that he can go to, which is a terrible feeling as a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. And honestly, if I'm the Steelers, my patience is running out. As Mike Tomlin likes to say, we want volunteers, not hostages. And right now, Aaron Rodgers is definitely acting like a hostage, kind of acting like, oh man, do I really have to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers? Is that really my only option right now? And like, if I'm Pittsburgh, I'm like, all right, you don't want to come play for us? Fine, we're done with you, all right? And, I don't think that's the way the Steelers are going to approach this. I think they're going to take him whenever Rodgers is ready. But a couple of dates that are worth mentioning here. April 21st is the start of voluntary workouts for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I would like Aaron Rodgers to be there. All right, because with Rodgers coming in, obviously it's a short-term situation. I would want Rodgers to want to be there. All right, I would want Rodgers to want to make sure that, the chemistry and the communication with his receivers, and I would want him to take every opportunity that he could possibly get to work with his receivers, work with the offense, work with Arthur Smith to make sure everything is buttoned up for week 1 of the 2025 NFL season. If he misses even voluntary workouts, I think that's something where, you're missing out on a potential opportunity to build connections, build chemistry that can help this team win football games. So if we get past April 21st and he's still not signed, that's going to leave a pretty sour taste in my mouth personally. But then another date that's obviously very important is April 26th, which is the start of the NFL draft. And if Rodgers hasn't signed with the Steelers by April 26th, I think that the Steelers have to really consider drafting a quarterback early, because at that point, you only have Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson on your roster. And, if Rodgers does decide to retire, or if Minnesota does change their mind and, they get shafted on the Aaron Rodgers saga here, you need to have a quarterback that's ready to develop for the future. And, the guys that they've shown the most interest in to this point, Shedeur Sanders coming in for a visit on Thursday, Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss, Tyler Shuck out of Louisville, Jalen Milroe out of Alabama, Will Howard out of Ohio State, and Quinn Ewers out of Texas are the guys that they have shown some level of interest in during the draft process at this point. And if you don't have Rodgers on the roster by the NFL draft, and you don't have a clear assurance from him that he will sign if you don't take a quarterback in round 1, I mean, I think you got to take a quarterback in round 1, or maybe trade down and take one in round 2 at the very least at that point, because if you don't have Rodgers, you got to have somebody to develop for the future. You can't just go into the year with Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson. So listen, man, if I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers and I'm Omar Khan, I'm Mike Tomlin, I'm telling Aaron that we'd want him to sign before OTAs begin, and I'd explain the reasonings why for that. I want you to be here and start developing chemistry with the guys that you're going to be throwing to and learning the offense and doing all that different stuff. But the draft is the hard line. All right, if you're not on this roster by the end of the NFL draft, or at least the end of draft weekend, we're done. All right, we're moving forward with the new quarterback that we draft. We're moving forward with Mason Rudolph as the veteran option. Maybe we bring in a Kirk Cousins or a Ryan Tannehill as another veteran option. But we're done with you. If you are going to string us along all summer, we're not going to do that. If I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers, that's what I'm doing. So let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. My hard line is the end of NFL draft weekend. Let me know what you guys are thinking down there in the comment section. How long should Pittsburgh be willing to wait on a Rodgers decision? Should they already be out of it? Should they wait? Should they be willing to wait all the way up until training camp? Let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. It's a tricky question because you really want Rodgers, but also you might not want to wait all summer for him to make this decision. So let me know what you guys think down there in the comments section. That'll be it for today's edition of Steelers Talk. Thank you guys so much for making it to the end of today's show. And of course, whenever we get more updates on Aaron Rodgers, we will be getting you guys that information for free right here on this channel. So make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Until next time, guys, here we go, Steelers. All right, our segment's out of the way. We'll get to some final super chats here, and then we'll say goodbye for the evening. It's been a fun night, man. Titus is in the chat, by the way. So, Titus, what's up, Titus? Good to see you. You actually won the jersey. So, So, Titus, actually put my email down there. It's Sperry@chatsports.com. Titus, send me an email. Let me know what jersey you want us to send you. If you want DK Metcalf, if you want George Pickens, if you want TJ Watt, whatever, go ahead and send me an email, or you can send me another message on Venmo because you sent in a Venmo earlier. So, Titus, you won the jersey. Just letting you know if you didn't know that.
What was your email again? Sorry, Jack at chatsports.
At Sperry at chatsports.com.
Got it.
So, Titus, make sure you send me that email of let me know what jersey you want. Let me know your jersey size, black or white for the color. Let me know the player, and then let me know size, and then also include your shipping address with a zip code. So, appreciate you, my friend. Steven says you guys should do a Paul Skeens watch party. Appreciate you, Steven. Unfortunately, the Pirates stink, so I'm not sure if we're going to do a Paul Skeens watch party this year. Maybe if they make the playoffs. Maybe if they make the playoffs there, Cully. $2 from Chris says, Rodgers has us, Aaron, plan B versus the Vikings. I mean, it's very possible. I mean, if I were Rodgers, all the reporting says that the Vikings have made abundantly clear to Rodgers, we're not interested in you right now. So, like, if you're Rodgers and you're still holding out for them, like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, you think they're that much better of an opportunity where you're willing to bet less than a 5% chance that they give up on McCarthy this offseason on it? Like, really? You think the Pittsburgh Steelers are that bad of a situation? I mean, I understand why he would prefer the Vikings, but like the Steelers are not a terrible situation. They have some really great defensive talent. They got a stable organizational structure. They've got two really good deep threat weapons for him to throw to, a really good tight end, Pat Freiermuth. You got Roman Wilson, who reminds me a lot of Randall Cobb, who was awesome with Rodgers. You got Calvin Austin III, who showed some good things last year. You got Jaylen Warren and a new running back in the draft coming in. You got an offensive line that have first and second round picks galore. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying the Pittsburgh Steelers are like the best situation in the world, but like you're still sitting there and saying, all right, they're not a terrible situation. Like, if he thinks he's a good quarterback and he thinks that like he can still be a top 15 producer in the league, there's no reason why he thinks that, he couldn't turn this organization around. There's no reason. So, like, I just don't get it unless he really doesn't believe in the offensive line, which maybe is the case. But I don't know, man. I'm at a loss for solutions here and answers, all right? Because everything lined up for it to be the McAfee event, right? Like it would explain why Rodgers wasn't making a decision. It would have explained why the Steelers were so confident in him. It would explain why, despite not making a decision, Rodgers had a 6-hour visit in Pittsburgh that he apparently initiated. He's been working out with DK Metcalf, communicating with Pat Freiermuth and Arthur Smith. Like, it just made so much sense for it to be tonight on the Big Night Aht, and it didn't happen. And it's disappointing, man. And it's like I said, obviously Rodgers feels like he doesn't have enough information to make this decision official. The only other time in this offseason where he's going to learn more about what the Steelers are going to be in 2025 is the NFL draft. So maybe he's like, maybe the agreement, the handshake agreement that the Steelers have with him is, okay, if you guys don't take a round one quarterback, I will sign a 2-year contract with you. Yep. Maybe that's the thing.
Maybe.
Or maybe the thing is, I want to see all 7 rounds of the draft that you guys have so I know exactly what I'm working with before I sign on. I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen or why Rodgers is waiting, but all I know is it's disappointing, and what it feels like is he doesn't want to play here. And if he doesn't want to play here, frankly, I don't want him to play here. And that's where I'm at, Coley. You got any thoughts on the whole situation?
Here, I'll just flash this last one by Chris. He says, being friend zoned by Rodgers makes me sick. Can't say that I blame you. I think we kind of talked about it all night, but my kind of last just thoughts on this are, look, he's kind of going to, like I said earlier, beat to the beat of his own drum. And I think he's going to really, like, the thought of, making sense with him, like, at this stage, like, he's clearly, like, not afraid to put himself in different mindsets, whether it's going on darkness retreats, whether it's kind of, thinking outside the box. Like, I, for the Steelers' sake, I do hope that they get resolution by the time of the NFL draft. I just don't know if Rodgers is going to make that decision in the next 2 weeks. If it wasn't tonight, what makes you think that he's going to make the decision before the NFL draft, especially round one? Now, maybe you can make the argument, hey, the Steelers, they go through round one, let's say they take the best player available, whatever, and Rodgers is like, you know what, all right, I'm ready, sign me up, whatever. Maybe you could talk me into that, but I really think it's going to be a post-draft signing, if at all, for Rodgers. And I don't think that's fair to the Steelers. I don't think it's fair to the fans.
I mean, he literally said, after his final game with the New York Jets against Miami, Pam Oliver interviews him. And he says, what are you going to do this offseason? He says, I'm going to get my body right. I'm going to figure out what I want to do. And then he literally says, I'm not going to hold anybody up. What the fuck are you doing right now? You're holding up the Pittsburgh Steelers. You have been for multiple weeks at this point. And obviously the Steelers feel good about this. Like, obviously the Steelers feel like they let Russell Wilson go. They let him go. They said, we don't want you. We're getting Rodgers. You can go to New York.
Yep.
All right? And obviously Russ's inclination was that Rodgers and the Steelers had some sort of handshake deal done and that he would eventually go to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, that was the indication that Russ got, which is why he went to a worse football team in the New York Football Giants. All right? If he felt like there was any shot that the Steelers would have brought him back, he would have continued to be a free agent. But no, he decided to go to the Giants, which tells me that he got pretty good word that the Steelers were going to get Aaron Rodgers. But yet, we're sitting here, and Rodgers is still not signed. So, I mean, I don't have any good answers for you guys. Anything is possible, even though it seems like nothing makes sense at this point.
None.
Even the NFL draft thing, to me, doesn't make a ton of sense because all the reports are saying that's a one-year contract. The only way that makes sense is if he wants to see the entire draft class before he signs, and he, signs off on it. Maybe Rodgers wants to have certain say of what, weapons that they draft, which is just insane, plain and simply. So I don't know. I don't know, man. But whatever happens, we're going to cover it right here on Steelers Talk. Somehow there's still 368 people watching this live show, man. We're going to wrap it up for the day. We'll be back tomorrow with more Steelers coverage on this channel. And, of course, we'll be back live on Friday. Captain Coley and I will be doing our boot race on Friday's live show. It's going to be a lot of fun. Over $1,000 donated today. I mean, this was like a watch party style of show. So thank you guys so much for helping out the channel today. You guys are real ones. We will see you guys later. And until then, guys, good night. And here we go, Steelers.